This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Town of Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency. It is Tuesday, April 29th, 2025, and it is 9 a.m. If you would please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May we all be kind-hearted and gracious to each other as we express our opinions on the cases before us today and do what's in the best interests of the town of Fort Myers Beach. Amen.
Amen.
So good morning, everybody. We have quite a few cases on our agenda today, but the first item is an approval of the final agenda. Does anyone have any issues with the agenda, any changes they want to make? If not, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Jim and Jim. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. The next is an approval of the minutes for April 8th of 2025. Any changes or amendments to those minutes? Hearing none, may I have a motion, please, to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Jane. Any discussion on the motion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, we'll move on to public comment. So this first public comment, for those maybe who haven't been here before, this first public comment is for anybody who wishes to speak on anything that is not a case. Maybe you want to tell us, I don't know, whatever you want to tell us, but you want to say that you like the weather. But the cases, the individual cases, you really should speak during that case so that your comments are part of that record. They become a legal part of that record. But is there anybody who wishes to comment now? Yes, sir. Oh, Tom. Good morning. Nice to see you, Tom.
Good morning to you, Anita, and
morning.
members. Chair, Vice Chair, and members, Tom Torgerson, 301 Palermo Circle, owner-operator of the Margaritaville Resort and developer of the future Silver Sands redevelopment. First off, I would like to commend the Freeland family and the LPA members for the retooled Arches resort development in the downtown district, which you all unanimously approved and sent on to council. Freeland's listened to the community and retooled Arches' bayside, set back from the bridge view corridor, next to a tall snug harbor Marina Village building. Freelands are extremely creditable owners, developers, and will construct in timely fashion with great taste. Freelands are agreeable to the conditions the LPA is suggesting for the mitigation impact on the neighborhood, and I really appreciate that. I would also like to say that I am supportive of another hotel project that is coming for LPA today, the second addition to the Lighthouse Resort. Again, it is the right place. Here also, the Kohlers are very credible people and will deliver upon whatever it is that is finally approved. Lastly, I would like to express my concern about the development agreement being used for complex projects like Seagate or Mr. Prasad's Times Square project. Unfortunately, I question if the intent of these larger complex projects was ever intended to circumvent the CPD traditional thorough process of disclosure on the bigger projects. I think the development agreement may have been intended for the smaller, single-purpose type projects, given consideration for cost and effort for these less complex projects. With larger and complex projects, for them to use the development agreement approach causes me additional concern about it placing undue burden on our town's executives, thrusting them into the political arena. I also feel the more thorough CPD process better ensures against challenges against the town on decisions that you all make. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Is there anybody else who has comments this morning? Okay, we'll close the public comment. And we'll begin our first of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 public hearings. Nancy.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, you look very nice.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. As our chair has indicated, we do have 8 items on our agenda today that are comprised of various land use requests. These are several variances and a special exception, a development agreement, and some rezonings. So for the benefit of the public as well as LPA members, please be aware that these items, they are quasi-judicial in nature. And this requires that today's public hearings comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So these quasi-judicial proceedings are less formal than a proceeding before a circuit court. However, they are more formal than the remainder of your meeting. And they must follow, and we must follow, basic standards of due process that requires certain notices to have been provided, the application of the correct standards of review, and your decisions to be made on competent and substantial evidence that is presented to you either in written documents or through oral testimony. The LPA's job today is to evaluate the testimony and the documents and information for each item that has been provided. And you should draw a conclusion regarding whether or not the criteria in the Land Development Code or in state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. So speculation or opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by you in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their personal knowledge and belief. So anyone in the public, if you intend to speak, please keep my comments in mind. And when you come forward, state your name clearly for the record and whether or not you have been sworn in. As you are aware, a unanimous decision by eligible voting members of the LPA to approve a variance constitutes final agency action subject to a request by anyone for an additional hearing or a review of the matter by the town council if that request for an additional hearing is received by the town clerk within 10 days. Anyone includes staff. Thank you, and for purposes of efficiency, before we begin the public hearings, I need to dispose of a few matters for all these agenda items. First, I need to ask our town clerk whether our agenda items have been properly noticed
Yes.
pursuant. Go ahead.
Yes, they have been.
Okay. And also, I need to ask our LPA members if anyone has a conflict of interest that would prohibit you from voting on any of these items, if you could disclose it for the record at this time. That way we can ensure that we do have a quorum present for the review of each item as they come up.
John, any conflicts?
No conflict.
How about you, Jim?
None.
Jane, any conflicts?
None.
Doug?
No, ma'am.
No conflicts.
No conflicts.
I don't have any items.
So one of the formalities of our quasi-judicial hearings is the swearing in of witnesses who will be providing testimony to you today. So at this time, if we could, if there is anyone present today, including the applicant property owner who intends to provide oral testimony, if you would please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
That also includes public comment.
Yes, anybody who's going to speak at all on any of these cases.
If you'll,
Thank you very much.
if
Even
you'll
if you
raise,
think you might, go ahead and stand up.
do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, the room has been sworn.
Thank you all very much.
So, Madam Chair, if you would go ahead and read the first item on your agenda today, the resolution, and then ex parte disclosures.
Thank you, Nancy. So our first case today is a variance request for its VAR 202-50060 for 170 Curlew Street. A resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions or denying requesting a variance from LDC Table 34-3 for the property located at 170 Curlew Street, generally referred to as STRAP 344624W4, 00042.0030 in Fort Myers Beach, to vary 4 feet 2 inches from the required 7-foot side setback for a side setback of 3 feet 4 inches, to construct a pool enclosure in the RS zoning district, and providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Jim, any ex parte?
No.
How about you, Don?
No.
Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jane? Jim?
No.
John?
No.
I don't have any either.
And Anita, Madam
Yes.
Chair, just to correct, 7.5-foot setback, you read 7. Just so
Oh,
it's on the
yes,
record,
thank you
7.5.
very much, thank you very much, Jim. That's a 7.5-foot side setback for a side setback of 3 feet 4 inches.
There you go.
Okay, thank you, sorry about that.
So next, we would want to identify who will be providing testimony and whether they are providing testimony as an expert witness on this matter.
Who's going to be, it's you, Jim?
Yes, ma'am,
Uh,
and my wife.
So, okay, so these are the property owners, they're not, are you want to consider them experts?
Are you testifying, I'm sorry, I didn't
They're the
see.
applicant.
Jim,
Yeah,
they're the
no,
applicant.
they
Yeah.
are the applicant.
Okay, okay, you're fine, thank you very much.
We want to make sure that you received a copy of the agenda materials. Have you had the chance to look at that? That has been published online.
Jim, did you guys get, have you seen the agenda and the materials about your case?
No.
You have not.
Okay.
Staff
Would you
report?
like to review them? Have you seen the staff report? Here, Jim, come on up for a minute. That'll be easier. That way we can have your,
Thank you for the time.
absolutely. So, have you received the packet, the staff report? Do you know their recommendation? Are you aware of any of that? You're not, okay?
I tried to research a email.
You need to speak in the
Yeah,
mic,
speak
please.
into the
I
mic.
tried to
and-
research an email this morning, again, to confirm, and I did not find anything. So I just went with what was on the town of Fort Myers Beach. I went
Uh-huh.
through that,
Okay,
through
so
all
you've
that.
been through
So
that.
you
If that will
saw
work.
it on the website and you went through the agenda?
No, I did not see the agenda because I
just
didn't
saw
know
the
that's
meeting.
what I was looking for. I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure I had all the surveys and everything that we've applied for with you guys.
Oh, so you looked in the permitting portal?
Yes.
Okay, and can you say your name for the record?
Tammy Bradford.
Thank you, Tammy. Jim, will you say your name for the record?
James M. Bradford.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, it would be my recommendation that we continue this matter
I
just to the next, after
Yep.
the next item.
So
To
here's what
allow
we're
you
gonna
that
do.
time.
We're gonna make you second instead of first, and in the meantime, Judith is gonna give you the information so you can review it. So when we ask you again, have you reviewed the materials? You can
Thank
say
you.
yes, Tammy.
Okay, I
All right.
appreciate that.
Kind of a
Okay.
trick question.
Yes, go ahead, Jim. Go
So,
ahead, Jim.
Tammy, the reason for that is basically because the members of the LPA have been provided a copy of that. And
Okay.
in all due fairness, you guys should know what they have already read or seen.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, so may I have a motion to continue this hearing to
Number two on the
to
agenda.
number 2, to letter B?
So moved, Senneth.
Support.
Thank you. Okay, is there any objection to that? Hearing none, we're gonna move on to our second public hearing, which is VAR 202-50072. This is 274 Curlew Street. 274 Curlew Street, a resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions variance 202-50072, requesting a variance from the LDC Land Development Code Table 34-3 for the property located at 274 Curlew Street, generally referred to as strap number 344624 W401200.00B0 in Fort Myers Beach, to vary 13.5 feet from the required 25-foot water body setback to allow a wraparound deck 11.5 feet from the property line in the RS zoning district, and providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Okay,
Ex parte.
yes, ex parte, John?
Yes, I do actually.
company that's elevating this house is the same company that elevated mine, and I met them earlier this week at my job site, so we discussed the project.
Okay, thank you, John. Jim?
No ex parte.
I don't have any. Jane?
None.
Doug?
No.
Don?
No ex parte.
Jim?
Done.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if we could go ahead and ask the applicant, just for purposes of expediency, if they have any questions regarding the disclosure that was made by our member.
Kara, any questions? No.
Thank you.
Kara Stewart indicates that there's no questions. Okay, so, is this you, Sarah?
Well, do we have experts in this particular matter? Who will be participating on behalf of the applicant?
Kara Stewart.
And
She
she
has been
has been
sworn in.
qualified as an expert.
She has.
And she has received a copy of the materials. And I believe Sarah then is correct for an introduction to the item.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Robert and Carrie Wicker are requesting a variance of 13.5 feet for their property at 274 Curlew Street to allow a rear deck on the property 11.5 feet from the water body property line. The property is located in the RS zoning district, and the home previously received an administrative variance to be elevated within its existing footprint, which did not comply with the RS zoning setbacks. The request is to allow a deck and stairs on the rear of the house and to get from an existing rear door to the ground. The request does meet the requirements of the variance request found in 3487, and it is recommended for approval with conditions.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah? Okay, thank you. Kara?
Kara Stewart, representing Mr. and Mrs. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Wicker. And they apologize for not being here. They were out of town this time. The variance, as Sarah mentioned, is to reconstruct a deck around the home that is being elevated to comply with flood. They unfortunately had been the result of two of the floods have destroyed their home, or damaged their home, I should say. The design is not going to include any columns or any further obstruction. It's going to be a cantilever deck. Their elevation at this location, I believe, is VE 12, so 13. Will be relatively high. We have a letter of no objection from the neighbor. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Kara. Questions for Ms. Stewart? Anyone? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, any follow-up on that? Okay. Public comment. Is anybody here to give testimony in this case? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. LPA members, any further questions or any questions at all for the applicant or staff? If not,
Conditions of approval are on what page?
I'll tell you.
2 conditions.
67.
There are 2 conditions, and there are typical
Yeah.
approval of the
Yeah,
variance.
boilerplate.
They are boilerplate.
Madam Chair, I move approval.
Thank you very much.
Variance 20250072 at 274 Curlew, as recommended by staff and with the appropriate conditions.
I second.
The motion is made by Mr. Dunlop and seconded.
Yes, if I could, before you take the vote, I'm not certain that we have actually the findings in the record. You do have your staff report that includes the findings, but if we may, just allow Sarah a moment to go over those.
Let me ask you something. Can Jim, I should have said this at the beginning. Instead of that recitation, could the LPA member who makes a motion include the findings and conclusions in the staff report as part of the motion to?
Yes, that would
So,
help.
Jim, would you amend your motion?
I certainly will, to include the recommendations, the conditions established within the staff report.
And the findings and
And the findings,
conclusions?
conclusions. Thank
Finding
you.
that it is competent substantial evidence to support the motion.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
That's a
Thank you very
great
much.
suggestion.
Second that
Yes.
motion.
Okay, so we're all good here now. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, your vote, Jim?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I am an aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Kara.
Thank you.
Wish them good luck. Do we know if we have, since they haven't come back in, let's move on. We're gonna move on to VAR 202-50045. This is 277 Primo Drive. This is a resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions variance 202-50045, requesting a variance from the Land Development Code Table 34-3 for the property located at 277 Primo Drive, generally referred to as strap number 194624W4 0150.0260 in Fort Myers Beach, to vary 12.4 feet from the required 25-foot water body setback from a canal, to build a new garage and elevated pool for the existing single-family residence in the RC zoning district, and providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Is there ex parte, Mr. Dunlap?
None.
How about you, Don?
None.
Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jane? I have none. Jim?
None.
John?
No.
None. Do we have any experts who are gonna testify in this case? It's you again, Kara. Okay. She's already been qualified, so we will start. Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Thomas and Melinda Kohler, the owners of the property at 277 Primo Drive, are requesting a variance from the water body setback, which is required to be 25 feet. They're asking for a variance of 12.4 feet to allow an elevated pool and garage with living space over 12.6 feet from the water body property line along a canal. The property is in the RC zoning district. The property does appear to currently meet all required setbacks, so the proposed addition is the only encroachment. There will also be mechanical equipment that encroach the allowed 3 feet into the rear setback that the code allows without requiring an additional variance ask. So the water body setback for the elevated pool and the garage will be 12.6, and then there will be mechanical equipment that encroaches an additional 3 feet.
Thank you, Sarah. I'd like to amend the record. I'm just remembering that, Tom, I talked to you about this at the dog park. So I had a conversation with Mr. Kohler about this and his grandchildren playing in the pool at the dog park. I'd like to disclose that. That was several weeks ago. Okay. So any questions for Sarah on this?
Sarah, you're indicating the existing pool that's at grade complies with the setbacks as it's constructed today?
Yes, because an at-grade pool can be within.
Oh, that's the distinction. That's
Yes,
right.
yeah,
I
an
got you.
elevated pool
Thank
is
you.
a structure. Yep.
Good clarification, thank you.
Any other questions or clarifications from Sarah? Jim?
That's the reason for your recommendation of denial?
The reason I'm recommending denial is because it does not appear to be de minimis. There are not extraordinary circumstances. I can go through the criteria if you're interested.
Well, let's get it in the record.
Okay. So for this, we're looking at the LDC requirements found in section 34-87. Staff found that there are not exceptional or extraordinary circumstances or conditions that are inherent to the property in question, and that the request is not for I highlighted is not for a de minimis variance under the circumstances. The conditions justifying the variance are the result of actions of the applicant taken after the adoption of the regulations. The variance granted. The variance granted is the minimum variance to allow what they're proposing. So they're not asking for more setback than they would need in order to build the thing they want to build. I did find that it will not be injurious to the neighbors, but I do note that an elevated pool may block, an elevated pool and a garage with living space above may sort of narrow the view. It's towards the end of the canal. It's like actually at the end of the canal, so it could narrow the view out to the bayside. And the conditions are not of so general or recurrent nature that we would need to change the code. Do you have any questions about those?
So can I just go back to mine then and tie it on what Jim said? So if you took that existing pool as it is today, which I understand the ground doesn't, and just raised it up what we're doing, do you have further encroachment into that other than it being elevated?
I don't know what the setback is for that pool. I would have to look at the plans.
I'm just
But-
looking at the
but-
diagrams.
But if they elevated it, it appears that it would require,
Right, but back to Jim's point, that's the technical requirement that kicks in because of the elevation.
yes, well, but it's not just the elevation of the pool. They're
I know,
also
it's a
building
garage.
a garage and.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sarah, do you not think, what, that's kind of leading you to agree with me, which is a good thing. No. You know, I was thinking about this and the changing nature of the island, of families, of everything else. Do you not think that, especially a bayfront home, I think everybody who has a pool was impacted dramatically during all of these storms?
Several times, yeah.
Several times, exactly. That became a huge cost factor. And so, you know, knowing that this lies in our future as well, is this not a reasonable change to allow folks to make?
I would suppose that if council and the LPA feel that it's important for people to elevate their pools, that this may be something we want to consider in code changes. As of right now, it is a choice, as is the garage with the living space above. But to your point, if council and LPA think that it's important for people to be able to elevate their pools and not have additional restrictions, it may be appropriate to make that change to the land development code. At this time, we wouldn't consider that a necessity.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Thanks very much, Sarah. Okay.
Anyone else?
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just, is there been any impact by the neighbors? Have they weighed in one way or the other?
I think I received an email, and now I am second guessing myself.
No, I
So
don't
let me
recall
get back
it either.
to you on that.
Didn't see it
Okay.
either.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Kara?
Good morning, Kara Stewart, representing Mr. and Mrs. Kohler. In an effort with time and your lengthy agenda, I'm going to start off by just addressing Sarah's concerns and her two items that she has brought up why she is recommending denial. The first one being that there are not exceptional conditions. I would tend to disagree. We have a water body setback, 2 water body setbacks. We are restricting this property 25 feet in two directions. Excuse me, in 2 directions. The existing house, the house is there now. I can't move the house in order to improve the situation. The land development code, interestingly enough, in section 34638 D3 C4 2, and I'll just read it to you. It's semi-applicable in the effect that it would have the same visual effect. Accessory structures with roofs intended to be impervious to weather and which are not structurally built, meaning if I had detached this garage and this pool, well, not the pool because there's a separate code section, but detached the garage, structurally built as part of this principal structure may be permitted up to, but not closer than 25 feet to a natural body of water. But what we are talking about is an artificial body of water. We're talking about the canal. That can be 10 feet. So I can have in your code an accessory structure, not a pool, based on this code section, 10 foot from that canal. In light of that, I would like to just make that comparison. Our setback to the garage is even greater. I believe it's at 17 maybe. The other bit of information that is, I think, relative, we're saying that this is a design choice. The design choice, typically when someone develops a home, is at the time of original permitting and how they're going to lay out their property, which in this case was done back in, I believe, 1997, 1995. At that time, your code section to require an elevated pool was not in existence. That code section only came into existence in 2019.
Remember?
So there's some nuances here that make, in my mind, this not so cut and dry. For those two items that staff is bringing up, with all due respect to staff, I think that we have some extenuating circumstances. We also have a situation where this particular property is heavily landscaped, and I've brought some aerials that I can show you in case you're not familiar with it. Let me just pass them out quick. The drawings that we have show our grade, I believe at 3.33. The drawing also shows me my first floor elevation is at 10. So this stem wall, if we're going to meet those dimensions that are on the drawings, is approximately what? We're allowed 4, we're starting at 3, so we're 7, so we're about 3.5 feet, give or take, to 4 foot, greater than what we would otherwise be allowed to elevate this pool. Some of the driving factors here as well is we have an owner, we have a property owner that has been on the island, has raised their family here. Things change. Our lives are changing, but we have a vested party here. The enjoyment, as Ms. Saracita mentioned, the owners are now grandparents. You know, we want our children close by, close to that pool. We don't want to go downstairs. The other issue, again, is the flooding. The flooding has become an issue, and I think we're remiss if we don't start to take a look at that. I can just speak to my own experience with my own pool, and I don't live on the beach. I'm off the island. We had thrown cast nets to get fish out of our pool. You know, it's a problem. There's an issue here. So the fact that they want to elevate their pool is to help in that vein as well. The owner is here. Mr. Kohler is here. You'll notice in the packet the other issue about the garage. I took a picture, and I think it's in the packet too, where we have Tommy Kohler standing in front of the garage, can barely fit in the garage. We've got an issue here, you know, that things have changed. So that's part of the driving factor for the construction of the garage, which again meets the setback to the adjacent property owner, and we have that issue with the canal setback, which if it was detached, theoretically wouldn't be an issue. So it's interesting in and of itself. If you have any questions?
Okay, questions for Ms. Stewart?
Just clarification, I think this is what you said, to put you back on the record. The setback to the natural body water is the full 25 feet as it's proposed today,
Correct.
and will stay that way.
Correct. We're only affecting
Canal.
the canal.
I got it.
I've got a couple questions. From your exhibits, it looks like the existing pool is within the 25-foot setback from the canal.
There's an overlay in there. I don't have the exact dimension on that, but what we tried to in one of the site plans was do an overlay, keeping that underlying pool underneath that, and you will see that we are in about the same location. And I can
Is
probably point
the,
that out.
I'm asking Sarah, is that correct that the setback from the canal's 10 feet? And if it is, why are we need a variance?
Because
that
it's
one.
an attached structure.
If it was standalone.
Because it's an attached structure.
So that's the requirement for an accessory structure, which is a code section that we have talked about needing to look at.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
is an accessory structure? But yes, if they were to have that garage as
So
a
if,
detached structure, it could be a 10-foot setback from the canal.
If the, just for discussion, if all this new stuff was like 6 inches from the existing structure, then we wouldn't have to have any variances?
Not the elevated pool. The elevated pool would still require the variances, because several years ago, this became an issue that people were aware of. If the accessory structures become an issue that people become aware of, there is likely to be a change to the code to require similar types of setbacks. At this time,
It
we
would-
consider
it would-
accessory structures to be anything that's detached that's not an elevated pool.
It seems it would make sense, especially on like the Bayside type properties, that our code would allow people to elevate an existing pool in an existing footprint. I mean, I know it's not there now, but that is something that seems like it would be
I would say
reasonable.
that the changes that happened to the code not very long ago, I don't think the vast majority of people agree with that
Okay,
because
all right.
because
Because
of
it blocks
the-
views and stuff.
Yes, exactly. But you could be correct. We
That
may
was
be
a
in a new
heated time,
Yeah,
Doug.
it
Be
was,
glad you weren't
yeah.
part of it.
Okay. So there's that issue.
Mhm.
And then these are attached. I guess my challenge is I don't have a reason to approve this because our code, code's clearly against it. There's no real mitigating things. They've made a design choice to expand their house. I get it, it's beautiful. But we're just doing them a favor, basically.
Could I ask a
Because they're
question?
nice people, we
Might
like
help,
right?
might help with that.
Yeah,
Just,
please.
just curious, how much square footage is in the new elevated above the garage? Because it seems to me like the current square footage is below base flood, which will still be at risk for flooding, and the new square footage will be, potentially an above base flood that would create a place for them to possibly put things to save, or maybe they could stay up there if they decided to stay in a flood.
So I think that Kara's gonna look at that real quick,
Okay.
but I also wanted to point out that I did get one email. It said that the neighbor was going to oppose, but they did not, they just told me their name. They said they were going to oppose it, and wanted to let me know that they were going to oppose it. So I don't have necessarily a reason, but it sounds as if.
Do we
it
know
was
where
one-
the neighbor was?
One neighbor.
Do we know, is it by the driveway or
I-
the other
I
way?
don't.
Okay.
Sarah, just two questions back to what Jim and Tom were talking about. So, back to this elevated pool issue. Would we allow someone to build a, wall around their pool, 2, 3, 4 feet high, to prevent water from intrusion in there instead of elevating? Is that an option our code allows?
I believe above 4 feet, they would not be allowed to put it closer than 25 feet to the canal. I believe that it's sort of looked at
So
the same
again,
way.
if you're not allowed to
But-
elevate it, you can't really go into the encroachment on building a wall.
Mhm.
It changes the whole dynamics of susceptibility to storms, back to our chair's position.
Yep.
Thank you.
And Kara, did you have the size?
On the drawing, on the drawing, it shows the new garage at 22.7 by 22. I'm not sure if that's answering, because that's the living area is above
Yeah,
that.
so you're gonna have
In
over-
addition to the pool area.
Right, so 440 square feet, right, okay.
Above water, above mean flood.
Above base flood, so that'll be the only finished space above base flood on this residence then, is that correct or no?
Well, I want to clarify also then, because this particular property has had a change in the flood elevation
Right.
with the maps. It was at AE 10.
Right.
It is now in AE 11, Limois. So there is a change.
What
To the flood.
significance is there in that? Just,
The significance is that FEMA has recognized that the area may be prone to higher flooding
Then 11. or
than the 11.
Mhm, right.
Is what that would,
Wish they
but
did
it would,
stuff ahead
it
of
would
time.
also then reinforce the need to
Elevate.
It reinforces the need to elevate. We're saying there's no compelling reason. I don't know in any existing property that is going to be restricted the way this property is restricted, that you could have any other compelling reason than to try to elevate it to improve the sustainability of the structure. We're saying we have an owner that has been on this island, and nice owner, but on this island, and they're looking to remain on the island. So they're asking for your relief from those codes. That did just change in 2019. You just changed that restriction in 2019. And I can just speak to the number of people that I have been speaking to in new design, and this elevation of a pool to some degree is coming up more and more, because it is, again, a restriction to the property.
Yeah, and because in 2019, we never in a million years would have fathomed a Hurricane Ian.
Exactly.
Or a Milton or a Helene or any of these other idiots that came to ruin our lives.
Another quick note that just, I'm sorry, to address the vision. This canal also has, when I went by there today, I took note of, there are boathouses along this canal as
Yes,
well.
there are.
That are restricting the view way greater than what this will be an improvement, in my opinion, to the property, because it is so heavily landscaped, as you see, and it will be cleaning up some of that natural landscaping.
Okay, any other questions for Kara? We'll open the public comment. Does anybody, Tom, do you want to say something? Does anybody wish to say something? Sir, you have your hand up?
Yeah.
Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Larry McManus.
Larry, could you pull that microphone close to you? There you go.
I'm
Thank
Larry
you.
McManus. I have the house next to Tom Kolar's. I and Jennifer Boker bought this house 10 years ago, approximately 10 years ago. With the other people that- Our big concern is the view. He already has a lot of landscaping there that pretty much blocks some of our view now. So I prepared a little bit of a speech here that I want to say, so I'll just do that and then.
Absolutely.
So I'm a president, the owner of 271 Primo Drive. We purchased the property approximately 10 years ago when the previous owner listed it. We purchased the site unseen because we were aware of the property at the time.
Can you just speak into the mic, sir?
I sure can see the paper without my.
I'm sorry.
Lost my place here. Anyway, we knew the property, and we knew the island. We knew the values. Most of the properties on Primo and Palermo Circle. A corridor issue is one of the. No, probably the number one property dispute is waterfront sites is the view corridor issue. When one of our several property owners are at risk of losing some or most of their water views due to one property owner's desire to construct a structure in the minimum 25-foot setback line to the canal. In the case of the Kolar family, wants to build a two-car garage and an elevated pool approximately 12 feet from the canal seawall on the west side of the property instead of the 25-foot required by the Fort Myers Beach Code. I could go into another thing here. About 12 or 14 years ago, a contractor tried the same or similar thing on Palermo Circle, that been Torgerson's house, and we know how that ended all up and stuff. So, as a result of the Palermo lawsuit regarding the view corridor 25-foot setback, a Primo resident who was my neighbor south of me was quoted, "It is the responsibility of the town to first look to what the town people want and consider that. That is done by upholding the actual code people live by in the town. If they feel protected from investors, builders, realtors, and other businessmen that would take advantage of a defect in the judgment of the town." In closing, I'd like to say that everything that the Kolar family is asking for, they already have. They already have the pool and two-car garage. That's it.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Jim? Tommy, hold on.
Considering I have something coming up.
Jim, say your name and for the record.
Oh, James M. Bradford. Considering I have something coming up in a few minutes, I may not want to say this, but I'm third generation of this island. I've been on the island that I can remember since 1954, but my family's been here forever. And if we could go back to those days, we could all see everywhere. So there wouldn't be any conduits blocking our view when we drive down Estero Boulevard. I think this town, since 1995, when we incorporated it, has done an amazing job in its respect for trying to satisfy everybody. I do believe, though, that the whole objective is every time you have to make a modification to satisfy. If my canal didn't have any boathouses on it, any covers on it, I could probably still see the back bay, but I can't anymore. But that's the way it just happens to be. We still enjoy the full elements of the island that we have every day. And my personal opinion is that minor modifications should be allowed to change. And I listened to what she said, and it's very minute, and if they went a little bit differently and didn't attach it to the building, the garage, they could do a lot more than what they are doing and create a much bigger situation than what they are by what they're asking for. I'd only ask you to consider their, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Kohler? Good morning.
Morning, Tom Kohler for the record. We built the house on Primo about 32 years ago, and you know, times have changed. I've got grandchildren now, and just about 2 weeks ago we had the grandchildren over to go on a pirate cruise, and I've got chow gates here, chow gates there, and I looked down and my granddaughter was downstairs. I said, "Well, how'd you get downstairs?" And she lifted the chow gate up and got out. And so we planned this over a year ago to elevate the pool, and we've been hit twice by flooding. And the downstairs pool is just not functional. And when it comes down to it, you're upstairs, the kids are downstairs, and I haven't been able to put my truck in a garage in I don't know how many years. It's just it's not large enough. But that's why we're here. So
Thank you, Tom.
thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Anybody else have any comments? Mr. Kohler the second. Or actually, you're three, aren't you? You're the third.
I'm three. My son's number 4. Good morning, Tommy Kohler. Didn't prepare any notes on this particular comment, but just kind of want to walk you through kind of the inspiration behind this project. My dad's a great father. Very selfless. And I say that because this is not a project that he's building for himself. This is a project he's building for his grandkids and his kids. It's not easy managing, watching them going upstairs, making lunch, going back downstairs, forgetting the milk, having to go back up there, come down. It's increasingly more of a nightmare now that kids are older, they're more mobile. So my dad is really building this, or wants to build this, to have us over, family barbecues with the elevated living space upstairs that's gonna have the outdoor kitchen. We'll be able to watch a football game, the kids will be able to play in the pool. You know, Kara had mentioned the garage. Those garage spaces, and I'm not sure how it came to be, but they are just not functional one bit. You can't even pull a small vehicle in there. So this would allow my father the ability to pull his car in, pull it out, without having to scratch the mirrors. And you know, we have tremendous respect for our neighbor, Larry. I was just a little shocked about his comment about the view, because we know that view that he has because we used to live in that house. So with what we want to build, I don't see it blocking that view at all, because I remember that view like it was yesterday, and there wasn't much of one, of the bay. So, you know, with that being said, you know, this is a development that my father wants to do for his family, and the experience he wants to have, getting everybody over and having those great family gatherings. So thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing no one, I'll close the public comment. Any further questions for staff or the applicant? None? Sarah, you have any follow-up at all? Okay. LPA members, discussion on this? I'll say something. This to me is another example of the changing lifestyle of our community. I know many of you don't know this, but the Kohler family owned all the property when the bridges changed. The bridge slapped right through the middle of their property. So this is a constantly evolving community, and in light of the recent hurricanes, I think we're going to see more of this, and it is very different. I don't know what you think, Jane, but I remember vividly the eruption of the elevated pools, and it was in fact where Mr. Torgerson currently lives. It was that property. He didn't live there at the time, but it was that property that was the pinpoint of the eruption of the elevated pools. It was a very different time and a very different environment on the island then. So anyhow, I'm going to support a motion to approve this request. If that exists, I don't know what you all think. I'll just see where.
Well, my comments are that this could be built if it wasn't attached. And that's what gives me the pause to approve it, because it's available by our code to have it there. No?
Not the pool.
No, I'm talking about the garage.
Yes.
And the pool then would just follow that same line. So I just don't. I don't.
You know what
really-
else? Directly across is commercial. Directly across is commercial, and on that side, it's Matanzas, yeah.
And, living, I also live on a area where I'm two-sided of water and have a 25-foot setback on both sides, and it is a lot taking of, that amount of space on both sides of your property, to control, to be controlled, that it's just gotta be space. Whereas, as it's already been stated, that it's already landscaped out, I don't know how there is any view to begin with because of landscaping, and we can't control the landscaping.
Yeah.
I do feel we need to be careful in looking at this moving forward as far as, the elevating pools, so that we aren't restricting, but the garage is already going to restrict. So to me, it's a clear line to just fill in. I can support this.
Other comments, Doug?
Yeah, I have comments. A comment that I'm sort of struggling with. I like the project. It's beautiful. I think what everything's being said makes sense to me. But we have rejected elevated pools in the past, as I recall, and for all the reasons that we're talking about. So I feel like if I vote to approve this, I'm sort of following my emotions, that I like the people, I like the project, but I'm not really following the rules that we're supposed to follow. And we don't have, I don't see that we have the leeway to approve this within the context of our codes. And so I'm struggling with that.
Doug, I don't remember off the top of my head the other examples that you're citing. I don't remember off the top of my head, but this particular property is uniquely located. I mean, it's.
Yeah, and I think, so we're sort of making that a determination that, well, this is uniquely located, so we're gonna be okay with it. Somebody else, they're not uniquely located, so we're not gonna be okay with it because we don't allow it. Seems a little bit arbitrary.
So
Just my concern. Yeah.
John?
I I absolutely share that sentiment. In building back, I actually wanted to extend my deck further, and if it had been not attached to my house, I would have been able to put it within 5 feet of my canal. I chose not to do that because it would have been too much. But I certainly wanted to go an additional 5 feet. And, there's opposition from the direct neighbor. That, to me, if it was within the footprint of what's allowed, and then there wouldn't be an issue, but by the code may be broken for double setbacks, I get that. But there's opposition from the neighbor, and that weighs for me.
So what about if he does it as a independent structure? He could have what he's asking for.
Well, that works for the garage, and that's why this is a challenge, right? Because you could actually design around it. And I do recognize, having emptied my pool multiple times,
Yes.
I do recognize that elevated pools would be preferred for everybody. That's the challenge here. But by the rules as we have them, as they currently exist, I have difficulty with it. And quite frankly, the neighbor's impact is important to me.
Is the neighbor impacted by the pool or by the garage?
I don't want to speak for them because I don't know, but I would imagine it would be the massing in general.
Yes,
Go ahead, Doug. Couple things, Chair. Given the option, everybody would elevate their pools that lives on water today. So I think your comments about context of the situation we find ourselves in are appropriate. And the other thing I would say is, if he was building this from scratch, that garage is gonna be just that high for FEMA requirements, et cetera. We wouldn't get code, wouldn't be compliant with permits for code. So all this is a one-off against a trend that's inevitable and gonna take place. I agree that it's challenging, John, with the way the code's currently written, but they wouldn't be in here if compliance was complete. We have that responsibility to make in context these discretionary decisions, and this just seems to make sense to me of what somebody normal and appropriately would be asking for.
And my statement was based on the fact that they could be more injuries to the neighbor if they did detach it and went out to the 10 feet, which they would be allowed. And the only reason that the pool after that doesn't really matter because it's already continuous with the building that they could get. And that's why I could support it. Now, had they just put the pool in and were raising it, that might be a different matter. Because they have the right to do the garage as a accessory building and make it worse for the neighbor. Whereas this is, in my opinion, would be the minimus because, trucks are so long and he's keeping it tight to the building. I mean, he's overlapping his existing garage. So, I mean, he's not pushing it out as far as he could. So, I respect that about it. But after that garage is built, it doesn't, the only person that can see it is from the water looking back.
Don, did you have comment?
Yeah, I'd just echo some of what Jim said and what, I did a little research on this. I looked at the listing for 271 Primo before, because I think I always struggle with two things. One, someone owns a piece of property, they should be able to, generally be allowed to do what they want with the property, right, and if they have some exception, they, as Jim said, come to us and ask for an exception to that, which is why we're here. The house next door now, I don't know, because satellite images show after, post Ian, but it actually used to have an elevated deck that blocked the next neighbor completely. They wouldn't even have been able to see, past that house in the canal even. Now, whether that's been rebuilt or not, I don't know. I also looked at landscaping, what is the actual view? What's the view gonna be? The house next door has a slightly elevated pool, but it's not an elevated house, it's not an elevated pool. They didn't have a view before Ian. So 20 years ago, I sat at Matanzas with my kids and I liked this house on the corner. I thought it was really cool. But you couldn't see a lot of the house because of all the landscaping. There's mangroves and then if you go back down the street on Google Earth and you look towards the house, there's a hedgerow there as well. So I would actually argue there is virtually no view today, or it's a very obstructed view. So that's where I look at it and say, I think that two things. I think there is actually, if this were my house, I wouldn't want to tear it down or try to elevate the whole thing because it's probably impossible. But I could build space, new space. I could get a garage, and I could get new space that is actually, maybe safe from future flooding, where the rest of the house is probably not. And so you could literally take your possessions and put them up there. You could, and so to me, that's a pretty good justification for, how do I make this house sort of a little bit more flood proof or have at least safe zones for things. So anyway, those are just a few of my comments. Yeah, I don't think there's, I don't really, I have sympathy for someone that's one lot back, but I'd also say that if you're one lot back, you didn't buy a bayfront, right? And so you didn't pay for a bayfront probably, so unfortunately you probably can't expect that. Like, I've always looked at homes one lot back and I say, well, if someone builds a big house in front of that, I lose my view. If not, I might have a view today because it's a single story. Well, that was prior to Ian, but so anyway, those are my thoughts.
Anything?
Well, I guess my comments would be that I do think there is a hardship. I think the double setback creates a hardship. I think the climate change, the hurricanes have committed a hardship. And, therefore, if we can find that there's a hardship, then the aesthetics, while I guess I'm sensitive to, they're not a requirement of the code. The code says we have to find there's a hardship, so.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, who'd like to make a motion? If I had the findings and conclusions here, I'd do it, but I don't.
Nobody made a
You
motion
can
yet.
just refer to them generally.
No, because.
But can we adopt the findings and
Yeah.
No,
conclusions
because they
if
are
there's a denial?
denial.
Right.
However,
That's-
you have heard testimony by others, and you have been given some documentation as well. So your motion should basically reference if you believe there is competent, substantial evidence in the record to satisfy the criteria.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to approve a variance request 202-50060, finding that there is competent and substantial information and testimony on the record that there are that satisfy the findings and conclusions necessary for this request. And in-
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt, but could you read the variance number you're approving again?
No, okay, I read the wrong one.
You did.
Thank God you're watching me today, Jim. It's VAR 202-50045.
There you go.
Yeah, okay, and include, well, that's it.
Second.
Thank you.
And including the conditions? Did you say that? To include the two conditions?
Yes, and including the two conditions that are normal in our requests.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, Anita, aye.
Aye.
Jim, Don,
Aye.
Doug,
Aye.
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 No.
okay. The motion carries 6-1, which forces this variance request to the town council. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all.
We're gonna go backwards.
And now we're going to backtrack and reopen. Let me get to my piece of paper here.
Page 21.
What page was that?
21 in the
We are
packet.
reopening, variance request 202-50060, that's 170 Curlew Street. Okay, so we already read the title and everything else, Judith?
Judith Frankel, Principal Planner in Community Development. I had the opportunity to speak with the applicant out in the hallway, and I gave them a copy of the staff report and the ordinance, so they've seen all the materials, and I reviewed it with them.
Thank you very much, Judith.
So this is an application for one variance from Land Development Code Table 34-30 for 170 Curlew Street. They are seeking to construct a pool enclosure in the RS zoning district. The required side setback for this accessory structure is 7.5 feet. They're looking to vary by variance of 4 feet 2 inches for a side setback of 3 feet 4 inches. The pool enclosure is intended to follow the line of the house. The house, I'm not sure of the age, but it was built pre the incorporation of the town. It's an older home, and had these existing setbacks. So what they're looking to do with their pool enclosure is to follow the line of the home. They have already received a permit and installed their pool, and unfortunately, it wasn't caught at that time that the pool enclosure did have a different setback that they had to follow. So now they're here to ask for a variance to install the pool enclosure around that, the pool. Staff is recommending denial, because this is a typical sized lot. And we believe there are not exceptional or extraordinary conditions or circumstances inherent to the property in question. And that the request is not for a de minimis variance. It makes sense that they would like to follow the line of the home, but it's not essential, as this is an accessory to the house. The LPA should determine whether rigid compliance is not essential to protect public policy. That's the language from the code. The conditions justifying variance are the result of the applicant's choice in the matter. This is part of their requested design. However, staff believes that the granting of the variance will not be injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. And we advise that the LPA should determine what is considered injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare, but staff does not believe it will have any kind of injurious impact. The applicant is here, as you know, and can explain to you a little bit about the history of the property. They maintain that there was a structure there previously, but staff was not able to uncover any records indicating that, so that's why they're here for the variance.
Judith, can you repeat that statement that you made, that rigid compliance is not essential to what?
Yes. So, what the code asks, in this case, I'll read you the whole section. We're charged with looking at whether there are or are not exceptional or extraordinary conditions or circumstances that are inherent to the property in question, or that the request is or is not for a de minimis variance under circumstances or conditions where rigid compliance is not essential to protect public policy.
It's a great line.
It's rigid compliance.
I have a question on the survey that is on page 48. It appears that the covered screen comes directly off of the edge of the house. Is it out past the house, or is it at the same?
So right now, there's a covered portion on the front of the house, and there's a screened area on the back of the house. You're talking about the back of the house, closer to the water?
Right.
Yes? So that's existing. The pool is not on that survey. If you look on the site plan, though, the pool is shown there. And so they're adding to that.
Okay.
That's-
So it's not on that side, it's on the other side, and it goes.
On the more southerly side is where they're
Right.
gonna add the screened-in porch. That's where the pool is.
So I
If you,
see.
yeah, on, I think it's 47, page 47, just above what you're looking at, it shows the site plan there, and you can see where the pool is.
On page 50, the pool is on there, too. So,
Yes. Yes.
okay.
finished, Jane?
So I have I have questions related to what Jane's talking about. So the pool is existing.
Yes.
So if they, and when I'm looking at the site plan, it kind of looks like the edge of the main house is like 8.8 feet setback, and there's some sort of structure that's poking out that they're trying to align with on the sort of pool
it's-
side. Is that?
Yeah,
It's hard
so
to see what's
the
there.
front part of the house is at 8.8, but then there's a rear portion of the house. The applicant put in their application that at one time, they think that maybe it was a 2-unit property that was converted. So it's an older property, so it's had a history. So I'm not
Okay.
sure exactly why there was a bump out there at one point, but that was added on,
Yeah, so we're
many years
aligning
ago.
with the bump out,
yes.
which is okay, but then would they need the variance anyway to have a pool cage so that they can walk all the way around their pool? Because the pool, without the variance, let's say they put the pool cage aligned with the main house, then it's right on the edge of the pool, it looks like.
Correct.
Yeah, I brought this up last month, you know, there's so many changes happening with pool cages now that, I mean, I'm seeing pool cages with the fence directly in the coping of the pool.
Right on the pool.
And two sides you can't get out of, and I'm thinking, this is not safe, I mean, this is stupid. But, it's approved, and, you know, when you look up what is the distance around the pool that is required by Florida state law, and it says between 3 and 4 feet. And so, you know, I do think it's important to have a walk-around. And so, you know, I'm following what you're
Yeah,
saying
so-
also. I think we need to,
I think to me, I mean, I'm not the owner, of course, but the bigger issue is to have a walk around in the pool rather than align with the structure,
right.
which you kind of have to align with the structure to have a reasonable walk around.
Judith, can they build code compliant screen? Would it cover the pool? Or a little-
I mean, that's Florida building code, so you know, I'm not the
I'm
expert
talking
on that.
about with our,
My understanding is that distance from the coping has to do with other structures, so like distance from the house, so it doesn't interact with the foundation. Again, I'm not the
yeah, but
building
if they weren't
official.
asking for variances and just wanted to build a screen, it'd only wouldn't cover the entire area.
Judith, is there any impact on the adjacent property with the reduced setback?
So I haven't had any, and I just checked with other staff, that we haven't had any emails or communication about this. Nobody's written in to tell us they have a problem with it.
I mean, there's already the bump out of the existing structure
That's right, into
already
the wall.
infringes on the setback.
Should we hear from the applicant and see if they can fill in some blanks?
Sure.
Thank you, Judith. Jim, Tammy?
Thank you very much for your time today. I know you have a busy schedule. I'll try to make this brief. I'm not good at that.
Jim, if you guys will say your names for the record again.
James M. Bradford,
Tammy Bradford.
thank you.
I'm gonna show the picture for the.
Okay. If you don't mind, let us pass around a picture while,
Sorry, over there for you.
sorry we didn't bring a lot of pictures.
That's okay, no problem, no problem.
Did not really intend to have to go through this. I would like to just start with a little history of this to begin with. And this structure was built back in the 50s. In the 1970s, Gene Rash, who owned the house at that time, had a wooden deck on the back of it. And at that time, 160 Curlew and 170 Curlew were connected together. It was in later years it got disconnected, and when I bought the house, I just dismantled the wooden deck and I moved it and built wooden sidewalks all the way around the house. It had a wooden screen room on it, made out of 4x4s and 2x4s, as the old 50s and 60s stuff would have been done. The contractor that did that was Chuck Dennison back then, and Gene Rash was the owner of the house, who was the Coast Guard chief. I've spoke with all of the neighbors. I've owned that house since the early 80s and lived there. And I do not currently live there, just so there's no confusion of what I'm saying to you. And none of the neighbors on the street have all been okay with us doing this. I know every one of them, most of them anyway. If there's one or two I don't know, it's only because of the changing elements of the island. During Hurricane Ian, we lost all of the documentation which we would have had for this house. Unfortunately, this was something that was granted by the county back many, many, many years ago, and it's on some sort of, however they upgraded it to computers or stuff, someplace probably. When we started this project, we hired a pool contractor to put the pool in. And as you guys have all seen the picture, you'll note that the lines of the deck perfectly aligned with the side of the building. I was not aware of the actual setbacks. So the lots are only 60 feet wide. I mean, setbacks to any amount become tremendous on a 60-foot wide lot. The contractor, we had the surveys done, the strings were run. I saw all of this done. I saw it when they dug the foundations for the screen room before they put down the pool deck, our pool deck. We had the engineering done, we had the site plans done, we applied for our permits, we received everything. And I'm not fixing any blame to anybody. All I'm trying to allude to is there were some oversight, whatever that happened, but even the inspectors came out from the city. They inspected, I was standing there when they inspected the foundation, looked at it, and when they did all of the pool inspections and stuff, I was there for every inspection. And nobody picks up on this. We get done with the pool, we get done with the deck, the foundations are poured. We hired the screen enclosure guy to come, which we had him come do the size of the cage long before this when we first started the project. So we knew where the foundation should go. And they ran off the strings of the side of the house. They didn't, apparently nobody measured anything. I mean, who would think we have a tape measure? So along with that, we get to the pool enclosure and we get denied. So that's why I'm standing here with a variance. My understanding was if there'd been a previous structure there of any kind in previous years, that this wouldn't even be an issue. I've spent the last 6-8 weeks going through photographs, family albums, talking to friends. Everybody's in the same boat I am. Everybody's lost stuff that they can't retrieve.
Yep.
I could bring you a whole bunch of people in here to stand here and swear that the structure was there. Let's see, we went through the approvals, cage contractor. The irony to this is that even if we put up the pool cage, or if we hadn't put up the pool cage, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I know that most cities you can put up a 6-foot fence on your property line. Is that correct? I could put up a 6-foot fence, which I'm not doing, and block the view of the neighbor, if there was a neighbor to complain about it. The neighbor's property is heavy foliage. I mean, you know, we can always say down the road, somebody will change that. Our island's always changing. I know that things can change. We can have a hurricane this coming year and my property may not even be there, but it is today. So I'm asking for the variance as it stands today. Tammy, do you have anything? No. Come on, you gotta help me out here somewhere.
You've done a good job. Let's see if there's any questions for you, Jim.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody have questions for Mr. Bradford?
The structure that is built, that's like a 4x4, that was built, the bump out,
Oh, that bump out is somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 feet, 16 to 20 feet by 4 feet.
okay?
And then there's another concrete structure that's been there since the house was constructed on the front of the building that comes out to the same distance, which is for actually garbage cans and stuff. But if you note, I guess you don't have a picture of that, but it comes out, it goes up 5 feet, it has a solar screen panel blocks on top of that, and it wraps around and comes down the side of the building, 4 or 5 feet, which was a platform put there in the early years for the garbage cans to go to.
Any other
So,
questions?
so both are in line, the back of the house and the front of the house are straight in line with each other.
Gentlemen,
No
anything?
questions.
No.
No? Doug, questions?
No, ma'am.
None? No. Okay, Jim, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, we'll open the public comment. Does anybody have any public comment on this case? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Folks, any further questions for the staff or for the applicant? If not, is there a motion somebody'd like to put forward?
I would make a motion to approve this, 170 Curlow Street, requesting a variance for 4 foot 2 inches from the required side setback, resulting in a side setback of 3 feet 4 inches to construct a pool enclosure in the RS zoning district, subject to conditions for approval established by staff.
And finding conclusions
And finding and conclusions
that they meet the criteria.
that they meet the criteria.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Is there any discussion on the motion?
May I clarify?
Yes.
So that is based on the testimony and the documents that have been provided to you? The
Yes.
satisfaction of the criteria?
Right.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct. And the statement that Sarah gave us that there's,
The rigid compliance is
Rigid.
not essential to protect public policy. Well, you're gonna hear that a lot from me.
Correct.
I love that one.
Thank
All
you.
right, any other discussion on this? So we have a motion to approve this variance request. Your vote, Doug?
Aye.
And Jane?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Jim?
Yes.
Doug?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
And I. Motion carries unanimously. Say a little prayer that nobody challenges you and you're good to go.
We did before we came here.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. It was nice to see
That's
you and
what I
Tammy.
felt.
Very nice. All right, next item on the agenda. Anybody need to take a break? Are we good to keep going? Okay.
Great.
Next item on the agenda.
Wait.
Oh, we're taking a break. Oh, break. We're gonna have a quick.
How long?
10-minute break.
10 minutes.
So it's 10:22. We'll be back at 10:32.
Right.
I can still add, thank God. back on schedule here. And the next item on our agenda is letter D, variance 202-50012 for 722 Estero Boulevard. This is a resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions variance 202-50012, requesting 4 variances from the Land Development Code Table 34-3 for the property located at 722 Estero Boulevard, generally referred to as strap number 244623 W3004000.007E in Fort Myers Beach, to vary 22.5 feet from the required 25-foot setback for a street setback of 2.5 feet from street easement. 2, a variance of 15 feet from the required 20-foot rear setback for a rear setback of 5 feet. 3, a variance of 1.5 feet from the required 6.5-foot side setback for a side setback of 5 feet. And 4, a variance of 14% from the maximum allowable building coverage of 40% for a building coverage of 54% to build a new single-family structure in the RM zoning district, and providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scribner's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Judith.
Ex parte?
Ex parte. Mr. Dunlap.
None.
Don.
None.
Doug.
None.
Jane.
None.
Jim.
None.
John.
None.
And I have none as well.
Good morning again, Judith Frankel with Community Development. This is a request for 4 variances. This is a typical cottage lot. It is quite small in the dimensions, and the variance is going to allow them to build back a single-family home. They are not eligible to use the build back policy because it's going to be a little bit larger than what was previously there, but not very much larger. What I'd like to do is to go through the specific variances and then the criteria here with you so that we get the substantial evidence on record. So the first variance is the 22.5 feet from the required street setback. So this property has an easement, an access easement that runs through it to access all of the properties in line here that front the Gulf. So the house will be 2.5 feet from the front of the easement, not from the property line.
Okay.
But we felt that that was a necessary explanation because cars will be traveling down
That's a good clarification.
the easement. So we didn't want the house to be built right. We needed it set back a little bit at least from that easement. So in looking at some of the criteria here, this would not, for the front setback, it would not be a condition that would be the result of the action of the applicant. The easement is already there, and the dimensions of the street are already present. And this is really the de minimis setback that would allow you to still access that property. The second variance, a variance of 15 feet from the required rear setback of 20 feet, resulting in a rear setback of 5 feet. Staff felt that 5 feet was really the maximum distance to allow you to build a reasonable sized home, similar to what was there previously. So again, the dimensions of the lot are not the result of the applicant. And we felt that 5 feet was de minimis in this case. Number 3, variance of 1.5 feet from the required setback of 6.5 feet, resulting in a side setback of 5 feet. Again, this is, staff felt the 5 feet was the de minimis in this case, and it was not the result of the action taken by the applicant, as these conditions were platted many years ago. And then 4, a variance of 14% from the maximum allowable building coverage of 40%, resulting in a building coverage of 54%. The applicant has said that they can still meet the 67% maximum impervious lot area, so to comply with the neighborhood flooding ordinance. In this case, I don't know if you'll recall, but we altered the code. It at one point looked at FAR for these homes in this location, and then we switched to reviewing them based on the building lot coverage to make them uniform with all the other single-family homes. So I believe when the applicant first started looking at this, when they were designing the home, they were looking at FAR, which is now the incorrect measure. So we're looking at building coverage for all of these houses. I know the applicant has presented what you could build by right as part of their package, and it would be probably not possible to build without any variances of any kind. And then the D in the criteria is that the granting of the variance will or will not be injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. Staff felt that the granting would not be injurious to the neighborhood. We saw an application a few weeks ago or a month ago for a similar sized lot, asking for similar variances, maintaining those 5-foot side setbacks for a property of this size. Staff felt would not be injurious upon the neighbors, which are also of similar size and situation. That part D of that criteria, we have reviewed for each of the 4 variances, so that's in your packet. And so staff is recommending approval with conditions. The applicant is here to answer any questions, but I can also answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Judith. Are there any questions for Judith at the moment? Oh, all right, let's see what Jim has to tell us. Jim has already been sworn in and identified as an expert in his field for the town.
That was 2 weeks ago. Is it still good today?
I think it's still good today, honey.
Okay, thank you. We're here for VAR 2025-00.
Jim, say your name for the record, even though we know.
James Inc. Engineering applicant for the site. And we're here for this variance. Judith has done an excellent job. I could just sit down and say I agree with all that, which I do, but I need to put a few things on the record. As you know or remember, we were here 2 weeks ago with 726. This is 722, which is just 2 lots behind it. 724, we were able to do it administratively with the variances. So this is all one thing, all the owners are in agreement, they've got one builder, it's kind of like
That's
a
great.
good little project. So, to go through what's there, the owner is Patricia Graybell Trust, Patricia Graybell. I'm doing the design, planning, engineering, and the construction is Dan Dodrell of Daniel Wayne Homes. What we're here to do is we're asking for 4 variances, and what that will allow us to do is to rebuild substantially what was there before, but enlarged a little bit for modern conveniences, because the house was built in the 50s. The 4 variances, as was stated by Judith, is we want to move the street setback to 2.5 feet from 25 by code. We want to move the rear and side to 5 feet, and we want to increase the lot coverage to 14%. All of these are fairly consistent with the historical house that was there. The house is 722 Estero, it's in mixed residential, and the lot size is 0.5 feet. I'm going through this quick because you got a long schedule. So the front setback was 25 feet. From the survey, and this is the best survey we can find, and we used some of the rectified aerials and the survey and tried to digitize it to come up with these numbers, so they're close but not quite there. The street setback was listed as 7.5 feet, but that included the 7.5 foot easement that was there. So in looking at it the way staff wishes to look at it now, the street setback was 0 with the existing house. It was right on the 7.5-foot setback. The rear setback's supposed to be 20, it was 5, the side setbacks were supposed to be 6.5, and they're 5. Legal description, I highlighted to show that the 7.5-foot easement is there as just one of those easements that runs with the deed, not a right-of-way per se. Very typical in the north end of the island and a lot of other places on the island. The post survey, this just shows what's there. The lot's 50 feet wide, it's 45 feet deep, which is a 2,253 square foot area. If you take out the 7.5 feet, we got 1,916 square feet to build a house on, minus whatever setbacks that we have to go on. So when you look at the lot, which is what I've done numerous times here, you show that the 25-foot setback for the street and the 20-foot rear setback actually overlap with each other. So we have to have a variance of some kind to rebuild on the lot to start with. We did our design, the pre-Ian, as I said, the front setback was 0. We're actually gonna increase that to 2.5, which is consistent with the neighbor lots. The rear setback existing before was 5, we keep that, same as the side setbacks were 5 feet, and we wanna keep that, so we created this square, and it shows the 2 parking underneath kind of things of the house. So this was the box that we started with to do the design. Here's the floor plan. What was there before, 2-bedroom, 1-bath, elevated construction, 1-story house. What we're proposing, 2-bedroom, 1-bath, elevated house with clear parking underneath. Underneath is not enclosed, it's all open. The only thing it's got is the stairs, so we're not asking for garage enclosures or anything like that. To do this, the living area increases 100 square feet from the 1957 house. And the deck increases 280 square feet, which it has a bigger deck. And to go with, I believe the chair's comment last year when we're doing all 3 of these, did we take these into account? Yes, we put the deck in a certain way so they have the beach. I'll explain that in just a second. Lot coverage is 54%. Important to note that the old 57 house lot coverage was 44%. So it was already not compliant, even with the little tiny house that was there, because the lot is just so small. I went ahead and put the FAR in there because that is, as Judith said, where we started. And the FAR would be 1.09, and in this section it was 1.2 before the land development code was changed. This is what the house looks like, simple. They want it just as simple, as close as you can get to the old style house, so it's just a 1-story house with stairs, elevated 15 feet off the ground for flood. Very simple, very basic, just a nice little house. Now this shows the existing approvals to show that 724, which we did administratively, has a 0 street setback, a 5-foot side setback, but the rear setback is 14.5 feet, which goes to the chair's comment of, we're putting the deck 5 feet is what we're asking for on this application. The house next door, the setback is 14.5 feet. So they have that kind of still restricted view down the lot lines, but it's not as prevalent as sitting there. And then 726 Estero, which you saw 2 weeks ago, has a 2-foot setback, 5-foot rear setbacks. And we were able on that one to get the side setback compliant, and it had a lot coverage of 49%. So that's what the 4 variances are, is what we're requesting. Front setback, you know, I have these in there for the record, but I've already really talked about it. It goes to 2.5. The side goes to 5. The rear goes to 5. And the maximum coverage goes to 54, or 14% increase. Findings and conclusions, we agree with staff. We believe that the finding conclusion is we are compliant with all the findings and conclusions in the land development code. And with that, we're asking for the variances. And as I like to do, I put in a suggested motion to help you out, which is to recommend approval with the 4 variances. The approval doesn't grant undeniable rights. The development order substantially consistent with the site plan that the development is. We're consistent with the 67% on storm drain, which Judith mentioned. The variance is only for this home. If it, God forbid, blows away again, we have to be back here to do this all over again. And the property owner's insured 2 spaces. The only staff condition that I took out of Eli's report is, says I can't build past the 78 line, and I'm not even on the 78 line. I think that carried over from the 726 conditions. And with that, I have questions.
Thank you, Jim. Questions for Mr. Inc.? No questions, my dear. Thank you
Awesome.
very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate seeing you. All right, we'll open the public comment. Is there anyone here to comment on this particular variance request? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Any further questions for the staff or the applicant? Hearing none, is there any discussion from the LPA? Hearing none, would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve variance 20250012 722 Estero Boulevard with the 4 variances as listed, agreeing with the staff report and the conditions attached therein.
I would second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? John, your vote?
Aye.
Jim?
Yes.
Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
And aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Jim, very much. Okay, next case on the docket.
Madam Chair, if we can just announce that that was a unanimous vote, and there is a 10-day period if anyone has any objections to
Thank you.
file.
The next hearing is a special exception, 7150 Estero Boulevard, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying special exception SEZ 202-50033 to allow like-to-like replacement of existing riprap, aluminum fences, sidewalks, pool, and pool deck with 494 square feet of pool deck expansion in the EC zoning district, seaward of the 1978 CCCL, for the property located at 7150 Estero Boulevard, providing for Scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. Jim, any ex parte?
None.
How about you, Don?
None.
Doug?
None.
Jane?
None.
Jim?
None.
No.
John? I have none. I'm familiar with this property though, but I don't have any ex parte. Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Cresciente Condominium is requesting a special exception to allow the replacement or repair of accessory structures that were constructed in the environmentally critical zoning district on the common element portion of the condominium prior to Hurricane Ian. These structures include a pool, pool deck, fences, riprap, sidewalks, and sidewalks in the environmentally critical zoning district. The majority of this request is like-for-like replacement. However, the applicant has asked for an additional area of the pool deck, which is not recommended for approval by staff. The applicant is requesting this special exception through the amendment to section 34-652E that allows reconstruction or renewal of primary structures and major accessory structures that are partially or fully within the EC zoning district with the approval of a special exception. The EC zoning district is the land seaward of the 1978 coastal construction control line, and the condominium was built in 1972 prior to the adoption of the 78 CCCL. The additional work is considered development and not allowed by the comprehensive plan in the Recreation Future Land Use District, which is the land beyond the CCCL. So therefore, staff is not recommending approval of the expansion of pool deck, but the remainder of the request staff is recommending approval of. It meets the requirements found in the code for that special exception request.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there questions for Sarah?
Can I ask, just for the record, so staff's recommendation is that it is inconsistent with the comp plan?
The portion that is
The expansion.
The expansion, yes.
The expansion's inconsistent.
Correct, it
correct.
is inconsistent with
Yes.
the comprehensive
Yeah.
plan, correct.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you.
Now, the actual expansions are the two little, on either side of the pool, two little triangular areas?
So there's sort of a strip, and then it sort of widens
Yeah.
a bit further. So only the strip that they're adding that's beyond the CCCL is the portion. I don't know how much square footage that is. They've indicated there's 494 square
Yeah.
feet, but I'm assuming that's the entire area they're adding. Once it's within the, I believe, RM zoning district, the addition would be appropriate and could be approved through the process of a limited development order. But staff does not recommend approval of the portion that's within the environmentally critical zoning district.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Is the applicant here, or is someone representing the applicant? Yes, come on up. Hi there.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sheila McGinnis. I'm the Vice President of Cresciente Condominium Association.
Hi, Sheila.
And
I'm Lloyd Welker. I'm the person with the name on this. Okay, I'm the treasurer for the condominium association.
Yeah, thank you, Lloyd. Yeah, make sure you speak into the microphone. Okay. What would you like to tell us?
Well, as she has said, basically this 494 additional feet was just basically finishing out the existing property that hadn't been touched, okay? The width of the pool deck itself was extended a little, and some curvature that went out that was in that area, the CCCL location, and then would extend beyond east of that, okay, into the 1992 line insofar that has been accepted. So we can work without that area, okay, or do something. I'm just telling you
Because
what
that's the
was
only
original.
objection, exactly. Okay. So you're okay with the objection?
We'll figure out a way around it, okay?
Okay, perfect, perfect.
So,
Let me see
Madam-
if there's any.
Well,
go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, so then, just for the record, should we then, are you okay if we just remove that in its entirety from the request? Because the request currently is to allow that expansion. So if we take it out of the
I
request,
guess that's more in your purview of how you
Well-
do it. That was what was presented in the plans and approved in the plans. So are you gonna approve the plans to show that area and then say you're gonna take it out of the request? I don't know. I don't know the answer to
I
that.
think it should be taken out of the request. But then again, the plans would have to be altered.
Nancy, doesn't
Sarah?
that
Yeah.
just complicate things?
Yep,
If the-
can't we just, I mean, the staff's already got a approval with conditions and a denial of that piece.
that.
Couldn't we just, if the LPA
Okay, so you
decides-
go along with staff's
Yes.
Exactly.
recommendation?
Right, exactly.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, just
Yes.
checking on the record, that's
Yes.
all.
Thank you.
And just
Thank you.
one other question for the treasurer. If we adjust our approval, as some are suggesting, with the restricted amount of that additional deck, does that in any way invalidate the vote that your homeowners took approving the plan as they were being represented was going to happen?
No, it shouldn't at all.
Okay, good.
Any other questions for the applicants? We sure appreciate you all being here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll open the public comment. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak about this? Yes, sir? Sir, were you sworn in earlier?
I'm sorry, I did not stand up for the swearing in.
Okay. Let's
Okay, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm
Or do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles Arthur, I'm an owner at Estero. I actually have a question. I'm not even sure what just took place. I thought we were
Nothing yet.
We were gonna pass the expansion, and did you just say you don't care if we get that expansion? Is that what just happened?
I'll summarize this for you. The staff's recommendation is to approve all the variance requests except, or to approve the special exception, except for the expansion into the EC zone. And it was represented that the project could move forward in light of that.
Without the expansion of the
Correct.
deck?
See, that's why I asked about the vote for the owners.
Yes, yes.
Because I knew there was a situation.
So do you have a,
And that was your understanding, that we're gonna move forward without the expansion?
Yes, for
Sir?
that area, because that's.
wait, we really can't have this,
Okay, I'm
this
sorry.
conversation. That's okay. Just tell us what you think about
Okay,
that.
well, I'm here to say that that expansion is definitely needed. I understand that the line, I don't know what you call the line.
The coastal
but
construction control line.
Our entire property is forward, not the entire property, but a large portion of our property is forward of that line already. The expansion is quite simply to make the pool safer for adults, children. The concrete that's around the pool right now, I don't have them, it's 5, maybe 6 feet. And when you put a chair in that, you can't walk around the chair without being this close to the pool. It's a very simple recommendation. You said you were aware of the property. The south and east building protrude well beyond the pool. The pool is fully encompassed on that property by the south, north, and east building. I'm not understanding the objection other than as it sits with law, but it's a very simple, it's a very necessary.
Correct.
It's just simply to make it safer. I'm not real sure why we're here without that representation. I'm glad I was here.
I'm glad you were too.
It doesn't intrude in any way, shape, or form with that line.
Okay.
And it's absolutely necessary for those of us that have children, and even the older adults. You literally cannot walk by a chair. There's just not enough room. So for the portion in front of, and I don't know if that's the full 400 square feet or not, they're just simply asking to expand the deck.
Understood.
And I'm hoping that that actually gets done.
Well, thank you very much for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Sarah, could we just clarify, because there's a portion that's Gulf side of the coastal construction line. There's also an expansion behind the coastal construction line. So there's two
Yes.
sections there, right?
Yes, there
Okay.
are two components. I can't tell how much of an addition. This does not have a measurement on it. It looks like it may add a foot,
Yeah.
and then it angles out 5 feet maybe, and then there's a larger bump out, which is an addition that is not currently there. So this is the rather narrow part and the
Right.
sort of swoop out that we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Very
It's
narrow with a
beyond.
very slight.
And it's on both sides of the pool.
It's on
Correct.
both sides of the pool.
And yeah, and I'm familiar with the property too. I mean, I think it actually is a safety improvement. Yeah, I mean, so.
And with the criteria, we're not looking
Right.
at
I understand.
We're just
Yeah.
looking at what they're.
You're looking at the CCCL, I get it,
Yes.
yep, okay.
I've got questions. I'm just looking at this exhibit, and it's kind of hard to follow just what
Would-
is existing and
We
what's
may be able to get the
proposed.
exhibit up on the screen.
What page are you referring to, Sarah?
Page 189.
189.
It's got the drawing.
Josh?
Josh, can we have page 189 on the screen, please? Yes, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sarah, is the extra area that they're asking for, it's not to the west, it's like just width? The width in the area,
Yeah, it's just this little strip
Strip
here, and
there.
then it goes out, and then it's this little strip here, and it goes out. See, there's the CCCL.
but these bump outs are on the
They're on this
land
side
side of
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the larger bump outs are on the,
But
and I
we're
don't.
not, they're not asking for any more extent
Here,
toward the
that line is the old
Gulf.
pool.
No, other than that little strip and that little curve, the little triangle.
On both sides.
They are asking for something, but it's not, it's minimal, and I would say because of the way the pool protrudes out at the end there, it's literally just, I mean, in any code, you should have at least 3 feet, right?
That's where Gene was.
And I'm not, yeah, so.
Okay, are we clear
Yeah,
on that?
yes.
So we don't need to have it on the screen?
No, I think are we okay?
We're
I think
good.
we're
We're
good.
okay.
We're good.
Yeah.
What's this
That's okay.
triangle?
Cancel request, Josh. Thank you. And thanks for that clarification to the previous speaker. Appreciate that.
This-
Yes.
Okay, we have no public comment, or, sure, come on.
My name is Terry Smith.
Terry Smith.
I'm also a resident in Cresciente.
Yes, sir.
7150. I also think it is important for safety reasons, and it also is such a small amount of area, which doesn't affect any other building, anything, and it does cross over into the line a little bit, but I don't think it's gonna really make any substantial difference to the code itself. I think what we really are looking at is, giving a few more chairs to be put there, and maybe somewhere, like he's right, Charles Arthur is correct. The amount of area to walk by, when you're walking by, and when there's a chair there, a lounge chair, is maybe about 1 foot or 2 from the pool. So it is basically a safety issue. I've almost fallen in the pool just trying to get around people who have their chairs, or sitting on their chairs at the end, and their legs are hanging over. So I would also ask that exception be granted.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments, appreciate it. And we have one more.
Cynthia Clark, I
Go
also
ahead and
live
pull
in-
that mic down a little bit for you.
Short. I'm Cynthia Clark. I'm also an owner and a board member at Cresciente, and I have a lot of grandchildren that come to visit, and I agree, it is a hazard. People tend to pull out their chairs even more so to be closer by the pool, so sometimes you're having to go like this around the chairs. It is a dangerous situation, and I would like to see it. It really doesn't bother anybody. I live on the ground floor there, and it wouldn't bother me at all, and I don't think it would bother anybody else.
Thank you so much, appreciate your comments. Is there anybody else anybody else here from Cresciente? Okay, come on. Good morning. Were you sworn in?
No.
Okay, raise your hand.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Sterling DeFederico. I am also an owner there, and it is a safety hazard. If we could extend it just enough that we can get by the chairs, and when we have children there, they're not on the edge of the pool trying to get by. It is a safety issue for us.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We appreciate your comments. Okay, any other Cresciente people? Or anyone else? All right, we're gonna close the public comment. Any further questions for the staff or the applicants? Hearing none, any discussion, or is there a motion? You're hesitant on this one.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, go ahead, John.
I'll make a motion to approve SEZ 20250033 7150 Estero Boulevard, to replace like for like and also allow the expansion of the pool deck.
Second.
And because, why are you making that motion, John?
Per the testimony and the fact that it is, in my opinion, a safety issue that could be addressed.
And meets the findings of the.
And meets the findings and conclusions.
So if I may interject, one of the primary roles of the local planning agency is to find consistency with the comprehensive plan. So based on what you have stated, you would also.
I do find it that it's consistent with the
Okay.
comprehensive plan,
Sure.
with a very minor variance in order to take care of a safety issue.
Okay.
Okay, and the seconder agrees?
Yes.
Did we
All
put
right.
in the
What-
So,
five
yes.
conditions?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did the conditions.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Jim?
I think we should,
Yeah, I think we, go ahead, Doug.
I was gonna say, I think we should clarify the square footage that,
Goes into the zone.
yeah, the expansion of the 465 square feet as shown
There
on
you
the
go.
exhibit presented,
There you go.
Yeah.
or whatever it was.
How do you want to quantify that? Because does it actually show the square footage?
Yeah, 494.
Or 91.
No,
Oh,
that's.
the
that's-
conditions.
Is that the square footage? No,
Yeah.
because that's along the 494 square feet. Sarah,
Well,
do you want to
then,
comment
I'll
on
amend
that?
that comment to be as shown on the exhibit
Right.
presented.
Okay, okay,
That's good.
all right. Is there any other discussion on this? Hearing none, your vote, John? Don?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
Yes.
Yes. So the motion carries unanimously, including the whatever, and would you all please tell Becky Werner that I say hello? Okay. All right, thank you all very much. Okay. Next item on the agenda,
Madam Chair?
yes, ma'am?
There's a slight typo. Let me just go ahead and show you, and so we can read it. It's the reference to the resolution number. It should actually be 247 rather than the 73.
247.
Yes, ma'am.
So 247.
I didn't want to interrupt you in the middle of it.
Well, yeah, because this is a long one. Okay, all right. Here we go. This is a development agreement, and it is DA 202-50001 for 1028 and 1046 Estero Boulevard in Times Square. Times Square Development Agreement, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving or denying a home rule development agreement for property located at 1028 Estero Boulevard and 1046 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Strap numbers 24462343000017.0000 and 244623W3000016.0000 and owned by Persad Properties Florida Investments LLC, as authorized by Section 2-100 of the Town's Land Development Code and in compliance with the procedures for application and approval of development agreements with deviations set forth in Resolution Number 247. That's a correction as to the original posting. For the purpose of redevelopment for the property to allow a commercial development with a maximum of 58,625 square feet, 50 hotel rooms, and a mean roof height of 52 feet 8 inches above the 100-year storm elevation, providing for terms and conditions including but not limited to the identification of the proposed use of the property, a finding of consistency with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, commitments and development obligations, deviations needed for development, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Okay, so, Sarah.
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. The development agreement before you has met all of the criteria for Resolution 24-247 in regards to the Home Rule Development Agreement application procedure, the development agreement minimum content required, the Home Rule Development Agreement review procedures, and you are right now in the additional review portion of it. The proposal before you, and I believe that we did get new, our updated Addendum, yeah, our addendum had different
Images.
elevations, yes. So, this may not be the correct. So, we have slightly different elevations that were submitted to us on Thursday, I believe, of last week, and they should be, and addendums, has the LPA seen those documents?
I have. Have you all seen them?
Yes.
Yes, we've so.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
And I believe that Tina, you've brought copies of those also? Okay.
Okay, great. So the proposal before you is for a development agreement to allow 16,700 square feet of commercial space, 50 boutique hotel units, a parking area with valet service and lifts, a pedestrian walkway, a 10-foot wide pedestrian covered walkway that would allow pedestrians to move from the right-of-way area along the Times Square pedestrian area to the beach, and an existing consumption on premises that extends onto the sandy beach. The COP is not part of this discussion as it was previously approved, but I did include those documents from the litigation in your packet so that you could review that. And if you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them. The deviations that are being requested for this are the Times Square pedestrian plaza downtown district allows 30 feet. Actually, we have to do it from the CR zoning district, so that's 30 feet above base flood elevation and no taller than 3 stories. The proposed structure is 4 stories above base, or total, and 38 feet 8 inches above base flood elevation. And that's the new elevations that you should have received that are in your agenda packet. The request increases if the rooftop restaurant/bar is considered appropriate. The addition of the rooftop restaurant bar will increase the building height to 49 feet and 2 inches, and add an additional story across part of the rooftop area. There's an additional request for a deviation to section 34-674B2, which permits parking under buildings, but they have to have usable commercial space between the right-of-way and that parking area. This proposal is asking to not provide any commercial space between the right-of-way and the parking area. There's a request to section 34-675 for how floor area ratio is, there are 2 requests to the floor area ratio. One is to not count the portion of the building that is being used as parking towards the floor area ratio, and the other request is to allow a deviation from the floor area ratio requirement of 1.8 within the Times Square pedestrian plaza to allow a maximum floor area ratio of 2.5, which is a total of 58,630 square feet of development. There is a request to deviate from the hotel equivalency factors found in section 34-1803. The maximum equivalency factor in this location, I believe, is 2. They are requesting an equivalency factor of 15.7 to permit 50 hotel units. There is a request to increase the build-to line. Currently, the code requires a build-to line of 0 feet along Times Square pedestrian plaza. The applicant is asking to move the building back 10 feet from the Times Square pedestrian plaza property line. So that would put basically 10 feet of open space in front of those, in front of the structure. There is also a request to relocate, request to deviate from 34-676D, which requires driveways and parking to be relocated from Estero Boulevard to a secondary street. They are proposing direct access from the Estero Boulevard to the ground level, as there is not truly a secondary street to take frontage off of. There is also a request to deviate from the commercial design standards, to utilize essentially what's being shown, not in these architectural renderings, but the fairly similar architectural renderings that are in your agenda packet. The applicant is here to discuss what may be determined to be public benefit, and I can answer any questions you may have.
All right, I'm gonna back up for a moment.
Okay.
Jim, do you have any ex parte on this case?
Yes, I met with the developer, and he went through the project with me in a neutral place.
Okay, and plus you've also received all the emails that we've all received.
Multiple, yes.
That are all on the record because they were distributed by
Exactly,
Amy.
yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
Don?
No ex parte, but I did receive the emails.
Okay. Doug, anything from you?
Just that I received quite a bit of email passed on by Amy.
Okay, Jane?
I wasn't able to attend the meeting because I was out of town, but I did get all the emails.
Okay. Jim?
I attended last week, the developer's Times Square presentation. I've had a number of discussions with residents, received all our emails.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did also meet with Tom Torgerson and have a conversation with him.
Okay. John?
Yeah, I also met with the developer and have spoken to multiple residents about this project and received all the emails.
Madam Chair, also further clarification, in addition to emails, there's been substantial social media interaction
that's
and
what I
has
was
been
just gonna bring
exposed to
up.
that also.
Okay.
Same with me, social media, and have met with some residents or heard from some residents.
So I'll tell you, this has been the topic of discussion with people with me at my business for at least the last 2 weeks. So I've talked with people that I know and people that I don't necessarily know, but this has been a topic of discussion. The social media has been, tremendous, of course. And I did meet with Tina and with the applicants and had a thorough presentation of the project. And I also spoke with Mr. Torgerson early on, again, much like I did with the Arches, just asking specific questions about elements of this project.
Madam Chair, could we go over a couple more housekeeping items?
Please.
For instance, we have representatives here from the developer, property owner. Do we have experts that'll be providing testimony? Can we go ahead and identify those on the record?
Yes, please. Ms. Ekblad has been previously qualified.
Yes, good morning. Tina Ekblad for the record, Principal of Sage Entitlements. I have been qualified as an expert in front of the town before, most notably on the private side, the TPI FMB CPD application, the Seagate Development Agreement, and then I was also employed by the town responsible for implementing their comprehensive plan. I would request to be accepted as an expert today.
Absolutely.
Thank
Any
you.
objection?
Do you have any other experts?
Anyone else?
Tyler Peterson, our architect, is here as well.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peterson, could you tell us your qualifications?
Yes. My name is Tyler Peterson. I'm the owner of PDS Architecture. I've been the owner for 15 years. I was previously with another architectural firm in Fort Myers as well. I've previously been recognized as an expert witness in Lee County, Cape Coral, City of Marco Island, Charlotte County.
Thank you. Any objection to qualifying Mr. Peterson as an expert in his field?
None.
None? Okay, thank you so much. Is there anybody else, Tina? Okay.
You do have counsel present as well. Perhaps we could go ahead and introduce their attorney.
Hi, good morning. My name is Joe Madden. I'm here representing Prasad Properties today with the
Good
team.
morning.
I was previously your special master for code enforcement for about 14 years. And like all of you, I appreciate your time completely. I was a planning board member for the city of Fort Myers for about 5 years. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you, sir.
So before you leave, having heard the ex parte disclosures, would you like the opportunity? Do you have any further questions that you would like to ask?
You know, we're living in a different environment here with this development. I think we're all aware of what's happened with other matters that have come before the board. it's a gratuitous question. Does anybody feel that they can't reach a unbiased decision based upon the input that they've received so far?
Mr. Madden, I'm gonna tell you, I did some serious soul searching about this, because I lived in Times Square with 2 businesses there for 38 years. And I came to the conclusion that I believe I can, because I don't ever see myself there again.
Excellent.
On here.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, nice to have you here. Okay.
Can we have staff come back up?
Yes, yes, absolutely. And Nancy, I was gonna ask you something and it just totally went out of my head. It'll
So
come back to
Sarah
me.
has basically just tried to give us an overview of the presentation. The burden is on the applicant
Yes.
to actually go into detail, and then generally staff will come back with any additional comments.
But
But go
Mr.
ahead.
Dunlap
Mine,
must
mine's
have
more
it.
about process. Sarah, you have a copy of the development agreement ordinance that was passed in November by town council?
Yes.
So I know this is a fairly new process for everyone, and therefore there's gray areas, or what could be perceived as gray areas around where the negotiations begin and end, who leads those, who finalizes those, and how much input was provided by each party. So I'd like to ask you a couple things specific to the exhibit on the ordinance when it was passed. If you go to 3.1, staff negotiations, you see the paragraph that says, or the town manager or the town manager's designee deems that no further negotiations would be useful because of the unlikely possibility of reaching concurrence on the terms and conditions of the development agreement. Did you find yourself in that position?
I do believe so.
Okay, and that would go to my follow-up question, which is
Great question.
3.22.
That was a good question.
3.2.2. And this one specifically indicates that in such a case, that you can't reach agreement on major terms and conditions, the applicant is actually representing the development agreement themselves and not on behalf of town. By the LPA, which removes any recommendation or the inference of a recommendation by town, city manager, or their executives. Is that not accurate?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I just
That
think
would be accurate, I believe, at this point.
that's why
However,
that's why I'm bringing it up right now.
yes, however, further in the agreement, the amended version of it, there is a requirement for the, for management to make a recommendation to, the town council.
Where, Nancy?
Let's see.
3.2.3.
3.2, the town manager designee will make a recommendation as to whether the town council should approve or not approve a development agreement prior to the adoption and approval.
Yeah, let's just stay in a moment for a second, we can. I completely understand the next step, should there be one, would require a more clarifying position that the town staff would take. But what I think is important to get on the record is that the development agreements have the ambiance of being a negotiated settlement or a negotiated recommendation between the two parties. I do not believe that's the case in this case, as I asked both those questions. This will come subsequent to our votes today, wherever they are, where you'll need to take a position based on that. But I didn't want us to believe, or the public to believe, that there's a, by inference, recommendation because it was a negotiated document. It ended up, in my mind, in looking through it, in a place that was not advanceable beyond what the staff would have taken it, should they have been able to, and therefore it exists as it exists on behalf of the applicant.
Bravo. Yeah?
So-
So you agree with that, Sarah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just add too that, staff would ask for more, always. And so there has to be a point of closure.
Right.
Sure.
And again, you know, staff could continue to ask and ask and ask, but at that point, that's when it basically comes forward.
But you know, Nancy, this is the number one question.
Absolutely.
It's the number one question that at least has been asked to me. So you're telling me that the town staff and the property owner negotiated this and it's just coming before you guys for an approval? That's the insinuation of
It's
this.
a distinction I'm trying to make sure that we process it through the lens of it's a raw document in my mind, without recommendations or over influence from staff to where they like to go.
Let me know that 2 deviations that I listed are no longer included, and she will clarify.
Great. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. The calculation of FAR does not include a open space let's say the sunset deck, that's correct, right? That seems to be, if there's people there, it seems to be a flaw in the code if we're allowing a public space, but we're not using it in calculation. But the code is what it is. That comment is just, I don't think the code addresses these type of situation. But there is about 2,000 square feet of building on this 5th floor. Is that included in the current FAR calculation? That
It-
2,000 square
It
feet?
should be.
It is.
It
Yeah.
should be. I mean, I cannot verify whether the square footage that we were provided does include that, but I would assume that it does. They're aware of, that that's how it should be calculated. If there is space within walls under a roof, it should be part of the FAR.
And then perhaps you could help me out on understanding how we calculated what the request is. One of the drawings, the base flood elevation is 15 feet, is that correct here?
Let me
I mean,
open the plans.
there's a lot of verbiage in here that says above base flood elevation,
So-
but it doesn't
so-
show what the base flood elevation is.
Yeah,
Isn't it
that may
21?
be a
I
good
think it is.
question.
I thought it was 21.
I got 21.
It should be in the V zone.
So there's a FEMA flood elevation and then there's an FDEP elevation. The FDEP flood elevation will be determined by FDEP. If we utilize the 100-year storm study, I believe it's around 21. However, FDEP will set that height.
Okay. Interesting.
The, even in this drawing, this 10 feet that is a setback is the building setback, but there are obstructions within that 10 feet. There's the valet station, there is retail, clothing, whatever merchandising that can occur in that 10 feet.
Actually, Jim, no, you cannot, that would be prohibited. Well, no, that's not true because it's his 10 feet. Yep, you're right.
No, certain types of, he would be allowed to have, I believe from that code section, he would be allowed to have tables, not racks. If he wanted to, if the vendor wanted to have outdoor sales, they would be required to build a porch. Right now, at grade, it's considered a patio, and there are certain things that you are and are not allowed to have in that space.
Yeah,
I believe the
outdoor
only thing that's
display.
allowed there is tables if it's at grade, so they could have like a table with some assorted.
Because I think some of the drawings show this valet
Yes.
station there too.
And I'm not sure exactly where the valet station will be located, that could potentially be within that 10 feet though.
Thank you.
Anything else for Sarah at the moment? Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Tina?
Good morning. For the record
morning.
again, Tina Ekblad, Principal of Sage Entitlements. I have quite a bit of housekeeping, so if you'll bear with me while I get you the correct documents and explain the different things in front of you, I would appreciate it. So the first item is on your agenda, it indicates that Exhibit A was updated. I'd like to clarify that Exhibit A is the boundary survey and legal description that the development agreement will be subject to. That has not changed. As was presented, that includes the downtown zoning district and not the EC zoning district to ensure that we don't have any conflicting overlap. Exhibit B is the site plan and the floor plans. That is a little different than the other development agreement that you've seen. We tried to add specificity so everybody could follow along with exactly what was being proposed. It's also a little different than a CPD. You actually have a floor plan for each level showing the different square footages of the restaurant, where the rooms are located, etc. To the point of the FAR, the second to last sheet in this set that I'm going to hand out does show the calculation of FAR. It outlines the different areas in red that meet the intent of the Land Development Code in the calculation of FAR and the exact square footages, so that you can be aware of what goes into that calculation. And if it's all right with the chair, I'd like to hand these copies out and also indicate that Exhibit C, which is the conceptual renderings, were updated to reflect a new design in the roof line and updated architecture fronting the pedestrian plaza as well as the side facade along Crescent Beach.
Yes, thank you, Tina. And do you have these, all of this in slides so the public can see?
Correct.
Thank you so much.
So what will happen is you'll see the old architecture and then the new one will slide in on top of it. So
Okay.
we're dealing with what was in your packet and presented and then what's being handed out today, excuse me.
You know we don't like that, right?
I do.
Okay, good. Just putting that on the record.
All I can do is what I can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you are. I'm gonna keep this separate just in case I feel like and then also, the last sheet of Exhibit B, which is the floor plans, does include a new building profile, which has a reduction in height associated with the Sunset Terrace. And again, we changed the roof line, so there's an adjustment to the height there. That is a reduction from the advertised height.
Can you say that again?
Sure. The last page of Exhibit B, which is the floor plans, thank you, has a new building profile.
Okay.
There you go. If you look at that profile, the style of roof has been amended, which slightly decreases the height of the principal structure. And then the style of the enclosed area on the Sunset Terrace has been adjusted, which also reduces the height. So our height today that we are presenting is slightly less than the advertised height.
But is that,
I'm gonna go through it in specifics later in the presentation, if that's okay. I'm trying to clarify what was updated for everybody, so we're all starting from the same line.
So just so we can process your words through, what flood elevation are you using for your measuring, please?
We are using the 100-year storm, which is established by FDEP. The information that we have currently shows it at 20 feet. I understand that when we go through permitting, that may be elevated to 21.
That's correct, yeah.
But your code does indicate that height is measured from that point and above. So when we present today, we're talking about the height from that flood elevation, yeah, not from ground.
So your exhibits are based on 21 feet in AVD right now?
They're based on 20 feet.
20 feet, okay.
Mhm.
so you just add 20 to whatever she says.
It's a good way to put it. Oh, okay, Sarah has corrected me. She said the 20 feet is minus grade. I'm not familiar with the measurement of grade to do that math for you. We're assuming it's 3 to 4.
Okay.
Okay, so on the screen here is the architecture that was, actually, before I get there, I apologize. The staff report does indicate that there are 8 deviations, which was initially submitted. However, as was suggested, we did go through a staff review and a negotiation. And as part of that review, it was determined that deviation number 2 and deviation 7 were not necessary, and so those were pulled. Therefore, we only have 6 deviations in front of you today.
So you haven't changed the request, they were just not deemed to be deviations?
Correct.
So 2 and 7 are deleted.
Correct. So on the screen in front of you all is the architecture that was submitted, as I mentioned, through that staff review. As you all noted, we had individual meetings with each of you. We did have some conversations with town council individually, and then also we received quite a bit of feedback from the public. And so we did make changes to the architecture late last week. And so this is the building that is being presented today. You can see that there's been a color change. The roof line has been changed from a mansard style roof to a more open, fenced in architecture. And then some additional features have been added to be more reflective of the unified concept for the Times Square area. We did also correctly identify the valet stations. I will get into that. They are located within the 10-foot setback. And you will see on another slide that there is a mural adjacent to the Crescent Beach Park facade of the building. So, as we noted with the introductions, I am joined today by Tyler Peterson and Attorney Madden. We are presenting to you the development agreement for 1028 and 1046 Estero Boulevard. The properties are 0.9 acres in size. However, a significant portion of that is within the EC zoning district and is not subject to the request. So that brings us down to 0.53 acres, or 23,452 square feet of developable area in the downtown district. Previously, the property was developed as a restaurant. Many of you know the Table Mast operated there for many years. They had modified several structures to operate out of that space. And then in 2014, the Sunset Beach Tropical Grill opened after the former structure had been remodeled and rehabilitated. It is my understanding that that restaurant was 8,244 square feet of restaurant, 760 square feet of retail. There was a commercial parking lot adjacent to that structure. And then as Ms. Probst mentioned, we do have the consumption on premise on the sandy beach for that grill. Before we get into the details of the request, I did want to kind of outline the foundation from a land use perspective that we are working from. This property is within what is known as the downtown core. It is also sometimes referenced as the Times Square area. And so I'm going to try to reference this larger area as the downtown core throughout the presentation. If I use the term Times Square, I'm referring to the pedestrian plaza and either the subject property or the properties across the plaza. The downtown core is a identified redevelopment area, which according to Goal 3 of your comprehensive plan is to revitalize and improve specific locations within the town. And it is objective 4F in the future land use element that indicates that designing and implementing public improvements in Times Square is appropriate to spur private redevelopment. The downtown core area extends from the bay to the Gulf. And so really what we start to see is, actually, I'll pause on that for just a second. It extends from the bay to the Gulf. The Times Square pedestrian plaza is one side and an anchor, and then the Bayfront pedestrian plaza is the other side and a secondary anchor, with Old San Carlos Boulevard functioning as a main street in between. The future land use was designed to mirror this downtown core for the most part, and that is the pedestrian commercial, which is for intense activity center of Times Square, and it is the most intense commercial future land use within the town of Fort Myers Beach. When we look at the downtown core, the comprehensive plan breaks it up into several districts. This property is located within District 2, which is anticipated to be the lively commercial and tourist center of the town. Since the comp plan was adopted in 1999, at the time, identifying the new pedestrian mall and its design improvements was appropriate. The concept was that that would be the design theme moving forward for public and private investment. And the purpose of this was to address efforts related to facade improvements, having an appropriate mix of businesses and services, reducing traffic congestion, promoting pedestrian mobility, addressing inadequate parking, drainage, and then also addressing overhead utilities that existed in the area. While unfortunately the pedestrian mall was destroyed in Hurricane Ian, we did try to look at this intent for the district and bring it forward with the redevelopment concept. that district language is implemented by the Objective 3D in the community design element, and it's implementing policies. I've only chosen a few to put on the slide here because these are immediately applicable to the request before you. But I want to note that Objective 3D starts with promoting a revitalization to establish a nucleus of commercial and tourist activities. It then goes on in Policy 3D1 to instruct the town to establish a downtown redevelopment agency. Policy 3D2 then says that the downtown core area master plan will be implemented by policies 3D3 and 3D9. As Ms. Probst appropriately summarizes in the staff report, 3D3 to 3D9 is a summary of objectives regarding sidewalk improvements, pedestrian circulation, improvement in parking, streetscape improvements, stormwater management improvements, and then the last two are more directives to the town to provide technical assistance regarding dry flood proofing and enhancing the Lynn Hall Park. As you'll see through the presentation, we have tried to pull these concepts forward into the redevelopment plan before you today, unless it was a direct objective to the town. An example of that would be the Downtown Redevelopment Agency. That's not something a single private property owner can do. These concepts from the future land use, these concepts from the comprehensive plan are implemented by the Downtown Zoning District, which is a redevelopment zoning district, and tries to promote a center of the pedestrian-oriented commercial activities within the town. New commercial is anticipated, but should prioritize the pedestrian. And then the downtown district was established as what's known as a Park Once district, with preference giving to pedestrian movement. One of the ways that this Park Once concept is incentivized is to have a parking multiplier, which varies depending on where properties are in the downtown zoning district. The Times Square Pedestrian Plaza has a multiplier of 0, where most of the rest of downtown has a multiplier of, I believe it's 0.66. What this does is reduce the on-site requirements for new commercial, and try to, again, promote that Park Once concept. It also, by right, requires 0-foot build-to and setback requirements. Building frontage is required to be a minimum of 70 feet. And then the height for this particular property is 30 feet above base flood and 3 stories. Although there are some areas of the downtown district which allow 40 feet and 4 stories. I want to note a couple of things while we're on this zoning slide, and that is some of what was alluded to regarding the development agreement. Yes, it is very accurate to describe that we had conversations with staff and got the application to this point. We then reached a point in the discussion where we ping-ponged so many options that neither side could determine what improvements were appropriate and that the LPA would find consensus on, and so we are in front of you today. The idea here is to, yes, present the application as we were able to get it into a cohesive package and bring before you, but then also find alignment in the negotiation process. We've heard from staff on what they would like to see. We've incorporated that, and we've brought it here to you today. Do you agree with some of that? Would you like to see it in a slightly different fashion? These are things that we need to hear and are appropriate for this negotiation process. Keep in mind that we can meet with each of you individually, but you can't discuss until we are in this forum. And so we are looking forward to that feedback today. The other thing I would like to note that is unique about this zoning district is if we were to apply for a CPD, I've heard that question quite a bit, we would be moved from the downtown zoning district into the CR zoning district immediately, which would actually negate a lot of the incentives within the downtown zoning district for redevelopment and increase the quantity of deviations. So because the uses that are requested are allowed by right, because the flexibility that we need is consistent with the comp plan, we chose to utilize the development agreement process and then work to embed additional detail, as I mentioned with those floor plans, the drawings regarding the floor area ratio, and other renderings, to bring the detail forward necessary to evaluate the application through this process instead of the CPD. And then, of course, on top of all that, we have changing.
Before you leave that slide for a
Oh,
second,
okay.
please.
Yes, sorry.
The arrow on Prasad Properties, plural,
Yes.
points to 226. What should we digest in the public on what that plural refers to in this particular slide of Prasad's Properties?
Oh, the business name is Prasad Properties of Florida.
So that's a single dot, a single box, 226 is all you're representing.
Correct.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Correct. And that 226 is from the zoning map.
Sure.
Which, so that relates to the footnotes,
Understood.
which would no longer apply as a result of this
The
agreement.
reader could think that all of those properties were
Yes.
contiguous by ownership, and they're not.
No, they are not. That is why we have Exhibit A and the legal description to narrow that down.
Understood.
We also, I'll get into later in the presentation, have several restrictions that decrease the life of the agreement to ensure that if certain thresholds regarding future permits or construction are not met, the agreement is terminated. I think that was a concern, and we'll speak to the specifics of that later in the presentation. So that was kind of the regulatory framework from the perspective of the town's comprehensive plan and the land development code. And then, of course, as you all know, we have conditions that have changed since the adoption of many of these regulations. Mainly the comprehensive plan was adopted in 1999. The downtown district was adopted in 2003. The town's comprehensive plan in the data and analysis supporting the future land use element appropriately identifies that Fort Myers Beach will continue to have its land use shaped by state and federal regulations, mainly those applicable to the floodplain. As we talked about, which height are we using? Is it 15 feet and a V zone, or is it 20, 21 feet related to DEP? The comprehensive plan in 2009 looked at the impact of the V zone, which at the time was mostly south of Estero Boulevard, and didn't encroach as far as it does today. The master plan had an analysis done by the University of Florida, and it looked at either having elevated commercial with a pedestrian level walkway versus kind of a do nothing or dry floodproofing approach. And the analysis at that time said that if the elevation of retail or the dry floodproofing are not feasible, then the redevelopment will occur incrementally outside of the current regulations, endangering the town's participation in NFIP, or will be redeveloped in some presently unforeseen manner. In the Times Square pedestrian plaza, we have seen both of these options. We have seen what happens utilizing temporary structures and the impact to the NFIP program. And we saw what happens when the Times Square owners work together to envision their redevelopment. And these concepts, I believe, were presented in the summer of 2024. And they look at what would occur if all of the properties came in together and redeveloped as a cohesive unit. Unfortunately, that has not happened. Each property is under varying ownerships, and they now have different perspectives on what they should be doing. This is the first application within Times Square to come before you. I do want to note that, first of all, I was not involved in all the meetings with all of the property owners. It is my understanding that collectively the property owners identified that an increase in commercial intensity was appropriate to help the rebuild. That it would give them additional square footage, potentially additional uses that would allow the offset of the construction costs related to complying with these federal regulations. And it would also address the challenges that we've seen with the temporary trailers. What the additional square footage and uses do is create an additional draw for the residents that are currently utilizing Times Square, and then also to bring back that tourism economy. This unified perspective also aided in the Park Once concept. You can see that there's proposed to be construction on the corner, parking on the corner here, where we've included it in our presentation. And then also, I'm gonna venture to say almost all, if not all, of the property owners will need some sort of flexibility from the current land development code regulations. As an example of that, I get asked that all the time. What do you mean by that? As an example, if we put any type of use on the ground floor, retail, restaurant, outdoor seating, even if it is open air and complies with the floodplain regulations, the commercial design standards then apply. Those design standards do not allow for a roll-up door for open air commercial. They require a primary entry, they require windows, they require a certain percentage of visibility, and those things do not comport with the federal regulations below flood. And so at a minimum, that flexibility is necessary. The only way to get a deviation from that is the commercial plan development process or the development agreement process. And that is why before you today, the last deviation is to eliminate the commercial design standards and utilize the renderings. Because otherwise we would be deviating from a significant portion of the code just to get back to zero with the floodplain regulations. So I'll move off of my soapbox here regarding floodplain and into the request that is before you today. And again, for the refresher, these are the renderings that were submitted with our insufficiency response. And we have made a change as of late last week to provide artwork on the side of the building, to revise the roofline architecture, and then it might be a little difficult to see, but where the elevator and where the stairs are coming up on the corner there, the facade on the 3rd floor has been altered. You can see the mansard roof there and the yellow panel that is now removed, and it is an open patio. What that does is then move the setback of that floor off of the pedestrian plaza to a greater distance. So as I mentioned, the property owners in Times Square work together on a concept, and each property owner is responsible for bringing their version of that forward. We have submitted a request for the development agreement. We also, I want to note, in this rendering, removed the landscaping from the side of the building so that you can clearly see the architecture and the structural screening that was proposed. We do not object to putting landscaping back into the proposal, and would welcome some feedback on that. The request is a commercial structure at 58,625 square feet. That is an FAR of 2.5. We have requested a deviation to increase the FAR to 2.5, which is the maximum permitted by the pedestrian commercial future land use. The purpose of the FAR at this level is to provide the opportunity for retail at the ground floor, a restaurant on the 2nd floor, hotel rooms are also provided on a portion of the 2nd floor, and then having a 3rd and 4th floor of additional hotel rooms.
Tina, could I ask you, can you think of any other project that is 2.5 in the town? I've been trying to think about it, and I don't know that we have one, do we?
Not that I am aware of. You do have proposals that have come to you for 2.0, and those are working their way through the process.
Okay.
And then the rooftop was added. That was not in the original request. We did add that through the negotiation with staff. We are open to your feedback on whether or not that rooftop as a sunset terrace open to the public and the services that we're proposing to provide are appropriate and can be considered a public benefit. So again, the opposite corner of the building, this is what was submitted to staff, and we did make changes regarding the architecture late last week. Oh, there we go. The most notable change in this is that roof line detailing to look more like the unified concept. And then you can better see without the landscaping the 10-foot walkway and how the base of the building back towards the Gulf is open, so you can have a bit of a view from the pedestrian plaza as a result of the features. I do want to get into the different setbacks and the different walkways that we've been talking about. So on the 1st floor, we have a pedestrian walkway that connects the pedestrian plaza and the sandy beach. That walkway is proposed to be a minimum of 10 feet. We have agreed to place it under easement. And the purpose of that is because previously, the public was walking through the commercial parking lot. It was not a designated walkway, but they were utilizing that parking lot to get to the beach. It wasn't very safe, there was a significant amount of conflicts, but people are used to having access through this property, and so we wanted to relocate it in a way that was appropriate, and we've agreed to utilize the same material and color and features from the pedestrian plaza to direct them to the pathway.
What would prevent the public from accessing the beach from the other side? I mean, it's more open. If you go back to the, yes, why wouldn't you just walk through there?
That's Crescent Beach Park, they're more than welcome to do that. So that pedestrian plaza, the pedestrian walkway is 10 feet, to kind of relocate the access that had been previously on site through the commercial plaza. The other thing that we've done, let me just see, is incorporate kind of the open air patios on the second, third, and fourth floor. What those things do is push the enclosed portion of the facade off the pedestrian plaza, so we don't create a canyoning effect. And again, the architectural revisions are just to kind of, I would describe it as lightening the building. Tyler may kick me for saying it that way, but I felt like the previous roof line was kind of overcrowding and crunching the building down. But he's free to use the correct terminology. So staying on the concept of the pedestrian walkway, I've marked it here where the 10 feet is proposed. And what you'll notice is just past the retail kiosks, we do have a gathering space for public and pedestrians. The concept here is to also locate like a water fountain and a foot wash. What we find is as people and families come off the beach, they need a place to like put their stuff down, wash their feet, gather their materials, and get ready to go on their way, whether it's back to their car or to get some food, etc. So we thought that was a good spot. I think that we would be willing to consider adding a square footage or refining the benefits that are associated with this area if we can get some feedback on the appropriateness of the proposal. And then getting into the actual commercial uses. Oh wait, sorry, I apologize. The other thing that we've done on the east side of the retail kiosks is add ample room for bike parking. As you all know previously, bikes were strapped to lights, clocks, trees, etc. So we thought providing a larger space for folks to park their bikes and get it out of the plaza and keep that area open would be a benefit to the community. So specifically getting to the commercial uses that are on the ground floor, we have proposed an open air retail area fronting Times Square. That is to create interaction between the private commercial development and the pedestrian plaza. Behind that is storage and then a service bar. We have purposefully placed the service bar behind the retail and in the back of the facility so that it's not competing with the Times Square owners on the opposite side of the pedestrian plaza. We're anticipating that they will have outdoor seating that will be closer to the plaza, and we don't want to compete with them in that aspect. And then on the other side of the building where we previously had the commercial parking lot, we are still proposing.
Tina, I'm provoked to say something, but that bar will essentially be your service for the beach. Is that true?
And the existing COP, yes.
Okay.
Yes. We do have parking in the location where the commercial parking lot was previously. However, that parking is now private to this facility. It's using car stackers so that we can increase the quantity of spaces, and as a result, it is valet only. We have proposed to place the valet stations within the requested 10-foot setback so that the valet is there to monitor the cars, the pedestrian movement, and move the cars quickly out of the area. This is the traditional location where cars access the property in the prior development, so we have not changed that orientation in any way. The other thing I want to note here regarding the parking spaces is we have met the Land Development Code requirements for a hotel in terms of the quantity of spaces. without utilizing the downtown multiplier or any flexibilities offered by the zoning district.
How will you provide stacking, for the cars going into the parking garage?
There's former right-of-way there from Estero to the property that cars can stack in and then remove. It's also been utilized by service deliveries previously. So there is adequate space there that we're anticipating will remain due to the configuration of the property, the previous right-of-way, and then the business across the plaza are set to the west ever so slightly. So it'll maintain that historical stacking location.
How many cars are you saying would be in that stacking location?
I believe the site plan that Tyler put together demonstrates 3 at each valet station. So that would be 6. So for the second floor, we are proposing to reestablish the restaurant and incorporate hotel rooms. As I mentioned, we are incorporating open air patios to encourage the interactions with pedestrians in the plaza down below. There's also a patio in the rear to promote interaction with the sandy beach, although we have prioritized the pedestrian plaza. The other thing that we've done is provided the opportunity for a pedestrian walkover at this level. The reason that I say opportunity is because we need the property owner on the other side to finalize their design plans and agree. And I would go so far as to say also the other property owners within Times Square that walkover is appropriate. There would need to be a funding mechanism created. And because that walkover is off-site, we need some feedback from the town on whether you think that's an appropriate public benefit. And we also need to work through the appropriate mechanism for the funding. But I do think that that's a possibility for a larger off-site public benefit that could, going back to the master plan that was done by the University of Florida, create that elevated walkway system for the commercial retail that was proposed within Times Square at that point. But there needs to be alignment between all the other owners to get through that. We do have language in the development agreement currently that should that option become available and there is alignment, that infrastructure will not be constructed at the cost of the town. It will be a Times Square funded public benefit. And then we also have hotel rooms, the remaining portion of this floor is hotel rooms. And then the 3rd and 4th floors are also hotel rooms. You can see from this floor plan that the setback of the facade from the pedestrian plaza has been increased to 38 feet 7 inches, again, so we don't create that canyoning effect. The hotel rooms are a new commercial use for the property, and the proposal is for them to support the anticipated commercial and tourism center that the downtown core is supposed to be. We've heard the proposal on the other side of the Bayfront Plaza for hotel, for resort, and we are trying to anchor that on the opposite side in Times Square to support the existing and future businesses, create additional foot traffic, etc. And also, I think it's important to note that it does redevelop rooms demolished by Ian. Now, we've heard the feedback. I've watched a lot of the presentations. You've all seen this chart. It is the most updated version from the Lee County Convention Bureau. But what I want to kind of hit on and then get into some detail on as it relates to this conversation is we are still down by 50% in terms of the rooms that are open. I think we all know that. And yes, there are rooms that are, I'll say, in progress. You all have heard, and the town council has approved. As far as I'm aware, the Myerside CPD is approved for 45 rooms and commercial square footage. The Neptune is a CPD that is approved for 148 rooms. The Pink Shell came in and amended their CPD for an additional 40 rooms. You just heard earlier this month, Moss Marine at 263 rooms with commercial square footage. And there's an application behind us today to amend a CPD for an additional 75 rooms. That adds, I believe it's 571 rooms that we would anticipate would come into the marketplace, but that is only 50% of what still remains closed. there is still another 50% to go. And so the 50 units that are requested in this structure will not, I'll say, make a dent in that 50%. When we look at the downtown core and what has happened in that area as it relates to hotel rooms, we know that new hotels have opened. We know that people are taking advantage of that location, and it has added quite a bit of gathering and tourism activity to this corner. We also know that the smaller hotels that have reopened have not reached their pre-hurricane capacity. There are several locations that had so many rooms previously and have not opened to their full amount. And then there are several motels that were destroyed that equal about 62 rooms that A, have not reopened, have not come in for permit, and then some of them have actually requested special exceptions for a new use, indicating that the motel is not coming back. So the request does not realize the entire inventory of destroyed rooms within the downtown district. I want to note that it's in a location that does not abut residential, and so there is not a conflict between the activity of the commercial square footage and the hotel with any adjacent residential. It will support the recovery of the tourism base within Times Square. It will also create foot traffic up and down Old San Carlos Boulevard to the Bayfront Plaza to support the Main Street restaurants and retail as anticipated by the comprehensive plan. Jim, you looked like you were gonna ask me something. Okay. So that reflects the request that was submitted. And then through the negotiation process, staff asked if we had considered opening the roof to the public. And we said, no. Would you like us to do that? And they indicated that they thought that if we were willing, that was something that would be appropriate to bring forward to the LPA and the council. And so during that process of considering what we do with this space, we wanted to look at the options that currently existed for public gathering and viewing of the Gulf. We do have 2 public parks adjacent to us. And so people can come with their own chairs, drinks, food, etc., and watch the sunset and enjoy the Gulf. And so once we had to improve the rooftop deck to support the pedestrians and meet building code, and also bring the elevator up an additional story, which created additional height, we decided to cluster enclosed space for a kitchen and bathrooms to support the public on the rooftop. Frankly, we wanted to add something so that there could be shade structures and also service amenities for the public. I understand that there is debate on both sides about whether or not this is a public benefit, and I and the rest of the team want to hear that feedback from the LPA and the council. We do think that giving the public service is an appropriate amenity. If they didn't want that service, they would go to the adjacent public parks, and they most likely would not come up to the rooftop of the building. The stairs, elevator, and bathrooms are...
Wait, hold on. So you're saying that somebody could go up to the rooftop and just sit down and watch the sunset? Or are they going up to the rooftop because they're going to have service from the restaurant and bar that's there? So is it public in the sense that you can be there without patronizing whatever that business is?
Correct.
Okay.
That was the proposal.
Mhm.
But if you want to drink a drink and watch the sunset, you can.
But you won't be told to leave.
Correct.
Okay.
And you could bring your own drink.
I don't think we can do that with alcohol, beverage, and tobacco regulations for
Or
COP.
Pepsi, Dr. Pepper.
I don't think you're gonna get
Okay.
thrown out over Dr. Pepper.
Well, some places do though. I mean, some places do. Obviously, they want you to.
No food or drinks allowed.
Yeah, right. So that's what I was asking.
More I'm sure you have more questions about the related impact to height, and I'm getting to that, I promise. But any more questions about the design? Okay. I do wanna note that the public gathering space is 4,500 square feet. That is obviously not the size of the rooftop. The rooftop is larger, but the remaining space will not be open to the public because it is reserved for mechanical equipment. There is a shielding wall, so the mechanical equipment will not be seen from the adjacent plaza. Oh, sorry. That was the old architecture. You can see the mansard roof there, and then the new architecture opens it up. So this is what is being proposed today with the new exhibits. And then getting to height, I know that's another big issue related to this application. What is on the screen here is what was submitted to staff and what was in your packet prior to Thursday of last week. And so I do want to walk through this because I know there's a lot of conflicting information out there regarding this exhibit. And then, like I said, we do have a reduction in height, and I will walk through that specifically as well. So we are using the 20.3 feet for the 100-year FDEP flood. And that really starts, if you're looking at the left-hand side of the graphic, height is measured at 0 at that point. And so the left-hand side shows the increase from flood and the actual measurements, and then the right-hand side shows what we are anticipating grade will be if you're looking for both of those numbers. The request that we submitted without the rooftop deck was 4 stories and 39 feet 4 inches above flood to the mansard height of the roof. The mansard is measured at mean height. And then when we added the rooftop terrace, the bathrooms, the elevator, etc., that increased to 52 feet 8 inches, and again, that's mean roof height. If you are looking for the revisions in height from this graphic, take note of the rooftop triangle to the elevators and the kitchen, and then the mansard at the edge of the 4th story. As I scroll through this exhibit, you will see that they have either been removed or kind of flattened to bring the height down. And as a result, our structural height of the 4 stories is now 38 feet 8 inches above flood, and then the rooftop deck is 49 feet 2 inches above flood.
How can that be with the numbers that are out to the side with 65 feet and?
Because the 65 feet is from grade,
Comes
and that is
flood.
not how the Land Development Code measures
Flood
height.
to it.
So when we talk about height, I think it's important to, yes, consider the request for this particular property, but also in the context of what's been happening in the downtown core. And this is before Hurricane Ian, but also after. And so this exhibit has been modified to add color from the Land Development Code. And we're all familiar with the by right restriction that is north of Estero Boulevard being 30 feet and 3 stories, and south of Estero Boulevard being 40 feet and 4 stories. But we also need to keep in mind what I've kind of colored in gray here, which is the different commercial plan developments that are either approved or working their way through the process that have increased height above the 30-foot restriction in the Land Development Code. The singular exception to that is the Matanzas Pass Inn. Their CPD maintains height at 30 feet and actually reduces their stories, and I believe in looking at the case file that is directly related to the fact that they are adjacent to single-family residential. But all the other colored boxes in gray demonstrate a height increase above the 30 feet. The 2 properties that have CPDs close to this particular property permit 37 and 38 feet, which is consistent with our request. Remember, we asked for 38 feet 8 inches. The closest one to us is 38 feet 10 inches above flood. And then, of course, you have a proposal outside of the downtown core that requests 81 feet and a maximum of 7 stories. So we can see that as these development projects come in, they're requesting flexibility on the height, and this dynamic is changing across the Times Square area, particularly as it relates to this kind of District 2 Times Square and the core area around the bridge. Speaking of the bridge, I know that the perspective coming over the bridge is very important. This is what was submitted in the packet previously, and then we've updated the rendering. You'll see it most notably in the lower image to reflect the new architecture. A couple of things here related to the perspective. The renderings are scaled to show the appropriate perspective from the bridge. The bridge has a maximum height of 75.5 feet, which you're seeing in the top image. You'll notice that the Gulf is still visible over the proposed structure, and then to the left where Crescent Beach Park is. And then similarly in the lower rendering, the Gulf is still visible through Crescent Beach Park. I want to note that while you can very easily see the proposed structure in the lower rendering, there will be a replacement structure on the north side of the pedestrian plaza that then even obscures our own architecture and the view of the Gulf as you come down the bridge. It is not just this structure that will obscure that view.
So a scale question on this slide? Because if you look at it, it's been published a lot, as you know. One could draw a line from top of your proposed building to Margaritaville,
Correct.
and they look identical. And yet you have an extra story, story and a half, 30 feet above the shaft.
So you have
It
to.
doesn't show that way on, at least from the viewer's perspective.
So Margaritaville is 4 stories, and you have to take into account the concept of distance perspective. They are closer to this perspective on the bridge than our building, which is further back by at least a block based on the old plat.
300 feet.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, do you want, sorry.
I was hoping to just, so from the corner.
Say your name for the record.
This is Tyler Peterson of
were you
PDS
sworn in?
Architecture.
He was.
So there's approximately 287 feet from the corner of Margaritaville that you're seeing right there to the corner of our property line, which we're an additional 10 feet back from that. So I know, you know, as you drive through that area, you're like, oh, this is all real close, but it is about 300 feet or about a football field from that corner to our building.
Okay.
So that's why you're getting a little bit of that difference.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions about that?
No, thank you.
Okay, so perspective from the bridge, at the bottom of the bridge, regardless of what is there today, any redevelopment is going to obscure the view. The town's land development, the town's comprehensive plan does permit applicants to request a differing height than the land development code. You're all familiar with policy 4C4, which indicates that the land development code shall limit the height of new buildings and gives the option for redevelopment areas to have a different height. The land development code utilizes that option by allowing the downtown zoning district to, particularly in Times Square, to have 30 feet above base flood and 3 stories. So that is different than the 2 stories that is referenced in the policy. 4C4 goes on to
Because there was a change made.
I'm sorry?
Because there was a change made. Post Ian, we changed that. In other words, when the comp plan was written, it was 2 stories. Floor to 2 stories.
Okay.
After Ian, we changed that to be 2 stories over flood.
To accommodate the reality.
Right.
Okay, I agree with that.
Okay,
But not 3 stories.
but
I'm sorry, not
2 stories over flood.
2 stories over flood, so 3 stories counting the
Total.
ground.
Total.
Correct, I
Yes.
agree.
Okay.
I'm
That's
sorry,
all.
did it sound like I said something
No,
different?
that's okay.
Okay, I apologize, I agree with you.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
No.
Okay. The policy goes on to state that if a differing height is applied, which can be requested via a deviation, that particular attention would be paid to any permanent view corridors of the Gulf or the Bay that could be provided in exchange for allowing a building to be taller. But in each case, the town shall balance the public benefit of the height against the other public benefits that would result from the specific proposal. And so, you know, when we think about the policy, we also have to consider it in line with the property that is being considered. And there is, I'm not gonna call it a corridor, there is the opportunity to view the Gulf through the walkway. There is the opportunity to view the Gulf from the Sunset Terrace on top. I think that was a good addition from staff. I am not in any way indicating that it is a view corridor like what other applicants have brought forward to you, because that is not my testimony. There are a full slate of other public benefits that this project is offering that you are able to consider. And those are off-site benefits that I've talked about that will occur with the full redevelopment of Times Square, as well as on-site. And we're gonna go through those probably, based on your questions, in quite a bit of detail in exactly 1 slide, so just bear with me. I can see the faces. In addition to policy 4C4 regarding height, your comprehensive plan does contemplate new and expanded commercial uses. Those uses need to be prioritized into the pedestrian commercial future land use, which is what is applied to this property. And the commercial needs to contribute to the public realm and protect residential neighborhoods. This project does meet that intent. It is within the most intense commercial area within the town. It does prioritize the public realm by providing safe and identified public access between the pedestrian plaza and the sandy beach. By pulling the building back off of the pedestrian plaza, we're prioritizing that movement that previously existed without obstruction. And the ground floor retail promotes an interaction between the private development and the public realm. The location of the proposed development, as I mentioned, is not adjacent to a residential area and does not intrude into an existing community or negatively impact any existing or future residences. And so, in closing, this is the last slide, we get to the benefits of the project. There are public benefits that are offered, as I mentioned, on-site and off-site. And there are also benefits that can be achieved related to the development. And I think it's important to consider all of them as we discuss this project. We truly are trying to balance the private redevelopment and the benefits that can occur with what the public can access and receive from the project. We've incorporated the concepts of the master plan while trying to adapt that into the floodplain standards. And this has evolved through the negotiation process, and we would anticipate that it would continue to evolve based on the hearing today. We're trying to promote that lively commercial and tourist center, supporting a greater mix of uses, in providing these benefits through the redevelopment. So generally, as I've structured this slide, things that are publicly accessible are on the left side of the screen, and things that the developer is constructing that have an associated benefit are on the right. So I've talked at length about the public walkway. I want to just touch on and clarify that the previous pedestrian plaza had a certain material and color pattern associated with it. We understand from speaking in town staff that it is desired for that pattern to continue, and we are agreeable to having our pedestrian walkway include that design feature, so that the public has not just signage, which I think is also desired and we are agreeable to, but also an on-the-ground feature directing them to our walkway. I talked about the public seating that is immediately adjacent that will not encumber the walkway with the refresh station so that people can kind of gather themselves, clean up after being on the beach. I talked about the bicycle parking that has been increased so that we don't have encumbrances to the pedestrian plaza previously. We've talked about the Sunset Terrace being publicly accessible, that they are not required to purchase a beverage and food to watch the sunset up there. I've generally discussed the pedestrian plaza replacement. That is something that the town would like to accommodate. And I think it's I just lost the word. It is
Incumbent.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Incumbent upon us, as well as all the other Times Square owners, to aid the town in that. When we were searching for additional detail regarding the payment and the method by which we could make the payment, there was not alignment. And so we're hoping to get that feedback from this process today as well. And then I mentioned the pedestrian walkover, that would be implementing the design from the University of Florida study. But again, we need these two things are technically off-site. We need support from the other Times Square owners, and we need an understanding of payments and structure that we're hoping to get out of this process. And so those things are all accessible by the public and would benefit the public as a result of the proposal. And then we can talk about actual on-the-ground construction and things that we plan to do with this redevelopment. The valet parking and providing parking for the hotel rooms that is at standard LDC ratio, I think is an appropriate give for the intensity and the request of the hotel rooms, and ensures that there is not competition between the patrons of our hotel and any of the associated public parking that's in the downtown core as envisioned by the plan. So we won't be creating those conflicts, we won't be utilizing those spaces, we're taking care of our own impact in that sense. The increased building setback from the front,
On the
that-
valet parking, is that for hotel residents only?
yes, it is for the hotel.
So general public can't have their car parked anywhere, okay?
No, it's now private, it's no longer commercial.
All right,
We've increased the building setback from a 0-foot build-to line to a 10-foot on the ground floor. And then, as I mentioned, the third and fourth floors go back that 38 feet, 7 inches. And that's again to eliminate previous encroachments into the plaza. As Ms. Probst mentioned, there can be tables and display, that we would anticipate occurring in that 10 feet. We've also written into the development agreement that we will coordinate with staff to provide either a shade structure or landscaping to implement the streetscaping of the pedestrian plaza. The ground floor retail is an opportunity, it will be open air for those small businesses to reopen and come back to Times Square. And so giving them a place where they can reestablish their businesses, we felt was appropriate and a support to the community. And then I introduced the concept of the agreement expiration earlier. We do have a permitting timeline, and we are required to submit a development order application within 90 days of the effective date of this development agreement. What that does is force the property owner to come into the town for the next step within 90 days. If we do not do that, this agreement terminates. So we've heard a lot of, how long is this gonna take? You know, you could get this done and then sit on it, and we wanted to respond to that. And so the first step is the development order. The purpose of that is generally the site plan, the building for footprint, ensuring compliance with stormwater management, things of that nature. And then, the next step would be a building permit. If that does not get submitted within a year, again, the agreement terminates. We feel that a year is a long enough time to get through the development order process and get the building permit approved and work through staff comments related to that as well. If not, no more agreement.
well, while you're on that for a second though, the permitting process is certainly what it is. But permits have expirations,
Correct.
and they have renewal periods. It doesn't require you start the development, except within the permitted time frame. And if that doesn't happen, you could ask for extensions. So I agree, you're representing, you need to get permits, so the thing will go away. We'd be very interested in hearing when the construction would start, or the agreement goes away.
That's next.
Okay.
Let me ask one other question then. So this is a private parking lot for the hotel itself, and so where does the retailers and all the employees park?
They are going to do what they've done previously, parking for that type of, so, wait, let me back up. I'm just processing your question and I apologize. When we say hotel rooms, the multiplier in the land development code includes employee parking to support the hotel. So cleaning, maintenance, front desk, et cetera, that's included in that ratio. That's how we make sure the impact of the hotel is not spilling out.
But
How many parking spaces are you having?
66. But the development agreement doesn't restrict parking to hotel guests, which is what Jim brought up. It says customers.
Yeah.
Customers
Okay,
can
we
be
can change
anything.
that.
Well, no, that's what you say.
I'm happy to change that.
The intent is,
The intent is what I'm presenting. The intent is to support the hotel.
Okay.
If you found a discrepancy in the language, that's the purpose of this hearing. I'm happy to change that.
Okay?
4C.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't see where employees are calculated into the
They're not.
66.
Well, that is standard practice for parking ratios in a land development code. Is that a head? Did I see a head? Okay. I'm getting a nod of agreement from town staff. With respect to the restaurant and the retail, parking is not required in Times Square to support those businesses. None of the other Times Square owners will be subject to the same exception. That was the purpose of the vision statement in the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
So you asked a question about construction. Construction must be complete within 2 years of building permit. or the agreement goes away. We've heard some comments about, okay, but what if you walk away? I think we're interested in hearing the type of protection that the LPA or the council would want in that instance. There are a lot of things that we can offer, there are a lot of things that we've batted around, but we didn't have a firm alignment on, yes, you should do this just in case. So we're interested in getting that feedback today. And then, an extension can be granted, I believe there's a restriction in there, give me just 1 second. I know it must be, approved by the town council. Yeah, if requested by the developer, the term of the agreement may be extended at the sole discretion of town council and a finding that the developer is unable to fulfill its obligations due to circumstances beyond its control. So the town council would define what those circumstances are that are beyond the developer's control and would agree or disagree with that extension. And I'm happy to hear feedback on different options for that as well.
Any comments from anybody? Okay, keep going, Tina.
That's our last slide. That concludes our case in chief. There was a lot of complaint consistency and such embedded in there. I'm happy to answer questions. I know there's people here that wanna speak. I'm sure you wanna go through the development agreement. We're happy to get that feedback and requested revisions, but we would be open to hearing how you want this to proceed before me continuing to talk at you.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? What we'll do, Tina, let's have the public speak, and, or if Mr. Prasad wishes, whoever else wants to speak for your presentation.
Yeah, and Attorney Madden just reminded me that we would like to reserve the opportunity to rebut.
Absolutely, you'll have time afterwards, yeah. Do you wanna take a break? Okay, we're gonna take a quick, a what?
A long break or a short break?
Oh.
Lunch break?
Their lunch
We
is
do
here.
have lunch
But
available.
is there enough for everybody in the room?
No.
No. But I have crackers.
For everybody in the room?
Well, there's still some. Okay, well, with your indulgence, we're gonna take a 20-minute break so that these people can have a little bite to eat. Or do you want a half an hour?
Just announce it.
A half an hour. A half an hour.
Thank you.
Yep. right, everyone, it's 1:00 and we are back in session. We left off with being just about ready to open the public comment. So with no objection, that's what I'll do right now. If you haven't been sworn in, if you'd let us know when you come to the podium, we'll do a quick on-the-fly swear in. So would anybody like to make comments about this case? Yes, sir. Tom, you'll be next. And Tom, did you have your hand up too? This is Tom Brady.
You have not been? Okay, if you raise your right hand.
Has anybody else not been sworn in? Go ahead, stand up and raise your hand.
Stand up and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you all. Go ahead, sir, say your name for the record.
My name is Barry Lawrence. I'm a former employee at Sunset Grill. For 8 years, I used to sing there 2 days a week. I'm here on behalf of Terry and his organization. There's a lot of hurt feelings, and a lot of people have great opinions about this, and so do I. So everybody does. The one thing I'd like to bring out is that the one big objection is the view coming over the bridge. You're literally on the bridge for 30 seconds. You're looking down. If you're not paying attention to driving, you're going to hit somebody anyway. So my concern for a view would be when you get down to Times Square and you're in Times Square, the way they're conceiving this, there's going to be a lot more view over by the pier. There's going to be places to sit, places to enjoy rooftop views, a lot of things. And they talk about public, what is this? The public benefit. To me, the public benefit is instead of seeing a storm-ravaged beach with support still in the sand, sitting there blank, we have a new building with places to go, places to eat, people have places to stay, and we're creating new memories for our community instead of living in the old memories. The old memories are gone. We lost it all with Ian. I lived on the beach. I rode the storm out on the beach. I lost everything I owned on the beach. Do I want it back? Yes, but I can't get it back. So what do I want to see? I want to see progress on both sides. I want to see everybody come together and hold hands and get this done for our community, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Tom?
Tom Torgerson, 301 Palermo Circle. 3 minutes, so much to say. I'm just kind of probably hit on some high points. I am opposed to this project. I've been very outspoken about that. And it's really about height and density. Those are really my issues and concerns. Yes, we need build back. Yes, we want build back. And I'm all in support of Terry and going forward. He could break ground tomorrow by his right and build 3-story structure. And it's terribly feasible, terribly viable. There's nobody that could refute that. But yet, to go to this extreme height and density that's never been achieved on this island by anybody before. 2.5 times the density of Margaritaville. Twice the equivalency hotel factor as Margaritaville. Margaritaville, I won't bore you, we don't have the time for it, provided unbelievable, real public benefit beyond its 12 bike racks that each handle 6 bikes. But it's really about height, it's really about density, and speaking to that, I think one of the points that Tina made is, and without naming it, because it's probably appropriate not to, I think she referred to our CPD as the closest adjoining CPD that got a deviation on story and height. That was only because we have had the height and density, or the height and story by right on the beach side of our property. But we chose to move it to the bay side, and the bay side didn't allow as much height and stories. So we had to ask for a deviation to get the same height and stories that we would have had by right on the bay side. And if we would have put it on the bay side, we would have had this big wall.
You mean on the beach side?
Beach side, I'm sorry, thank you for correcting me. We wouldn't have been able to provide that nearly 400-foot long view corridor. So it's really about height and density. It's not about not wanting this rebuilt. And again, I'll repeat. He could break ground tomorrow with what is terribly feasible. by right and get it done, instead of go for something right in this, such a protected, it's what people first remember about Fort Myers Beach when they come over that bridge. I was talking to Taylor, he's been doing some work with me, and we just got introduced for the first time in person. But he's gonna go back and review that rendering coming over the beach, because, you know, we all know Norm Shaft, affectionately Norm Shaft, and to the peak of the metal roof is 35 feet. Now look at that, you know that's only 30, 40 feet or whatever it is away from this proposed building. It's just not quite the scale yet. You aren't going to see the water from the top of the bridge. And obviously you're gonna see this big wall when you descend. Maybe the last thing a point I'll try to make here with my limited time is just that statistics are a really crazy thing. They're a powerful thing. You can work them, in any direction you want to. And Tina, bless her soul, I think you're missing some on the accounting, on the hotel room side of it. 2 projects that you missed when you got up to about a 50 or 75% recovery on the inventory. You missed your project, Margaritaville. we were not open till a year and a half after the storm event. That's 254 rooms. There's 70 rooms here with the lighthouse. Already you're 100% recovered from a hotel inventory. The bigger issue is condos, getting the people back in the condos, getting people in houses, getting back into VRBOs. That's the inventory we're missing. But yes, actually, I want hotel rooms too. I want more hotel rooms on this island. But it isn't a reason in this location to create this intense, this 2.5 is the top of the comp plan. It's the top of the comp plan. Nobody's ever, you know the public benefits that Margaritaville went through. We're 1.0. We're a 1.0 FAR. He's proposing a 2.5. He's not even they're not even including their covered balconies where there's roofs over. They're actually in excess of 2.5 if you really do it exactly per the land development code, if you calculate it properly. But there's just no reason for it. It's the wrong location. If there is a good location for it on the island, it's the wrong location, and you can build by right, and it's very feasible. Just get the rebuild going. Just get it going, Terry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Tom.
it.
Who else would like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Ladies first.
Ladies first. Oh, no, gentlemen first. We could say who's older.
Barry Wynn.
Barry Frank, resident OG on the beach. And I've spent the last 2.5 years at least on Fort Myers Beach at Times Square, talking to residents, visitors, all the businesses. And it's really time that we get something going in Times Square. There's been a lot of people who have visited right after Ian, and they're back a year later, 2 years later, and whatever, and go, what's going on, anyway, I am here to advocate progress. I'm not gonna wave anybody's flag, I'm not gonna go against Tom or for Terry, but Terry stepped forward to present something in Times Square, the first one to do it. I know I've been working with all of the owners of Times Square, the property owners, and we tried to get that all together, and it's just really very difficult. It would take another couple of years probably to settle that. And Terry stepped forward to do something. All I would like to see is you discuss it with him, negotiate it, do what's right, and just let's see some progress so we can save the island.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
All right, come on. Will, you also want to speak?
Well, it says good morning, but good afternoon. My name is Lori Webster, and I'm a resident of the island. I don't think there's a single person who has visited Fort Myers Beach and wasn't awed by the first look. Cresting the bridge and seeing the beach and the water laid out before you is an iconic experience. It doesn't matter how many times I've driven over, that feeling never gets old. It's my first sign of coming home. This project threatens that experience. It changes an iconic view from the bridge to a view of a building, a wall rather than a window. While we all acknowledge that the island in general and Times Square in particular can never be what it was before Ian ate it, we also need to be cognizant of the impact what we build will have on our fragile infrastructure. We need to stop allowing developers to gaslight their way to a yes. While I appreciate that Mr. Prasad believes he's offering public benefits, just as we saw with the Seagate proposal, offering up and highlighting things that they would have to do anyway does not benefit the public. Our comp plan and the development code outline limits on things such as intensity, density, height, and FAR. Mr. Prasad has not only pushed those limits, he's proposing to implode them. The majority of his benefits are simply common sense, a bike rack, access to the beach, or they benefit him, not the public. Restaurants and public gathering places that would encourage use of those restaurants, access to the beach through his development, bringing people into the property. Times Square paver replacement and funding, which is later walked back to include his proportionate share. Ground floor retail, kiosks, not stores, nothing permanent. Rooftop sunset terrace and service bar, creating even more height. Where is the public benefit? I see only benefit to the developer. Why are we allowing large projects to bypass processes that allow staff to work more robustly on aligning with the comp plan? This alternative was put in place to help the little guy who can't afford the processes of the CPD. This is not a bad project. It's a bad project for this location. It changes the view from the bridge. It's bad for the walkable vibe of Times Square. It puts a parking garage between Times Square and the beach. Its height exceeds the comp plan with no offsetting public benefit, and the increase of FAR to 2.5 is well over what this area can sustain. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Will?
Yes, my name's Will Dustin. I've previously been in Times Square for the last 20 years. I've known you, Anita. We've been neighbors at Wahoo Willie's. I also opened up Margaritas. Then I had the pleasure of meeting Terry. He gave me an opportunity to open up a store, ice cream shop in Times Square. I am a small business owner, and my feeling is this project is, a lot of technical stuff and stuff like that. But I know one thing about Terry. He does support small businesses and small business people. He gave me an opportunity to go in and open up a store, and either I'd make it or I failed. But obviously I made it because I wouldn't be standing here right now. But after the hurricane and the buildings were gone, my thoughts of ever going back going back to Fort Myers Beach was, I said to myself, well, now there's gonna be Starbucks, and because when you build back a building, you want that guaranteed check. And it's usually from corporations. And Terry said, don't worry, when I build back, I'm gonna be building back a space for you and the other vendors that were in there. And I don't have kiosks and stuff. And I am one of the business owners that when before the storm, they did before every storm, because we were at Grand Wheel. I had all my ice cream coolers on wheels. I just turned around, got a U-Haul, put them in there, took them to my house, plugged them in. Storm's over, I bring them back. Unfortunately, my house had no power for 10 days, so for 2 days I did nothing but clean ice cream. I don't see the downfall of all this stuff here. But all I can say is I'm supporting the building, and I know Terry does support small businesses, because I wouldn't be here if he didn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Yes, ma'am. Hello, Natalie.
Hello, good afternoon. Natalie Stickland. I'm the owner of 3S Cargo. I'm a French glass artist, and I've been a vendor in Times Square for almost 25 years. And I'm currently operating at 1028 Estelle Boulevard. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here today in support of the rebuilding of Fort Myers Beach, in particular Times Square, in which we were all witness to the complete devastation brought by Hurricane Ian. It has been a long, almost 3 years since then. I have many fond memories of the old Times Square, and as much as I would love to see the quaint wooden buildings, they are not coming back. And as I understand, the current building codes require substantial investment. However, it does not mean that Times Square cannot be great again and once more a vibrant with activity and commerce and an uplifting place for everyone. In my years working there, I have met many wonderful people. I have formed lasting relationships. I get many return customers year to year, many of whom bring their children along on the day at the beach. I have seen them grow up. It pains me to imagine a Times Square stripped of all its vitality. So I come before you today in support of this project. Thank you for your time and God bless.
Thank you, Natalie.
What business does she have?
3 Escargot, the little jewelry kiosk. Yes, sir? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak after this gentleman? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon.
Go ahead and pull the mic up a little
I
bit.
had to write it down.
Could
so
you- could you-
Otherwise
yeah.
I'd ramble on here, so.
Okay.
My name is Fred Malone, I'm the owner of the Buffalo Grill in Times Square.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys. I've been coming down here for approximately 18 years now, and we have finally set roots here, and we are very excited for the future of Times Square. Although we are running a restaurant, currently, my background in construction development, so I felt it necessary to speak after seeing and hearing a lot about this project. I talk to a lot of people every day at the beach, and I felt after hearing what people are saying and the concerns people have, I feel I needed to say something that's truthful. Every person I talk to is pretty much in support of this project. Some have valid concerns, but once they actually get the true facts and not the ugly lies and untruths on social media, they all seem to understand and support the project. I urge you not to take anything you read on social media into consideration, but only what you hear today, and go by the facts and code in the town comp plan, and not read something someone says from 10 states over. What most people seem to forget, the owners of Times Square did not ask to lose everything, nor did the residents of Fort Myers Beach. Some people seem to forget this. They all want to build back together, build back bigger and stronger. It's not easy, and it's a massive financial undertaking with new codes to rebuild. We are also currently working with our landowner with plans to hope to build something for us also. Today we have a property owner who is actually doing it and not just talking about it. He wants to start the rebuild of Times Square, so I urge you to work with him, as we all want this and the island needs it. From what I've seen and read, you have a developer who opposes this project. I wonder why that is. I've been in the opposing position myself for other projects I've done, and I think it's prudent to ask yourself if the opposition actually has any other reason to object other than not wanting competition or blocking their view and taking money out of their pocket. I think that's the real issue. For that developer to oppose this project seems very hypocritical, when they fought so hard to build basically the same scenario also, and then email you and complain the height is very similar to Margaritaville. There's plenty of business here for everyone. Coming over the bridge, what you see is the air conditions on the roof of Margaritaville and other buildings. You will soon see the arches. So I ask you to not take any comment about views into consideration at all. The height is negligible in reference to Margaritaville. It is very upsetting when you see someone who has the means to develop and build, and all you see is uncalled for slander on social media, mostly from others. I think I just wrote something twice in there, so I'm not gonna say that. I'm hoping all of you pay no attention to the social media and just deal with the facts and code the comp plan and what's best for the town. There are a lot more positives than negatives for this project. We need more rooms to bring visitors in. We need more establishments in Times Square. What he is asking for is not unreasonable for that area. The design is excellent, and the plan seems to work and follows the town's comp plan. I urge you again to just think about the cost involved in redevelopment and work with the developer. What Old Times Square used to be is gone, unfortunately. I know you have a hard decision to make. We can all appreciate the position you are in. But one thing I'd like to add is,
I have to call your time.
just the height on the two buildings. I wish somebody could point that out, the exact measurement height, because everybody keeps asking that.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hello, everybody. My name is Glenn Huggins, so I just wanted to just share a little bit about how I got introduced to Fort Myers Beach over 30 years ago. I moved here as a young kid, and some of my best memories are actually on Fort Myers Beach. Moved away, and when I came back to Fort Myers, opened up a gym, but what I really wanted to do was be on Fort Myers Beach, and I had an opportunity to purchase a business and open in the Seagrape Plaza in the middle of the island in 2021. And then Hurricane Ian came and we lost everything, not just on that business, but also in my other location. I was off 41. Both locations got completely flooded. A lot of what we invested was completely gone. And coming back to the island, like my top priority was to just get out and get involved with the community, because the one thing that I think we can all agree on is it doesn't matter how Fort Myers Beach has changed, it's the people that make Fort Myers Beach so special. And that is what I believe everybody loves. And I know a lot of people believe that things are going to change because of development, but the hurricane, it really washed a lot of stuff away. And as an entrepreneur, what I find is that it's very difficult to come back onto the beach, especially in a business like I had that needed other anchoring business. One thing I want to say is no matter what business anyone has here, I know there's a lot of entrepreneurs here, I applaud you because it is very courageous, not just after Hurricane Ian, but after Milton and Helene, to decide to come and rebuild a business. Like, you're making so many sacrifices, and social media is amazing, but social media also plays a big role in separating people. And I believe that people come to Fort Myers Beach because of the people, but I believe at the same time, it's also tearing a lot of people apart, and it's making it very difficult, for any business to be slandered or to be humiliated online. I think if there's anything that we can walk away from this meeting is, instead of fighting against someone who has the courage to build back, we got to figure out ways how we can all work together, because at the end of the day, we want the same thing. We want the island to move forward. And I think the best way we're going to do that is in peace, not fighting, not arguing, but just like we did after Hurricane Ian, let's lock arms, let's work together, because it's not going to work by us fighting against each other. And that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you very much. Okay, we don't allow applause, even though that was very, very good. Okay, who's going to be our next speaker?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Jacques. I'm a resident of the island, 7920 Buccaneer, and I also do a service for the visitor center in Times Square, where the chamber has the privilege to ask and approach the tourists and everybody alike. So I would like to offer my couple of sentences from my experience. It doesn't have to be chamber or anything, just as a person who does this day in and day out, that my 25 cents for all this, if you may, is that people who come to Fort Myers Beach are pretty much like three different groups, and one who are people who left and haven't been here back for so long, and yes, they are the ones who were having tears when they see the cobblestone that is still there, but they remember 4-year-old feet tapping on it. So, and then they still come and cry on my shoulder sometimes. So we do have these memories for so many people, and we cannot restore that, I know, but there is still a feeling. So we should, in my opinion, keep something from the old for sure, because there are a lot of souls here who really like to have this feeling back. And then there's the other group that I would go for the people who are strictly tourists.
My dear, will you do me a favor?
Come, sorry.
Yes, do just that. Put your hands on that podium, because you're like me, you're a wanderer and you talk with your hands. Now go.
So the second group is the tourists who maybe been here before or never before, and they are the ones who are not missing anything because they have no idea, maybe even that was a hurricane here. So for them, it's either the rubble, like, okay, what happened? Or they say, oh, I have never seen any other islands to see the beach so much and so much sand around it. So that's another group of people who, for them, is missing something to do, to eat, to lodge, to sleep, to stay there. So there is a large number of people from the newcomers that we would like to attract, not necessarily to move here, but they spend some time, spend some money, which is good for the whole island. I'm not just talking about this particular business, but if you think about that, they come here and they spend time and money, and it's important to accommodate them. So that would be a good point to have a lodging, if you guys think it's possible. I don't know about measurements and heights and competition. All I'm saying is that there isn't a need for people to come and try to stay around, because if I ask them where they stay, they off island, they Cape Coral, they all the way to Fort Myers back. So there would be good to have more hotel rooms on the island and also on this particular location because that's where they like to have life to go. And then another group of people also who come and stay, who have previous experiences. They don't necessarily romantically, or they just been here many, many times, like 20 years coming back to Fort Myers Beach. Don't live here, they don't want to move back, they just want to have their vacation back. And for them, it's definitely, they want to have a project, they want to go to see things, they want to be able to stay, they want to see the pier. They also, the group of people that more, sorry.
Okay.
So there are also a group of people who would want to have development going. So without saying, and another assessment of me is that if I'm there all day in the evening, there's like a waves of people coming. In the morning they come for the beach, they all go out there, and then around 4 o'clock or so they had enough of the beach, they leave, and all of a sudden it's like almost like a ghost town. There's nothing going on between like 4 until like 6-ish or 7-ish when people start coming back, a different crowd for the sunset. And then once the sunset is over, there's hardly anything to do. They cannot stay there. They want to go because it's dark, so they leave again. So we have like 2 waves of less people or nobody because they cannot stay. So in my humble opinion, if we could have this project going, that would be beneficial for everybody. And also, this is just my own last thing, is that I feel these people that I speak, I know them because they're all on the island, on the Times Square area, that they want to pull it together. This is a project that you can only bring if we're all in it together. So if we can just grab the part that bring us together and not the part that is not, that would be a lot more progress for us. Sorry.
Thank you very much for your perspective. That was lovely. Thank you. Okay, who's next? John Albion. Get the timer ready.
Well, before you start the timer, I just wanted to point out that if you brought some ice cream samples to go with the pizza, everyone would be in a great mood coming together. By now, it would have after 3 years, I suppose. So, good afternoon. My name is John Albion. I'm a commercial real estate broker with SVN Commercial Partners, but I am a past chairman of the board of the Fort Myers Beach Chamber of Commerce in 1987-88, former Lee County Commissioner for 14 years, former executive director of the Fort Myers Beach Area Chamber of Commerce. I succeeded Petro. And I've also been a member of the Beach Kids Foundation, actually since 1994, been on the board of directors. I'm here basically in support of this project because I want to point out some things. And the reason I bring up some of this history is because I understand Fort Myers Beach. I've been involved with it since 1984 full time in one manner or another, since we have a family business nearby. And I've also seen it from the political side, from the government side, the public side. And there's no question, everybody knows that the urban core of Fort Myers Beach is Times Square. All right, as a matter of fact, what some of you may not know, unless you have some real history here, is that Old San Carlos used to really be kind of a dusty street until then town manager Marshall Siegel George worked with the county to end the CRA, create a bulk of money to end the CRA, and that's how that got redeveloped. That made the urban core really come alive. But Times Square has always, that's why it's called Times Square, okay? So at the end of the day, that's where you want visitors and many people to be able to access for retail opportunities. So they're not going through residential communities to try to access commercial needs. So that's very important. I also wanted to point out that if you look at Crescent Family Beach, to Old San Carlos, to Nervous Nellies, Snug Harbor, over to Matanzas, I've tried to tell people that's really just an outdoor mall. Once you get out of your car, you're not getting back in until you're going to leave the island. So at the end of the day, it functions that way. It's very important that Fort Myers Beach work with whomever is willing to put forth the dollars to make it work, to have that happen, so it doesn't just infest throughout the island where people have to get their needs elsewhere. So this is a concept that in the about 25 years ago we called smart growth. You get out of your car, you do a few different things before you get in your car and take up more road capacity, all right? Also, this is one of the few areas in Lee County, I would suggest, that really is truly pedestrian friendly. Lee County talks about it, we continue to fall behind in it, but this Fort Myers Beach area really denotes it. Therefore, the hotel part of this is important, not just to help feed the commercial, but think about it. You have Drury hotels at Gulf Coast Town Center. as well as a Hilton Garden Inn across the street. Down by Coconut Point, they have a couple of hotels there. This is common. Bell Tower has a couple of hotels there. You need the hotel to try to help service during the slower times for the outdoor mall. Okay? So it's important to get those room nights here. I will disagree with the speaker who made the comment that there's enough rooms coming back equal to what we had before. Because all the evidence that I'm seeing is seeing that there's too many hotel rooms that have been converted or being converted to condos, which therefore is not going to service what the hotel population needs to be to make this island as successful as it can be. So I'll just finish up here by just saying that I think it's good.
Told you. I've known you half my life. Go ahead. But wrap it up, John.
Wrap it up. I think it's good strategic planning to have this mixed-use development there. It's the direction that the economy is going. The market will be properly rewarding it, and this is where you want people to congregate. That's why Lynn Hall Park is there. That's why Crescent Family Beach Park is there. That's why even Nervous Nellies has that tender that goes in there. So if you want to help this island thrive, I think this is a great way to do it. I'm supporting the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Whose hand is it? Oh, Tom Brady. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Tom Brady. I have been sworn in. I'm a full-time resident, Fort Myers Beach. I have no commercial interest in the island. I'm just a resident. First of all, I am against this project, and that is due to the height. I think the statements that have been said previously, I agree with all the people that are opposed, and I don't want to reiterate that because you guys have to spend a lot of time here today. I think the project could start today, and I think it's that they're asking for a lot more that causes questions in a lot of people's mind. If you want to bring us together, do what you can, build by code, and we'd be together instantly. It's the fact that you're asking for something special that gets us into these debates. So don't blame it on the people that are saying, don't do this, blame it on the people that are asking for too much. The development agreement, I don't know, other people said it's probably not the right avenue for this. I think we didn't know that when we started this process, but I think that's being used as a tool to help the developer get things that they normally wouldn't get. But I think you guys understand that. And actually, I trust you to make the right decision because you do the analysis and you've got the background. The public benefit is very questionable. The walkway is covered over. It could be enclosed at some time. Is that really a walkway or is it a tunnel to the beach? That's a problem. And what we're doing is giving up public parking. As much as we fought over that parking lot there, it did provide a lot there for people to park, and that's gone now. And then where are people gonna park now that they don't have those spaces and that access? So that's it. I know you guys got a tough job. I know you'll do the analysis of it, but please, this one needs a little more work too. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Is there anyone else that would wish to speak? Okay, seeing no other hands, I'm gonna close. Oh, are you right? Oh, that's you, Tina. You popped up back there like a little. You're welcome.
Jack in the box.
That's okay. So seeing no other public comment, I'm gonna close the public comment portion of this hearing. And Tina, did you want to come back up and make any commentary, or perhaps somebody will have a question for you?
I have a couple of points of clarification based on the comment that we heard.
Tina, will you bring that microphone closer? There you
Yeah,
go.
I'll like, what did you say, uncomfortably close?
Yes, that's it. That's it.
The question about the measurement of FAR.
Mhm.
I have the definition from 34-633 in front of me, and yes, I'm going to read it so we are all on the same page. Floor area is all stories of a building within the surrounding exterior walls, whether solid or screened, plus all area below an elevated building that is 6 feet or more in height, and all stories of covered parking. Our patios are not screened and they are not enclosed, and therefore they are not included in the definition of FAR. They also don't have walls. So based on this definition, the plans in front of you have been measured correctly. With the concept of the statistics that I was showing about what has reopened and what is still closed, there is an asterisk in that chart from the Convention Bureau, which indicates that it includes hotels opened post-Ian through April 7th of 2025. So I believe that would also include the Best Western. And then with regard to the height, there was a question about the comparison of the adjacent planned developments and then this proposal.
Is it raining?
Yes,
It's
it
rain.
is. It's a little dry out there.
It is dry.
I have in front of me
That's
ordinance 1804, which is for the closest CPD to the property.
Y'all talked about it.
Give me 1 second.
That is weird. I just love that sound.
It
started.
Take a
Good
hint.
lord. I forgot how many conditions were in this thing.
Comes the mosquitoes.
Okay. So again, ordinance 1804, which is the closest CPD to the subject property. Quote, the main resort building on parcel 1 may be up to 4 stories and up to 38 feet 10 inches above base flood elevation. The project before you, as we proposed it, is 4 stories, 38 feet 8 inches. The CPD immediately behind Margaritaville is 37 feet and change. So I don't think that a foot is a dramatic difference in height from the request that we submitted. What really is before you is whether or not the enhancements on the rooftop terrace are appropriate to increase the height, and we welcome your feedback on that. I also have a clarification on the permitting expiration and the conditions. Attorney Madden indicated to me, I was a bad consultant. I missed a conference call with the town attorney. And it has been agreed on our side that we will provide the payments regarding the replacement of the Times Square pavers. I don't think they're gonna be pavers based on the feedback we got from the town, but we'll call them that we will provide that prior to certificate of occupancy. That's missing from the development agreement. We would need to add that language, but that is a commitment we are willing to make. And then regarding the parking, Mr. Prasad has indicated that his employees actually park off-site. He has 2 properties in which he supports employee parking, and those are 1922-0 Old San Carlos Boulevard and 1736-5 Old San Carlos Boulevard. So the parking on-site would support the hotel rooms. Without employees, we would have more than 1 space per room, and so we would anticipate that the restaurant could then fill in any spaces that were not used.
Will you repeat those addresses? One was 19220 San Carlos Boulevard, Old San Carlos. And the other one was,
17365 Old San Carlos.
and what are those properties?
They are
Is
parking
it
lots
Old
currently.
San Carlos, San Carlos
Sorry.
Boulevard.
I
Big
apologize.
difference.
Yes, you're correct, and I apologize. They are currently parking. That is where his employees were parking for the previous business, and that is where they will continue to park.
Okay.
Those were the clarification items that I had. I would anticipate that you all would have questions. I'm happy to sit down. I'm happy to let staff clarify anything they may need to clarify.
Let's find out.
Okay.
So, Sarah, did you want to add anything to this, or do you just want, okay? So, let's see what questions arise. Doug, I wanna start with you. Have you got any questions for the staff or for, do you like how I just jumped over there to you? I feel like I always go to Jim Dunlap over there.
Yeah, 'cause he's,
I was gonna give him a rest. Any questions for staff or for the applicant?
I have 2 issues that sort of jump out at me, and maybe, staff or Tina can say this more concisely, but the deviation for building height, the justification provided, it doesn't, I don't buy it. And then my other one is the, deviation for, the, what amounts to 50 hotel rooms, a hotel equivalency. The justification for that seems kind of convoluted. So I'd like to ask Tina if she could concisely explain the justification for both of those deviations.
I'll try.
Thank you.
Let's start with height. The height that we requested is consistent with other commercial plan developments that provide.
Tina, let's not refer to others, because you know what, we're only talking about this one. I don't, the Man in the Moon could have a hotel someplace, and I don't care about that one, I only care about this.
For example, would you still be asking for this height if there was no other adjacent developments of similar height?
Given the increased setbacks off of Times Square, which elevate the requested square footage, yes.
But honey, that increase in setback off, I know I'm gonna irritate you this whole time, so get ready. The increased setback off of Times Square also lowers your FAR.
I'm sorry?
By not having the building up to the, you've decreased the footprint of your building, so you've lowered potentially your FAR.
So the setbacks create a box.
Mm-hmm.
The FAR is a volume.
Okay,
So
the box has volume.
I'm moving the volume around inside a smaller box by moving the setback. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay. Okay.
I guess I'm still not hearing a justification. I mean, you're just saying you need more space. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, that's not what I'm saying. In deference to being concise, perhaps I'm not providing enough detail, so. The uses that the applicant is requesting are a mixed-use commercial structure. And those uses need a certain amount of square footage to exist. And so we've increased the FAR, which comes with an increase in height because the enclosed air-conditioned space at the ground floor is limited. And we have tried to keep that within the parameters that have been approved previously. The equivalency factor is, in a way, it's backed into. The 50 rooms support the additional traffic that can be created and embedded into the Times Square district. And so the 15.7 is a back end to that number.
So kind of what I'm seeing is that there's a decision made that we need 50 rooms. Now, to make that happen, we have to derive an equivalency factor, and we have to add another story. Is
That
kind of what I'm
decision
hearing?
was made based on the fact that there are rooms within the district that have not been replaced. There are rooms on the island that have not been replaced. This is a known demand. And so we are trying.
You did like a market analysis to determine that if you had 50 rooms, it would meet a need.
We know that there's a need, yes. I am not aware that there was a specific market analysis, as you call it, done for this property, but we know that there is a demand for rooms on the island. The choice is whether or not those rooms go in the downtown district in a location that can also support commercial square footage and an increase in intensity based on the infrastructure and policies, or whether they get spread out throughout the island and possibly conflict with residential.
Could the project go forward if there was 30 rooms?
I am not able to answer that question, but I can try to get you an answer.
That was my question, is, was it economics? You know, was the 50 number met because of economics? Is it, you know, to make a hotel work, I need 50 rooms? Or, you know, I certainly understand the need for a business and the need for a capital investment too.
We understand that the desire of the LPA is to know if we can do this with less rooms, and I think we would like the opportunity to discuss as a team. I hear you, I wanna be reactive to that, but that's not something I personally can answer in this moment.
I understand
For
that.
just a quick follow-up on Doug's question, maybe we start with the baseline of what you can do by right, and the things above by right, we'd like to hear that rationale.
Okay.
Outside the public benefits things, I've got questions on that, but the difference between by right and what you're asking for would be a good conversation.
Okay, and I'm seeing. Okay.
Good afternoon, LPA members. I thank you for your time for considering my development agreement. I know it's a difficult decision. Times Square is very sacred to a lot of people, but I also want you to remember that when Times Square was created, a lot of property owners gave up a lot of property rights to create Times Square, and it ended up to be a
Terry,
beautiful
will you
thing.
say your name for the record, please?
Sorry. Terry Prasad, CEO of Prasad Property Florida Investments, also a resident of Fort Myers Beach. So when Times Square was created, a lot of the owners of Times Square sacrificed a lot of their property benefits to create Times Square, giving up their parking, giving up their right-of-way in front of their businesses and things like that. But it came out to be a beautiful thing. Now it's washed away. It's gone. We're looking at the rebirth of Times Square. We're asking for 50 hotel rooms, and it's a very, very small amount if you consider it as a hotel. No hotels you see are built with less than 100 rooms because they cannot survive. We felt from the testimony you heard from the comments you heard, after a certain time in Times Square, it goes dead. There's no people there. 50 hotel rooms will put about 100 people in there. People attract people, and that's what we're looking for. We encourage all the other owners to put some living space. We need to attract people back into Times Square because we lost so much of our vacation rentals, so much of our hotels along Estero. 50 hotel rooms is very, very minimal. We might end up, I don't know the financial aspects of it. Off season, we might end up paying out of our pocket. We all know when we operate business in Fort Myers Beach, August, September, and October, you had to pay from your pocket. Okay, I operated for 1 decade in Times Square. August, September, October, I had to keep my staff because if I lost them, I wouldn't get them back. So we have to put away our profits in December and January, February to make sure that we kept our staff and our bills going. And I know a lot of people, well, it's why do you want to stick 50? We only have half an acre. The back end of the bay, the bookend on the back bay is a much larger, over 4 acres. Our neighbors across the street are over 4 acres. Times Square is a very small area. It's only 330 feet, but yet it's a very, very important part of our community. And we tried to be very conscious on the height. We didn't want to go like some of the other developments, 4, 7, whatever. We wanted to make sure that our hotel rooms was a fair amount. We did a very step-back design on our building versus what we eventually come through with the building facing Times Square. We pulled that 10 feet back, and you're right, Anita. I mean, it reduces our thing. But we felt it was very important to pull that building back to create a wider Times Square, so that when we have activities, we're not blocking up and clogging Times Square. Now, one of the things that you gotta look at is the town rents us back space into Times Square. So although we pull back 10 foot, we can come out and rent another 10 feet. But, we wanted to make sure that the folks across the streets from us, or across Times Square, that only has a lot that's 50 by 50, are able to rent. And if we wanna use our 10 feet, for displays and stuff, we don't have to encroach. So we give a lot of thought by operating in Times Square for so long of how can we make it function. And we worked with all the property owners to see how can we make it function efficiently. Now, so coming back to your own 50 hotel room, can I go with 30? Maybe, but the purpose of the hotel rooms is to bring people into Times Square and have people be attracted to Times Square so we can be successful. And not just me. That 50 hotel rooms, when they stay in that hotel, they'll go across the town and listen to his music, have a drink. They'll go down to Buffalo Grill and have a burger. They're not gonna stick in my box. The other thing is, all the hotels and all the development that's coming to you now, they all have restaurants and bars. So we're gonna be fighting for customers because they all, within their footprint, have their entertainment, they have their restaurant. So although we get 200 and some rooms coming back here, 300 rooms coming back, they have their restaurants and bars. Whereas in the old days, the hotels were just small boutique hotels. They didn't have restaurants and bars. We got the customers in Times Square. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina, do you want to sit down with the microphone?
No.
Okay.
I sit all day, every day.
All right, my dear. Okay.
But thank you.
You're very welcome. So Doug or Jim or Dawn, you've commented so far. Any other questions for Tina? Go ahead. Okay.
Well, Tina, but.
Thank you.
All right,
I'll do
Jen.
my best.
Can Terry come back up?
Of course.
Sure.
In that instance, I will sit.
So I think the conversation, as you've experienced it over the last few weeks, is not the argument of whether or not the hotel rooms are needed. It's the location that we're talking about, the design of the building, and the height of the building. And all of that is predicated on or mitigated by the public benefits that we perceive or don't perceive, or the town does, that are worth it. So I want to talk just for a couple minutes about that if we can. For on the record, obviously at some point in the future with the town, we're gonna have impact fees with the development. Are you willing to state today that you will pay those retroactively when they come into fruition as a final ordinance of the town?
Absolutely.
Okay.
As you can see, we've already agreed to pay for all portion of the pavers because that has to be within. So.
Yeah, I get the pavers, but I'm gonna tell you, in my mind, that's fairly immaterial. It's consistent with the common, that won't make or break the town or this project in my mind,
Yeah, I think
but
that's
these other
already
things
in
I think
there.
we're talking about will.
Yeah.
The other thing, interactive conversations, is the inevitability of the inundation that'll happen again with several storms. And we've heard recently, through some town council action, they're considering putting some wave mitigation walls through that area, or at least an opportunity to do that. And in other areas like Clearwater, I think the accountant or the consultant mentioned, it's worked incredibly successfully to protect some of that. So you own property that would benefit the entire area by having a privately underwritten wave mitigation wall put in there as part of your commitment to the project. I think the numbers that were in the presentation were 500 to 750 foot, square linear foot, I guess. So talk to me a little about your willingness to step up to handle a portion of that. And then we can talk to your contiguous neighbors as your example for spreading out to the town and keeping the expense to the other residents minimum.
Good point, John. So we are well ahead of this. I've already talked to all the owners in Times Square. Even the new owner, Shalomo, that actually came to our presentation last Thursday for the first time. We met him in Times Square. He's very excited about it. I think it's a great thing. I think we definitely need to work through it. I know we have the meeting on May 5th, where they're gonna come back and give a presentation. I've also reached out to that person from J.R. Evans Engineering. So we definitely need to make sure that that gets implemented at least in front of Times Square. I also talked to our Lee County Commissioner Malaka about it. He didn't seem to think it was a great benefit for the parks, but we're diligently working to try and implement that wave wall.
So maybe a way I can suggest moving that generation, or that idea to more concrete is, you're proud of and representing being the first to step up and do this.
Yeah.
So we can't piecemeal the implementation of something this expensive material to the entire place. So I'd like you to think about whether or not you'd be willing to upfront the cost of that, to get that built in the areas that Times Square would benefit from. And then you can work with the other owners to be reimbursed retroactively to that as they came online, had projects that they were protecting. What's your reaction to that?
We'll be open to any suggestions. We'll have to go through the thought process and get an actual cost of it. But again, it's something that we strongly believe in. It's something that we want to make sure gets implemented. And it will not affect our construction or start time on this project, because that's something we can come and add. It will take some time to engineer it and get the permits, but yes, we're willing to work with the team, we're willing to figure out the financing, and we're willing to get it built.
Well, I'm asking if you're willing to step up to the financing on that as part of the overall underwriting of the project, because I agree, the process is gonna take some time, and it's gonna have a lot of risks associated with different members and different owners,
Yeah.
but you can't build this until you have enough capacity, if you will, both financially and from a square footage standpoint, to make it worthwhile to everybody.
Yeah.
So think that through, we'll see what the other members have to say, but I'm interested in getting those kind of things nailed down, so that when somebody starts this, the first person, it becomes inevitably going to be continued on because they can't have a gap in the wall or it doesn't have a wall anymore. So think that through if you will. The other thing I would say to you is the way I look at Times Square, in many ways it's our symphony. What I mean by that is there's all these parts that when they're harmonized, are thought through, and they play well together, if you will, it sounds like it should. And when anybody's out of sync with that, you get a whole different experience. But every one of those has a conductor. Somebody to keep all that in place. And I thought where we were going so many months ago, when the grand vision was put out there, is that there was going to be a conductor that would help make that happen. That seems to not be the case today, and I understand the realities around mortality and the things that we've talked about. But what we do here today, we've hired the first musician. We become the conductors in a retrospect, or retroactively, I guess. And I want to make sure we're doing the right thing, because this template then becomes the adjacent properties justification for anything going on. So when we look at the FAR, and the reason we're pushing on that so hard is that is now the standard if and when we would choose to do this. And I don't know that we're willing to say build Times Square with a 2.5 FAR. So I just want you to think about that too, because to me, we're setting something in motion here that will play some song at some later date that we all have to listen to for a very long time, and I want to see that synchronized. And in that, I'll close with one other thing. Developing something from scratch, bare piece of property you have here, and all the logistics complexities that go with that. Have you done that before?
I've not done something this grand before.
Yeah, and so we have to believe and trust that all those things that are coming, and I will tell you that only in the context that so many of these other things that have come before us are people that have either deep experience or direct actual resource to this. So I want you to think about how to convince us that that's going to go as you plan, and that what is represented will happen in the time frame, in the context that you're representing it, when truly this is a venture capital transaction, not financially, but from a project standpoint that you haven't done before. So I just want to get those things on the record for my peers. That's all I have right now.
I can answer that. We have Benchmark as our contractor, very seasoned, who's here in the audience, if you would like to hear from him. And your other comment, you know, when we came into Times Square and we took over Top of Mass, is one of the most dilapidated building there was. We brought it from that, and you saw the pictures before, and created something that everyone loved in Times Square. You know, we kind of elevated back the experience in Times Square. You know, we created the retail in front, and it was a very harmonious thing in Times Square. So we have been working with every owner in Times Square, even Laola, Chris Primo provided our architects to come up with some designs for him. You talk about 2.5 FAR. The only reason why we can get to where we are, we're combining two lots. Fortunately, we own them. They've been together. All the other lots are 50 by 50. Anything below 2.5 FAR, they're not gonna be able to build anything.
And that's why we're being so careful.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want to have any kind of debate. It's just our own personal philosophies on this.
Yeah.
I understand what's been going on. I understand the remodeling that was done and all that.
Yeah.
And I have a real sensitivity to what I call ING words versus CD words. My kids and everybody else around me knows this about me. ING words can go on forever because we're planning, we're thinking, we're trying. At some point, we have to have conclusions.
Yeah, yeah.
And ED words create those for us. I've done, it's happened, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I'm gonna be listening at the verbiage in our conversations all about moving to those ED words
Yeah.
so that we have a chance to celebrate
Not just
versus
welcome.
pontificate around. I'll stop with that.
Amy versus Ed.
Any more questions for me?
Yes, Terry, hold still. You gentlemen have any questions for Terry specifically? Oh, John's taking a deep breath. He doesn't usually do that. Want me to
I
come
guess
back to you?
it's not even, to phrase it as a question is difficult for me because it appears that the envelope is being maxed in every quantifiable way, whether it be perhaps not height, because you could go higher, However, it's exceeded in far, the equivalency factor for the hotel rooms is far beyond anything that we've considered on this island since I've been involved with the LPA. Significantly above even the large projects that have been discussed and approved here. So for me, the equivalency factor, it just doesn't seem to make sense in that it doesn't fit with any of the other development that has gone on this island. Significantly above it.
Okay. So to answer that question, we're one of the smallest development that's come in front of you. We're only half an acre. You know, the development on the back end is 4+ acres. Development across the street, which is already approved and built, was over 4 acres. My side was, I think, 1.5 acres.
But Terry, none of that is relative.
Yeah, so
You know, people always like to say, oh, you're setting a precedent. You set a precedent. Whatever the case, the only thing that matters is this particular case right now.
So the reason why it seems to be max is because it's such a small parcel. And because we want to have, you know, if you look at the definition of what is needed in Times Square, it's retail, it's restaurant, it's commercial, it allows hotels, and creating a mixed-use building, you know, we try to address all those needs for Times Square, and that's why we're trying to get us.
Well, I understand that, but in every case, we're being asked to stay within the by right
Mhm.
balance for public benefit.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure what else you could provide in public benefit other than something like a view corridor that might be of interest to us. But it appears in every dimension, the envelope is pushed.
I would say it's pushed. We tried to make sure that we stayed within the comp plan.
But you're asking for a FAR of 2.5 from 1.8. You're asking for a height of 49 point something above.
Yes.
You're asking for an equivalency ratio of 15.9, 14.9, something like that, 15.7.
And so the maximum allowed in Times Square, the downtown core, is 2.5, correct?
That's the outside limit in the comprehensive plan.
Yeah. So, I mean, so we're on the outside limit then, as Anita said. But, you know, this is gonna be the first project built back in Times Square. And the reason why we asking for the hotel room is, you know, we need to bring back life into Times Square. Have you gone to Times Square during the night and see how dead it is? You know, we're trying to make sure that off-season, evenings, that we have some people in there to support the business. Not just my business, the Loyolas and the Buffalo Grills and Carlos Ice Cream Place and other businesses that's there. After 8 o'clock, you know, you can ask one of the business owners, I don't wanna call names, I mean, he started cutting his music back down because he's like, there's no customers here, you know? So I want you guys to look at it from a perspective of what's happening now, you know, what we need.
Well, I think we're actually looking at it from a perspective of what is going to be there in the future, right?
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
really, the decision
that's
isn't
right.
today, the decision is what is it gonna look like for the next
Exactly.
30 years?
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, what we put here today, if we don't give it the tools, it will not succeed, you know, because the cost to build back, the cost to maintain the property, the cost to keep the insurance, you know, everything that goes into the new construction now is exorbitant, you know. So if we don't have the right tools, it's gonna be difficult for us to succeed.
Jim, do you have anything you wanna add?
I'll add some comments without, maybe they can be a question or not, and reiterate some of what has already been said. I do think that, according to Jim, according to paragraph 6, I do think that we should be looking at somebody first out of the block to do the repaving, whatever it is, and look for reimbursement so that when whatever business opens, we have that pizzazz, where it doesn't look like it's piecemeal that we do that. So I would think that should be something that be considered and then get reimbursed as development happens. But to go to the point that John is making is, you're asking for a big lift. This is beyond the top of anything that we've had to deal with. And if you followed our meetings over the last 6 months, we've talked about public benefits being perpetual in nature and not an amenity. And a good chunk of what you're calling public benefits are either an amenity to your project or they're joint. They're not just in the public realm. The Times Square now is probably 30 feet wide of pedestrian movement. Adding 10 feet in front of your building, I don't see as a huge benefit. People are going to be walking in that 30 feet, and they're going to be there whether it's 30 feet or 40 feet. But what you're asking for, as John said, is pushing the envelope as large as it can get on this side. And I don't know that I see an offsetting balance with sufficient public benefits to justify the act.
Jane, you have any comments?
Well, in the group picture that was put together when people were talking about doing the whole thing, it was 3 stories, period. And that kept everything low, and that was universal throughout. But if we start here with 4 feet and 4 stories, I'm sorry, 4 stories, I'm not good. And asking for a 2.5 floor area ratio, that we are going to be maxing out, and everybody else is gonna say, well, we just wanna fit in with him. I mean, we just wanna be all at the same level. And now we've just raised the whole thing, 2 stories en masse, and you won't see anything other than this massive building when you come over. That's why we have to be careful about the first one that goes in.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody is, not wanting to see something happen and have something start. It's just that we gotta do it right the first time, and that we have to really justify making any big moves. And 2.5 being the top of the whole market doesn't seem like a smart thing to do in the most condensed area of where we need to rebuild. I mean, because then we're maxing everybody out.
So,
And then everybody around you wants the same.
so in our original renderings, we had 2, 3, and 4 stories. It was a step-back design, but in the middle of if you look at our pictures again,
Okay.
we did have 4 stories that's in there total.
I didn't see that.
So,
Okay.
but again, as I mentioned, our lots are so small, when you look at the lots, in downtown and in Times Square, they're 50 by 50, 70 by 50. The beach sides are the larger lots. So anything below 2.5, none of those lots will work. And those owners will never, ever be able to go back. So setting the precedent at 2 is gonna deter developers from wanting to touch those lots or develop them, because it's not gonna work unless they get the height.
If it's not gonna work, how's it going to work for you?
It's
That's-
gonna work for him because he's at 2.5 and 4.
Okay,
that's
but,
what I was
all right, so let me ask, these 2 other parcels that you have on San Carlos,
Yeah.
what is their zoning?
So one zoning is already zoned for a parking lot, the other one is zoned for a commercial. They had the old Hurricane Restaurant used to be on there, and we have the parking lot. So pre-Eon, the employees used to park there and come across the bridge, so they didn't have to.
So are you willing to block those from any development in the future, like what was supposed to happen with the Pink Shell, and then they came back and got 40 units?
It's the other side of the bridge, right?
Yeah,
Nancy?
No, you generally, I mean, this is a development agreement related to this development, this property.
Yeah, but why, I wanna know where employees are going to park. If there's no parking for employees, then how do they get to work? I mean,
Technically, if you're looking at this project, then right. There are no employee parking on this project, if you're looking at just this parcel and this project. He's providing an alternative to that, but we can't guarantee that forever. So you have to look at it really within this parcel.
I have a real hard time with leaving that open to just, we promise we're not gonna do
No,
that.
but Jane, I mean, if we wanna function as a restaurant, as a business.
I agree.
We have the right, I mean, we have we have to make sure that we can accommodate our employees, because we're not gonna get employees on the beach. They can't afford to pay
No, they can't afford to live
$25 and
here.
$40. So we wanna work with other business owners within Times Square and even, along Olson Towers to create a parking spot and use a common shuttle bus or whatever, because usually we all start our shifts, morning shifts and then afternoon shifts, so if we can align. And then the trolley stop on that parcel is right there, so they can take the trolley and come over.
I know.
But, I mean, we even gonna encourage our hotel guests to park there for free and don't have to worry about paying a valet fee, So, for us, for us to be successful as a community and as a business, we have to think of parking very seriously. The 66 space is not a lot of space,
One quick follow-up, if I could.
Sure, yes.
Tina was talking about the time frame,
Yeah.
which a lot of developments are questioning or nebulous about. Can I skip the permitting for a moment, because that's gonna be what it is, assuming everything complies. When can you start construction of this, so that we get?
Our hope, which may not be realistic, is to start on our 3rd anniversary of Ian and finish on our 5th anniversary of Ian. I mean, that, it's right there, it's just sitting at the sandbox. Every day sit as a sandbox.
So you're talking about September 26th,
Yeah, no, September 25.
25 to start construction?
Yes.
And be completed by,
50th anniversary of Ian, so it'll be 27.
so it's a 2-year build in your mind?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
So Terry, I'm gonna be very specific.
Yes,
I'm not gonna ask any hypothetical questions.
ma'am.
I cannot approve a 2.5. The bottom line is, if the lot's too small, it's too small. And to me, this is too small for what's been presented.
Okay.
I do not believe that the public benefits, as you've presented them, justify the addition. I'll give you I'm gonna throw a wild ball at you. What would be a tremendous benefit is a donation to the town of your other piece of beachfront property adjacent to the pier. That would be a huge public benefit, and perhaps would warrant that. You might wanna think about that when you go to the town council. But for me, at this point, the Times Square business owners were granted an enormous bonus when, after Hurricane Ian, we changed the regulation to allow 2 stories over flood as opposed to just 2 stories. So this building right now, in my mind, is larger than anything we ever anticipated, just as it would be by right. By right, it's larger than anything we anticipated. I agree completely with Jim that this amenity versus public benefit, the rooftop, I don't see how the rooftop could possibly be public when it would be a huge bonus to your business for events like New Year's Eve or 4th of July. I mean, if you said that truly was public and everybody was up there, that'd be an enormous revenue loss for you. For me, as this stands right now, it is very clearly a no. If a story came off, so take off the whole top floor and put that rooftop now on the 3rd floor instead of the 4th floor, then I'd have some place to start talking, and then I'd want to talk about the particulars of some of these drawings, like this one in particular. When I asked you that question, Tina, I said, well, why wouldn't people just walk through here? And you said, well, they could, that's Crescent Beach. Well, Crescent Beach isn't paved, Crescent Beach is sand, and this looks like pavers. So, I mean, to me, this property line that you've indicated here does not look like this is Crescent Beach right here.
She
It
said
looks
they,
like,
she said they cleared that out, but there's another picture, I think, in the presentation that had landscape and foliage in it. I
Mhm.
thought you said, Tina, that was just
They
for,
cleared it out
to
so
be able
that-
to look at, so
to
you
look
could
at
see
the-
the aesthetics of the size of the building. So I think
Mhm.
that'll be landscape there. Again,
Mhm.
they still could walk through there, of course.
they
but,
still could
yeah.
walk through there.
Yeah.
I'd also be very concerned about the stacking of cars, because as you well know, and I well know, what I mean, because not only do you have a stacking of cars, but now you've got delivery vehicles for not only your business, but the additional businesses that will be coming into the square. That's very concerning for me. The safety factor of driving, all the cars going in and out of that parking, maybe it'd be better because you're having valet, so that might be a huge improvement over the condition of the previous parking lot. But for me, even by right, it's an intense project for this parcel. By right, it's an intense project. And the increase of, I mean, I don't know how many hotel units are on the second and third floor, but however many there are, I think could be a pleasant addition to Times Square. But the fourth floor, for me, is a no.
Yeah, I would just say, obviously a lot of work, a lot of money's went into this already, so applaud the effort, right? Obviously, this is what we wanna see, at least, a plan or a path for movement. I'm with Anita, I feel like if we just started at, maybe 2 floors above parking with the rooftop deck, frankly, I know what it is to run a business. It'd be nice to have a public rooftop deck, but the reality is, it's a revenue generator, right? So you really probably need that. Maybe there's a way to give up rooms. Maybe we don't get that public benefit or perceived public benefit, but you've got a cash flow, cash flow stream on the rooftop, right? Maybe there's something else there, but it does feel like to me it's the sort of pushing of this envelope. I acknowledge it's a small piece of property and you're trying to do something with it. It just feels like we probably went farther than where any of us could kind of digest at this point. If there's a way to make it economically work, right? Maybe there is.
And that's the question is,
Right.
economics, of course, that's not the concern of the LPA.
Well, it isn't, but it is, right? If nothing can ever be built there, we have to figure something out, right? And so maybe there's a happy place between sort of, 4 stories, with a rooftop deck and nothing, right? Because otherwise it's just sand, like you said, it's just slabs and sand.
And that's why we still, 2.5 years, 2 years, 7 months to be precise, nothing has happened in
Right.
Times Square. We spent a lot of time and effort in coming up with a unified plan, and then I was like, okay, let's start building. We don't have the funds, we don't have the money. What can we put that will even make the numbers work? It
Right.
doesn't, folks, so I understand, we set the precedent with this one, but I've done the numbers for all the owners, I've done them for Bradford, I've worked with Tom at Laola's, trying to show him the numbers, and the numbers doesn't work. Shaloma came in, he bought the first piece, and then he realized what he can build is not feasible. So now he got the second piece at a very, very discounted rate, and he's still trying to struggle with what he can build. So he's the first one that approached me. I mean, when I told him about the wave wall, he was excited because it'll take the lower level out of the VE into the AE.
That's right.
But then, I heard, let's get the papers back, so I get the wall back. I mean, this project can cost a lot of money, okay? I'm gonna be margin on a lot of stuff to put this project back in Fort Myers Beach. That by itself is a huge benefit for our community. And it's a huge risk. What if we have another Category 5?
We're not gonna do that.
Well,
That's not on the agenda.
all right, well, let's see. Are there any additional questions for the applicant or the staff?
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Tina, do you have anything else that you'd like to clarify? She says no. Sarah, anything else that you'd like to clarify? Okay. All right, anything else you all want to chat about relative to this?
Madam Chair, do you want to go through the agreement and make any notations that anybody may have? I think we did that with the other development agreement that we had.
guess my question is it,
Why we
do we have a starting point, right? Do we have a place to start, or, is the applicant willing to take some of the suggestions and go back and look at it again? I don't know if that's
I'd
an
like to see a
option.
new
I've
development
got-
agreement.
Right.
And do what?
I'd like to see it come back revised, and then we work through it. There's been a lot of feedback provided.
My guess is that it won't come back to us, that it will go directly to the town council. Will that be your, Mr. Prasad, would you come back up?
That was what's gonna happen.
Then let it be.
Right.
So, what Mr. Dunlap is saying is, we've made a lot of suggestions.
Yeah.
And is there any willingness on your part to, take heart of those suggestions and bring back a modified development order to us? Or is your preference to simply go on to the town council?
I think what we would try to do.
You wanna take a quick break?
Not yet.
I have a headache too. Cause
Just wait a minute.
Lighthouse, I'm just gonna wait 1 second.
Yep.
Stand on my head.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna use that.
So it's something that we'll have to consider, and then, we'll let staff know how we want to proceed.
Okay, so, I
So,
don't think, I don't want to go through the development agreement. I don't think does anybody else wanna go through it? I believe their
No.
selection will be to move on to the town council. If it's not,
Okay, so, hold on. So, going back to your resolution, so your, responsibilities today is in 3.3.2. Public hearing will be held by the LPA concerning said application, and the LPA shall issue a recommendation for approval with conditions, or denial of the development agreement to the town council. And then the process is basically going to town council. However, you do have the option of a continuance, if you would like to have them do that. Otherwise, you would need to, approve with conditions, or deny it.
That was my
Yes.
question, is whether they had an interest in continuance and coming back with a new.
but I think he's just said they
Okay.
don't.
Okay.
Yeah,
They don't.
Because we have to know that.
Right,
at this
okay.
point.
At this point, and
Okay.
we haven't made that decision.
Okay.
so,
Okay,
Okay, so, no, all right, thank you very much.
then just clarification, under the president's prejudice rule and all that, if he does wanna come back with a modified development order, if the vote doesn't turn out to be in his favor, can he do that before going to town council?
Or does he have to
He
do a
could
whole new
modify the
application?
development order before going to the town council.
Yes, because again, your decision is not the final
Right.
decision, because you're a recommendation.
Yeah, so he can make any modifications he wants to.
Okay.
So is there a motion?
Well, I think we need to discuss what we would like to pass forward in our recommendation to the town council. I think,
It's on the record.
yeah, but I think we fail ourselves if we don't put some direct things in there to catch their eye in case they aren't listening.
Oh, they listen.
Oh, yes, I'm sure they do.
I believe they do.
They hear
The
at
mayor's been
least.
sitting through every minute of this. Yes, they
Who's
do.
that?
Dan's back in the back.
Ah, Dan, I didn't see you. Where are you? Wow, back there. Hi, Dan.
Okay, is there a motion? Or is there something specific, Jane, that, Doug, you're
Well,
leaning in?
I'm just gonna test
Okay,
test this. Make a motion to deny, because the, variance number 1 for the height, we didn't see the justification. And variance number 5 for the equivalency, we didn't see the justification, something like that, to give a
Yeah,
reason,
that's
so the
helpful.
council has
I think that's
something to
helpful.
look at.
Floor area ratio added too?
It's too hard.
Yes,
to-
yeah.
Can I add
Just
that
they're all
as a
related.
result of evaluating the equivalency,
No,
the
Tina,
FAR?
Tina, you cannot add anything at this point, I'm sorry.
Okay, I was just trying to tie it together.
Thank you.
Could I ask Doug to repeat that? I'm sorry. The height, no
Um,
justification for the height.
Yes, and the justification for the, deviation number 1, the height. And
Very
deviation,
soft-spoken.
And deviation number 5, the hotel equivalency, they're related. And they're related to the FAR too.
Yes.
And then adding the FAR,
We can add that. It's
in excess.
it's sort of derived from the hotel equivalency and the other, and the height.
He got it.
I would make a motion that we deny the development agreement based on deviation number 1 and number 5. The justifications are not compelling.
Is there, within your motion, is there a finding regarding consistency with the comprehensive plan?
Well, the proposed development agreement is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, I believe.
Correct.
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second, and Doug, you didn't say anything about the public benefit element.
He said mitigating offset.
Mitigating offset, okay, very good, he said it in a fancy way.
Yeah.
Fancy Doug.
It's fancy Doug. Okay, any discussion on this motion?
Nancy, he pointed out 1, 3, and 4, was that on,
I have
from the
5.
deviation?
1 and 5.
The-
1 and 5?
The deviations that I think really control the whole thing
Well,
are
3
deviation 1 and deviation
But
5.
he went on to say 1, 5, and the FAR,
Yeah, FAR is 3.
and then
3 and 4.
just overall inconsistent with the comp plan. So 1, 3, 5, and inconsistent.
They're adding the 3 in there. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
I
That's
think
the-
it's
1,
4,
3,
4,
and
2.
And 5.
1, 3, 4, and 5.
All of them.
Do
Well,
you-
we could say all 5 requested deviations are inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, and there's.
Do you want to amend your motion, Doug?
Yes.
Okay, so Doug's going to
So
amend.
you're gonna withdraw your prior
Oh,
motion?
yes,
I withdraw my
the
prior motion.
Yes,
And I would
Make a new
make a
motion.
motion to deny the development agreement because the 5 deviations required are inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, and the apparent public benefit does not.
pick through with it, okay? Thank you all very much. 5-minute break?
Thanks.
Yeah, okay.
So, Nancy,
Yeah.
do I need to tell them anything?
Okay, so we're back, and we had a little bit of a glitch. So what Amy is going to do right now is tell you how the vote went.
And
Amy?
if I may
Please,
ask,
Nancy.
the LPA members, if you could just confirm that after she reads it, if
Yep.
that was your understanding as well.
Okay, we had a motion by Doug Ekman to deny the proposal, saying that the 5 deviations are inconsistent. And then we held a roll call vote.
Second
There
call,
was a
seconded by me.
Oh,
public-
right, seconded by Jane Plummer.
The public benefits was not commiserate.
Okay. The public benefits were not commensurate.
Perceived public benefits.
Yes.
Got it. It was held by a roll call vote. All LPA members voted for the motion to deny. So it was a 7-0 vote to deny.
Correct.
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Okay. Now, we're all back on the same page. Hopefully, we won't have a glitch for this one. This is our last case of the day.
Oh,
And,
there's two of them.
yes, it's all wrapped up in one pretty package. Okay, there are two left. One is, DCI 202-50035.1 for 1051 Fifth Street to the Lighthouse Resort, CPD expanded boundary. 101 Fifth Street and 1060 Third Street, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying an amendment to the commercial plan development, CPD, zoning, previously approved by resolution 1817 for the parcel located at 1051 Fifth Street, generally identified as strap number 244623W30020500060, to add and rezone a parcel located at 1060 Third Street, generally identified as strap number 244623W3002030.0150 in Fort Myers Beach from downtown to CPD, providing further clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Any qualifications and all that stuff?
Yes, for the record, Megan Strayhorn, I'm the attorney representing the property owner. For our expert witnesses here with us today, we have Patrick Bonas, who has presented and been classified as an expert on numerous occasions. And thank you, Ms. Duprich. We would like to introduce a new member of our team. We have Rachel Hansen, who we would like to qualify as an expert today. She's also with the Neighborhood Company.
Hi, Rachel. Nice to meet you.
Ms. Hansen.
I believe we've qualified you prior, haven't we?
Have we?
No.
Yes.
For town council, but not for.
Oh,
I was
got
gonna
it,
say, 'cause
sorry.
I don't remember that.
Okay, I do. I remember you. Go ahead.
So, Ms. Hansen, could you please give a brief overview of your education, your background, and your familiarity with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Rachel Hansen. I am an AICP certified planner. I have a master's degree in community and economic development, and I have approximately 9 years of planning experience between Illinois, Iowa, and Florida.
Well, thank you. Does anyone object to Ms. Hansen being one of our specialists?
Nope. No objection.
Thank you.
objection.
Thank
Okay,
you.
you're official now, Rachel.
And the applicant has received a copy of the agenda materials.
Yes, we have. We've reviewed them.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Sarah or Judith? Judith.
Good afternoon, Judith Frankel with Community Development. The first ordinance we're gonna go over is the expanded boundary. This ordinance is just to add in 1060 Third Street into the existing CPD, which is governed by Resolution 18-17. So it's a rezone from the downtown zoning district to CPD. The applicant, Neighborhood Company, on behalf of the property owner, Lighthouse Island Resort, is requesting to expand this boundary. The applicant is also requesting to amend their CPD and the master concept plan under a separate ordinance, which you'll hear in a moment, so you'll have a better idea of what they're planning for this property. The property in question has a future land use designation of pedestrian commercial. and is substantially within the downtown zoning district. I'm gonna give you kind of a brief rundown of the findings and conclusions. And then the full list of findings is contained within the staff report.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're looking at Land Development Code Section 34-85B first. The main takeaway from the review of this section is that the expanded boundary is consistent with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The comp plan in considering the pedestrian commercial future land use, that land use is intended to be up to 90% commercial in nature. So this is in compliance with that section of the comp plan. In consideration of Land Development Code Section 34-85C, again, the main takeaway of this is that the proposed expansion area and the expanded CPD is in compliance with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. Land Development Code Section 34-216B2, again, asks us to consider whether the expanded boundary would be in compliance with the comprehensive plan, and staff finds that it is in compliance. So staff is recommending approval, no conditions, and the applicant is here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Judith. Any questions for Judith? Jim?
When they switch, what do they gain and what do they lose between the two designations?
Well, so to operate the property as a whole under one, unifying zoning, that's really what they're gaining.
Right, but
instead of
there's
operating as
underlying
two.
rights under the existing CPD,
Right.
and there's underlying rights under the existing zoning.
Mhm.
So if they're going from the zoning to the CPD, which I understand makes sense, and, I just wanna know, what did they gain by going to the CPD? What did they give up by giving up the zoning?
Okay, so in considering the CPD as it exists now and not thinking about what they're gonna ask for in a moment, the structure that's there, I think it's still there now, was vacation rentals. I don't have in front of me exactly how many units were in there, but by right, they would be allowed to, if they were keeping that existing structure, they would be able to keep those existing units. I think there's only a handful of units there. So they would be able to continue operating that as a vacation rentals if they decided to. There is underlying plating, which we're gonna hear about when we talk about the request, when the town was originally platted. When it was still Lee County, there were very small, single-family home, style platting there. So there is underlying platting, which may potentially, have allowed them to get more density than what's existing now. I'm not entirely sure, cause we didn't review for that, but it's gonna be somewhere in the same area. So by allowing them to incorporate this property, into the existing CPD, it's really what they're getting, is the ability to treat it all as one zoning.
One project, right.
Yeah, and they can use the density that they have or the density that they're requesting, they can spread it out over the property, but they have a master concept plan they have to adhere to. Cause right now, this is not in their master concept
Right.
plan, so if you were to deny this request, they would have to operate it separately.
Clear?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions for Judith? All right, thank you very much, Judith. Patrick? Or Megan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll keep this very brief. For the record, my name is Megan Strayhorn, and although I am not a Fort Myers Beach resident, I am a resident of Fort Myers, and as a fourth-generation Fort Myers attorney, it is my distinct honor and pleasure of representing the Lighthouse Island Resort Incorporated here. This is a very interesting and unique property and property owners. It's been under the same ownership since the 1960s. They've undergone a lot of changes, a lot of issues, mentioning the FDOT eminent domain, which has cut through their property, and they've persevered and are here today. So it is an honor. I believe I've already introduced everyone, but for the record, again, Megan Strayhorn. We also have with us the property owners, Mr. Tom Kohler and Tommy Kohler, as he's often referred to as. I'm gonna skip through some of this because Ms. Frankel did such a nice job of explaining these CPD amendments. And just to touch on a couple of points that were brought up, the remaining parcel that we're asking to include is only a 0.2 acreage in size. It is immediately contiguous. And right, I'll just skip through. So this is quasi-judicial, as you all know, and Ms. Stuparich does such a fabulous job of explaining the process for quasi-judicial procedures. And we're looking for that competent, substantial evidence. That's what you are looking for, consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development code. So I'm gonna turn it over to the Kohlers at this point and give a brief overview, if you would.
Sure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tommy.
On behalf of my family, I just wanted to say thank you for your time today.
Tommy, just say your name for the record again.
Tommy Kohler, Lighthouse Island Resort. It's my absolute honor to present this project to you and show you the future vision of the Lighthouse Island Resort. Like Megan was saying, the property's been in my family since 1961. You know, what's interesting about this particular project for me is that every prior generation of Kohler has left this particular property better for the next generation. And this, I'm hoping, is my opportunity to do that same for my children, and my brother's children. The picture you see there at the bottom is one that was new to me before this presentation, that I'm not sure where Pat found this at, but that's actually my great-grandparents, Clarence and Esther. That's Memory Lane. That, I believe, the brochure at the top, and Dad, you could contest to this, that was the front lobby, if I'm not mistaken, front lobby of the hotel.
Wow.
So, you know, the history of the property is, it's really incredible. It's great to have that sort of heritage here on this island for the community. You know, we mentioned the challenges through the years. You know, when we started putting this presentation together, a lot of aerials of the island started popping up, and we really did have a beautiful piece of land, basically right across the street from the beach. The state came in, put the bridge in, cut our property in half. My great-grandfather leased what is now the Yucatan out to a gentleman that started the Pizza Hut. I don't know if anyone remembers the Pizza Hut.
Sure.
Right, so, growing up, it was always a challenge for me, accepting the fact that we're right next to this bridge. And how do you incorporate that for the guests that are coming to stay with you and try to make it less of an obstruction and try to embrace it. And it really wasn't until Ian that I now have a totally different perspective of that bridge, because now it's one of our major assets because it blocks so much of storm surge, wind. We luckily have Margaritaville on the other side doing the same. So we're protected in a way in our own little enclave. And as we go into the presentation, you'll see further how we've embraced that bridge and really are bringing it in to make it more of an area that the community can participate in. So first to reopen, yeah, so this part goes into the fact that we always open the doors up to people that don't have the wherewithal to go to shelters or that can't leave the island. We always let them stay at the hotel. With that lends itself to having people boots on the ground right after the storm to help with cleanup efforts. So that goes into us being some of the first people to open. you know, let's face it, the Tiki Bar has always been the, you know, the town hall for people when, in their moments of need, that they can gather, get together and have some fun and, you know.
You say that with a straight face.
I love it, you know, it's the truth, it is the truth. So what you'll be seeing here is basically, it's 2 years in the making. I really tried to not leave any stone unturned. This is actually the 5th rendition. It's the 5th because the prior so I've got four pillars of my perspective that I absolutely needed to execute on for this project. And the first is family, so I wanted to make sure that it celebrates my family's heritage. It's something that can lead us into the future. You know, you talk about the CPD. The CPD that is in front of you today is really, who planted that seed is my father. He's the one that really started this whole process 30-some years ago. And now it's in front of me to take it to the finish line. The second is the business side of it. Obviously, we're a business. I'm not going to bore you with why this project makes sense for us or why we need it. The third is the community. So it was very unique for me to structure this project because we are at the heart of the island. We're the gateway basically to people coming on and off this island. So I wanted to make sure that whatever we want to build, it's not going to be overpowering in the sense that it's going to make. I don't want you to drive over that bridge and feel like you're standing next to a skyscraper. So we really had to fine tune what that felt like from the community's perspective. And then the fourth pillar that are the visitors and the guests that come to our island every year. I wanted to make sure that when the dad drives over that bridge that's been working all year to afford the 1-week vacation on an island in Florida, that as soon as he gets down to that bottom of that bridge, whatever it is that I build makes him feel like he's just arrived on vacation. So with those 4 pillars, that is how I really drafted what you're going to see here in this presentation today. So, you know, just to leave it, I put a lot of time and effort into this. I love our island. I love the community that we live in. And I really feel like I hit a home run with this project, and I'm really hoping that you all can get behind it and approve it. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy.
Oh, boy.
Good afternoon, my name is Patrick Vaness. I'm a certified planner with the Neighborhood Company. It's a pleasure to finally be up in front of you this afternoon. And if you guys are wondering how I feel today, I'll let you know.
Oh, gosh.
I am tired, but it's only because we've been here since 9 o'clock and it's been a long day. Otherwise, I feel great.
Good.
I feel great because I just found out that after 2.5 years and 8 weeks of waiting, FPL finally connected my home today.
Whoa!
So I feel awesome. But also, I can tell you that I feel really, really good about this project. It's a great project, great client that we're working with, and I
Patrick,
think.
wait, is this, are you establishing a theme for all of your presentations?
Yeah, I think so.
when
I think
even-
I want to tell you how I feel every time.
Okay, all right, just so we know.
So just to set the mood.
Got it, I got it.
You need to say we're interested in it.
I was gonna say.
So I know it's been a long day for everybody, and we're gonna try to keep it short. We are fully aware that you guys have read through the staff report. We concur with their findings and conclusion, their recommendation for approval. We also know that you saw our full packet, And we have a chance to meet with most of you guys one-on-one and walk through some details and answer some questions. So we will indeed keep it short. We've got 2 requests. The first one is just a boundary change, so we'll jump right into this and make it quick. So I'll bypass the history, you guys know where the location is. This is an aerial of the property. This is taken before Ian and before Tommy made some of the improvements that you guys are familiar with along Third Street and those cottages, and did a great job, great architecture, old Florida style. But what you see here is the CPD boundary. What's important to note is that the little corner parcel at the corner of Crescent and Third Street is not within that CPD. It is within the resort. It is operated by the resort, and it is used for rentals. So what we're simply asking is to incorporate that parcel within the CPD. There was a question from Mr. Bone as to what this does. It rezones the property from downtown to CPD. Like staff to maybe confirm this, but my understanding is right now, by just changing the boundary, essentially it is now governed and limited to what can be done on there based on what the current CPD allows.
Correct.
And given that the CPD does not show any development for that parcel, I would imagine that that property is non-conforming and can only operate what it is currently operating. So, but, you know, we don't want to limit ourselves. Obviously, there's a companion application that goes with that, and we are making some changes to that CPD, and we are showing future development on that property. So, again, to answer the question, if you guys only approved the boundary without the amendments to CPD, we would be a non-conforming property. So, next 5 slides are the current CPD that exists on the property. The important thing to note on this is that that parcel on the very corner is not included within the CPD boundary. And this is what we're gonna be talking about in our next presentation, is what's planned for the future. This is the revised master concept plan, and it incorporates that corner parcel, and we will be happy to discuss that as our second presentation. With that said, I'm gonna wrap things up, keep my mouth shut, and I will just remind you that quick recommendation for approval is always appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks for being brief.
Okay.
Very nice.
I'll open the public comment. Is there anybody here who wishes to comment on this parcel acquisition? John?
Tom Torgerson, 301 Palermo Circle. Maybe I don't understand the hearing. I just want to express support on the record for this project as a whole. Maybe there's 2 steps to it, is that?
There are.
Okay, well, I apologize if
It's
I'm
okay.
jumping the gun, but.
You're supporting the whole thing?
Yes, I'm supporting the whole thing. I just want to express that. It's just the right project and the right location, the right people. It's just, it'll be an enhancement and an improvement to the area. So just want to give my wholehearted support for the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody else wish to speak? Lori? No? Okay. All right, we'll close the public comment. Any further questions for the staff or the applicant? If not, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion that we approve item G, DC 120250035.1, 1051 Fifth Avenue Lighthouse Resort CPD expanded boundary.
Second?
Question, is that staff conditions? No
There's
conditions?
no conditions. No conditions, yeah, I'm
Thank
putting
you.
it for approval.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Nope, darn, I was just trying to do something.
Nope.
Jim, your vote?
Aye.
Who is the second? Jim?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
I'm an aye. John?
Aye.
Okay, carries unanimously. Now we're on to part two. Judith?
We need to read the title?
We're going to. And you know what? We're even gonna have ex parte, just for the heck of it. Okay. DCI, is it an I or a one? It's an I. It's one. It's an I. 202-50035.2, 1051 Fifth Street, and 1060 Third Street. An ordinance of the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, the commercial, or denying the commercial plan development, CPD, zoning amendment for the property located at 101 Fifth Street and 1060 Third Street. Generally identified as strap numbers 244623W3, 00205.0060, and 244623W3, 00203.0150 in Fort Myers Beach, to amend the existing master concept plan to allow for A, an increase in the number of hotel units, B, 11 deviations, 1, minimum connection separation, 2, exclusion of underbuilding parking from FAR, 3, increase in height for a monument sign on Fifth Street, 4, internal sign illumination, 5, 40 feet height with 4 stories, 6, reduction in street setbacks, 7, mural style sign, east side, 8, 10-foot monument sign, corner, 9, mural style sign, south, 10, wayfinding pole sign, and 11, 58% reduction in parking requirements, and C, conditions providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Okay, then Judith. Oh, wait. Jim?
Done.
Ex parte?
Are you
Done.
looking for me? Met with the applicant, met with Patrick Vaness.
Okay. Doug?
I met with Patrick Vaness and Tommy Kohler.
Okay. Jane?
Zoom meeting with Patrick and Tommy.
All right. Jim?
I met with the neighborhood companies and the applicant.
John?
I also met with them over a Microsoft Teams meeting.
I met with Patrick and Tommy Kohler about this project, and spoke with Tom Kohler at the dog park about it.
Good afternoon again, Judith Frankel, Community Development. This application before you is presented by the Neighborhood Company on behalf of the property owner, Lighthouse Island Resort Incorporated. They're requesting to amend an existing CPD approved in Resolution 18-17. The requested amendment will alter the master concept plan, schedule of uses, deviations, and conditions for that CPD. The main points, which are in the title of the ordinance, but I'll go over them again, just so you have them at the front of your mind, is 1, increase in the hotel density. They're currently approved for 75 hotel units, and now they're requesting 130 units total. Increase the maximum height from 37 feet above base flood elevation to 40.5 feet above base flood elevation. That's not for the entire property. We'll go over that. That's only for certain buildings within the MCP. And then they're revising their MCP. Again, the most recent version had phasing, and we're removing that, so it'll just be one straight MCP governing the property without the phasing of implementation. And then modification of conditions and deviations. I'm sure the applicant is gonna go over with you some of more in depth the history of this property. I did wanna point out a couple things. The most notable, as has already been mentioned, impact to the property happened in 1977 with the Florida Department of Transportation with the construction of the Matanzas Pass Bridge. The action reduced the property from 32 original platted lots to 20. And we'll talk about what that means in a minute. And the former 4th Street Court was vacated to the resort at that time. The original Lighthouse CPD was approved in 1999, and then there's been several amendments since that time. So where they stand now, as I said, is at the 75 units. They had originally been approved for 72 units, and then they had a transfer of density in 2018 with that most recent amendment to add another 3 units to the property for a total of 75. And there were also an administrative amendment in 2024 to make some minor adjustments to the pool deck. So there's, you know, a long history with this, the property, and they've been making changes as they went along to accommodate their needs. 2 things before we get to the deviations that I wanted to point out that are in the analysis is the parking calculation and the hotel equivalency, because that is something that continually comes up. Because there's been a long history with the property and there's been several amendments to the MCP, and they had this phasing plan in place, there's a lot of records and information, but we also have some gaps in that as well. So I'm mainly going to focus on the 2018 master concept plan because that's what we have as the most recent. I noted in the staff report the parking calculation that was used at that time. They note that there's 7 off-site spaces. The applicant feels that that was a credit given to them. I don't know where those 7 off-site spaces are located. We haven't really been able to determine that. So there's some street parking, and the different phases of the project they're showing different things on the street parking. So I'm not sure if that was intended to be the town-owned street parking or something else, but the number of those spaces changes depending on the master concept plan and the phase that they're in. So we're just taking that into consideration, that they were given that allowance in 2018. At that time, they were approved for 75 units, and they were approved with a required 100 parking spaces. 93 of those spaces being on-site and 7 of them being these off-site, which they were given credit for in some manner. But anyhow, it was recognized at that time that there were 100 parking spaces to go with 75 hotel units. And now they are requesting 130 lodging units, and they're proposing 82 on-site parking spaces. They're asking for an allowance for other types of parking they're proposing on site, so golf cart and parking and bicycle racks. The code does not allow us to count those, and so in requesting the deviation, we've requested that they ask for a 58% reduction instead of a 50% reduction that they were originally asking for, to get to the number of on-site proper vehicle parking spaces. So they have I'm sure they're gonna explain to you how they're going to make accommodations in that respect, but I just wanted to clarify for you what the numbers previously were approved of and what they're requesting now. So after parking, I wanted to talk a little bit about the equivalency factor for the lodging units. They are requesting more lodging units. Staff feels that the future land use of pedestrian commercial is accommodating for these additional, this request now to have a greater density in the pedestrian commercial, and then in this specific location, because of its overall situation, Even though it's a CPD, it's within the downtown area of the town, otherwise it would be downtown zoning, and its location directly next to the bridge. However, the way it was presented is can appear, I felt could appear a little bit unclear, and so I wanted to clarify that. What they've done, and I'm sure they're gonna walk you through that again, is that they've looked at the original platting from when it was Lee County before this was a CPD. And there is underlying platting there of small, single-family, I don't know, they're not technically cottage, but they're small lots. And they've asked to, what their calculation is using that density of all of those very small lots, and then multiplying against what would be available there for density. Which is not improper, but I felt a better measure of comparing that density would be to look at the overall units per acre, because then it's easier to make a comparison to other properties and other ways we've looked at density, and it's can be a useful way of looking at it, but in explaining this to somebody who is not familiar with equivalency factors and density, I think it makes it clearer to look at it in the ways that we've looked at other similar CPDs.
Okay.
So, and in their narrative, they've presented it in both ways. So you can look at their own tables and see both analyses. So if you have more questions about that, myself or the applicant, I'm sure can answer that. Okay, so I'm gonna go through the deviations. It's important to note some of these deviations are a carryover from the previous CPD and are just to maintain existing conditions on site. Deviation 1, request relief from Land Development Code Section 10-285A, which requires a minimum connection separation of 125 feet along a local road, which is 5th Street in this case, to allow a connection separation of 83 feet from 2 existing driveways. Again, that's a carryover from the previous amendment to maintain their existing driveway. Deviation 2, request relief from the FAR requirement of Land Development Code Section 34-633, which includes covered parking in the FAR calculation to exclude the under-building parking from this resort's FAR calculation. This was also in the previous amendment. That amendment was specific to the actual square footage that they were going to exclude, and this is more general to everything under the building that's being used for parking is going to be, they're asking to be excluded from the FAR calculation. Deviation 3, request relief from Land Development Code Section 30-5A1B33, which allows a maximum height of 5 feet for a monument sign to allow an overall height of 9.7 feet for sign C, which is on the reference on the master concept plan, on 5th Street. Again, this deviation was previously approved under the, this was approved in the administrative amendment 23-01. And now they're adding in the specific height for that monument sign, and that's included in their renderings. Deviation 4, request relief from Land Development Code Section 30-5A1B1 for internal illumination of the sign faces to remain as existing, where they would otherwise be required to emit light only from the letters and symbols of the sign face. This is again existing deviation in 18-17. Deviation 5, deviation from Land Development Code Division 4, Table 34-3 for the CR zoning district, which limits height to 30 feet zoned height and 3 stories to allow a maximum zoned height of 40 feet 5 inches above base flood elevation and a maximum of 4 stories consisting of 3 stories above 1 level of parking. This deviation is allowing for a small increase. As I said previously, it was 37 feet is what they're approved for, and they're asking for 40.5 feet, as measured from base flood elevation to the mean roof height. And the applicant is proposing a range of building heights for the resort. I noted that the heights were not noted on the master concept plan, and that's one of my recommended conditions, is that when they bring this forward, that they note on the master concept plan specifically which buildings are getting which height, just so it's clear for the future. Staff did not find that the additional 3.5 feet in this location, which is specific to Building 5, would not be injurious to the surrounding neighborhood. Building 5 is the building directly adjacent to the Matanzas Pass Bridge. Deviation 6, Land Development Code Division 4, Table 34-3 for the CR zoning district, which requires street setbacks of 10 feet to instead allow for build-to lines of 0 and 6.75. The existing CPD had approved deviations for a resort of this size being limited to 32 square feet in total signage was not reasonable, and as it has multiple street frontages. Deviation 8, deviation from Land Development Code, Section 30-5A1A, which again allows a maximum of 32 square feet. This is for a mural style sign on the south elevation of Building 5 of 100 square feet. Again, I believe the applicant has a picture of this, so you'll be able to see exactly what that looks like. Staff found that due to the scale of the resort and the situation of the resort as surrounded by roadways, it is reasonable to permit multiple signs totaling more than the 32 square foot maximum that the code allows. Deviation 9, Land Development Code Section 30-5A1B33, which only allows a maximum height of 5 feet for a monument sign and an overall height of 10 feet, to allow an overall height of 10 feet for the monument sign at the corner of Crescent and Fifth. Again, the applicant has an image of that, I believe, and that's on the master concept plan, that location. Deviation 10 is from Land Development Code Section 30-816, which prohibits pole signs. This is to allow a decorative wayfinding pole sign at the corner of 3rd Street and San Carlos Boulevard. Again, there's a picture of those in the renderings. The deviation is for an artistic wayfinding sign intended to both direct pedestrians and add color to the public realm. Deviation 11, this is the one about the parking. Land Development Code Section 34-1804A and Section 34-2020, which regulates parking for hotels, motels, and other accessory uses. There is a parking table that the applicant has provided that's in your packet. Staff is concerned about the total number being provided. I know the applicant has some plan to present to you about how they're gonna accommodate that. The existing CPD with 75 hotel units was approved for 100 parking spaces. As I said, 7 of those were not on site, so you can take that into account if you wish, that they really only had 93 on site. But now they're proposing fewer than that, 82 spaces for an increased number of rooms. I did reach out to the town's code compliance officer to ask about the general parking situation in the downtown area. And he reminded me that though there is numerous lots surrounding there, none of them, to his knowledge, allow for overnight parking. And the town lots certainly don't allow for overnight parking, and to his knowledge, that none of the commercial lots do either. And generally that's to prevent people from spending the night in their vehicles. And so in terms of the restaurant on site or the tiki bar, I feel like there's plenty of parking. I don't have any concerns about, guests frequenting those establishments having trouble with parking. But for overnight visitors, I'm concerned that there is not sufficient parking. So that's deviation 11. I can come back at the end and go through the findings and conclusions, which I think is the preferred method. I did want to go over the recommendation with you, just so you can keep that in your mind when you're hearing their application. As I mentioned, staff concern with the parking spaces and deviation 11 specifically. But overall, staff finds that the CPD amendment meets the criteria set forth in the Land Development Code and is compliant with the comprehensive plan. And if the LPA determines that deviation 11 is appropriate, staff recommends approval with conditions.
Thank you, Judith,
Go over
very
those
much. Thank you.
later.
Any questions for Judith right now?
Yes. I raised the same concerns regarding parking when I met with them. And I understand that their traffic mitigation agreement, they list some altruistic concepts that could work. But from a standpoint of the staff, is there any enforceability for that type of agreement? I mean, it just says, well, what about this, this, and this? Is there any review? What happens if there isn't enough overnight parking?
So in terms of the CPD, we're bound to what's in the ordinance. So if they, say, purchased an additional property and they wanted to include this in the CPD, then we could include those counts as well. Some of my, with this off-site, and that's not exactly nailed down exactly where that is, or if they were given credit for additional spaces, it's hard for me to consider those as part of this ordinance. There is street parking, but it's town-owned street parking, so it's first come, first serve, and you have to pay.
It's not overnight either.
Right. If they have an agreement, I mean, that's a possibility, that you do a shared parking agreement with another property owner where that's in writing and you provide that to the town, that's a possibility, sure. If another property owner is able to say, we have X number of spaces that we're gonna dedicate to this use, or somebody else has done a.
No, they have those type of things listed along with, shuttle and bicycle and ride sharing. But the question is there any enforceability to that? Because if it doesn't work, what happens?
Right, so, this has kind of come up as like an outside agreement, that would be outside the scope of the
CPD.
ordinance. Right, so like, the ride sharing, if they were gonna do some, or they were gonna have a shuttle, right, from the airport to the hotel. That's great, but there's not really a space in the ordinance for that kind of thing, for the town to be able to enforce it. It would have to be done through some kind of outside agreement.
So I'm nodding my head because we have had this conversation as far as some of these quote-unquote concessions. What I think we could do is to have a condition in the ordinance that says a separate agreement that would come back, but I don't think it's appropriate to have it in the agreement itself. Because at that point, as you point out, Jim, it's just kind of aspirational.
Yeah.
But either way, I think what I heard Jim say is, can we enforce that when it's in place? In other words, that doesn't have to be available because of 4th of July or some other reason, people can't park on site. Consequence is they park somewhere else overnight, they get towed. So that's enforceable. But we don't enforce it against the owner of the property because they can only control what they own. Would that be true?
Well, sure, if we're towing a vehicle, we're not asking what hotel
Exactly.
you're staying at.
So what they do, they do.
I have a comment. When you think about, a motel, yeah, you need one parking space per room. I get it. But I'm imagining that a lot of people that would come to this resort hotel, they would fly into town, they would Uber over here, and they would Uber back to the airport when they're done visiting, because that's what me and my wife do when we visit, like Dallas or someplace.
Especially for this
We never,
property.
Especially for this program.
yeah, we don't even rent a cars anymore. So, does that, I mean, I think, I don't know what proportion of guests might do that, but is that something to consider?
But it's also a perspective of operation. I mean, if the Kohlers are asking for a deviation from this parking, it's because they believe their guests can still be accommodated without that parking.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'd be creating a horrible self-fulfilling prophecy of not being able to accommodate their guests.
Google
So,
reviews.
bad Google reviews, exactly. So, okay,
Okay.
yep. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, Megan Strayhorn, attorney for the applicant again, and I will again address and introduce everyone just since this is a second agenda item. So I have myself, Megan Strayhorn from Strayhorn Persons, Mullica and Fisher. For our expert witnesses, we have Patrick Van Ness as well as Rachel Hansen from the Neighborhood Company, and also with us is the property owners, Mr. Tom and Tommy Kohler. I think Judith did a very good job of explaining all the details and the nuances within this. So I just want to hit on the kind of heavy points or the key takeaways of what is changing from the 2018 master concept plan to today. So the existing concept plan has 5 different, I could call them kind of confusing phases. So we're removing the phases, we're having it into be one phase, and we're limiting the number of buildings. Yes, the buildings are getting bigger, but we're limiting the number. The hotel rooms are increasing slightly from 75 to 130. However, the retail space is being greatly reduced. So in the 2018 master concept plan, it's 5,000 square feet of retail space. That's being reduced to 500, which is going to definitely decrease that traffic and parking component on the site. The height for just one of the buildings, the building 5, which if you're looking on the master concept plan is right contiguous to the bridge. Right now, the height is 37 feet above grade zoned. We're asking to increase that to 40 and a half feet. So a slight increase. But I do think that Judith correctly identified kind of the big contentious point between, I hate using that word, but point between applicant and staff is the parking deviation. And we do believe that there are alternative methods and means as well as support of the comprehensive plan to provide this reduction in parking. And I also forgot that we do have a PowerPoint to go along with it.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you. For the record, Pat Van Ness with the Neighborhood Company, certified planner. I don't want to lose you guys. I feel the energy's kind of low, but I could ask for.
It's like you've turned into a Saturday Night Live sketch.
I could really close things and ask for a recommendation for approval once again, but I think I would really do a disservice to my client, to the history of this project, to the project that they've designed and spent a lot of time on. And we gave a slide to Tommy, and there's so much he could have said, and he kept it brief, and I feel I need to say something and I need to add on to what he says.
Of course you do.
So I think if you look at the history of this project, what they haven't mentioned is this family has been through a whole lot, ups and downs. It's always been family run, and it's always a challenge when you're a small business owner. But every time they've met that challenge, they've persevered and they've pushed through. And if you look at the property and what's been improved since Hurricane Ian, they took these old buildings along 3rd Streets, and they've turned that into something beautiful. And what Tommy didn't explain is the reason it's designed the way it's designed. The 5-phase master plan looked at tearing those cottages down and building that up with new buildings and putting parking underneath. So why we had 100 parking spaces as part of the phase 5 master concept plan was because there was gonna be parking under there, and they gained parking. But what Tommy did is after the storm, he made a very big decision of how do I rebuild, what do I wanna do? And he decided to rebuild that back part under the 50% rule. And the reason for that is because he could rebuild and keep that old Florida cottage style. And part of it is he knew the resort would evolve, it would look a little different, a little more contemporary, but he really wanted to keep that feel and keep that old Florida look and design that we're losing very quickly because of this storm. So that's important to know. Also, it's important to note that, and he didn't talk about the reason why he needs more density, but every time they've had to face these challenges, they've always looked to the future and said, how can we improve this property? How can we make it better? The 5-phase master concept plan was that idea of they were gonna keep improving incrementally. Well, Hurricane Ian kind of threw a wrench into this and they had to really move quickly. But this idea of always wanting to improve, always making incremental changes is at the foundation of what they've always done. But they end up plowing a lot of money into this. They're not even back to full capacity. They've actually lost some other rooms that are not up and running, and they invested a ton of money into these cottages along 3rd Street. So, you know, why are the extra units needed? Because they want to ensure long-term viability. They want to make sure that when Tommy passes on the resort to the next generation, they've got that critical mass that's needed to have a strong and viable project. But what they're also doing is they're improving the amenities as part of this project as they're moving forward. You know, you're going from a project that had one smaller pool, and Tommy told me stories about he grew up swimming in that pool and it means a ton to him. But they're adding 2 new resort pools. And the back portion, what he's explained to each of you, and what was very dear to him was, Tommy's a young dad, he had children, and he realized all of a sudden that he thought they were family friendly, but then when you have kids, your perspective changes quite a bit. You want something that's secure, something where a pool, you want that zero entry, you want the bubblers, you want all these things that make the resort more family friendly, and that's really what he did with that 3rd Street component, with that new kind of kidney-shaped pool with that nice deck, zero entry. So I just wanted to, you know, he didn't toot his own horn, but I really wanted to make sure that you guys heard it. Also, and I'll touch upon this a little bit, we talked about parking, I've got a slide about parking, but I just want you guys to understand the credit for the parking came about because, as you guys know, prior to Hurricane Ian, getting anything approved in this town was very challenging. And they went through some different iterations, and as part of asking for amendments to their zoning, they had to give. And one of the things that they did is along 5th Street, they provided a sidewalk on their property. And it's very hard to figure out all the history behind this because there's been so many changes. I wasn't able to get a hold of Beverly Grady that holds all that history. Anita might remember
I don't remember
some of it, but my understanding is when they built that sidewalk on their property, there was on-street parking there. And as part of that amendment, they got credit for that on-street parking. It's not theirs exclusively. It's open to the public, but they got a credit on their parking count. It's also my understanding that through those amendments, they provided the sidewalk along 3rd Street. And also, when they went from 72 units to 75 units, the way they got those additional units was they actually purchased the property right in front of Bay Oaks, where our new entrance to Bay Oaks is, and they donated that parcel to the town, and they took those 3 density units from there, and they transferred that over.
Yeah.
So again, Tommy didn't go into it, but I think those are all contextually important and really gives a little history as to why we're here and why they're asking for this next phase and that next iteration of this project. So just some key points again. don't wanna belabor this too much, but, the history is very important, the context, the location. We don't need to go into a ton of detail, but we know this as our downtown core. This is an appropriate location, and, this makes sense for that exact spot. When it comes to public benefits, we believe that the benefits that are being provided are commensurate with, again, the context. They've lost half an acre of their property. They're limited with the size, but as Tommy said, they're embracing what they have and they're making the best of it. So what they're providing, and we're gonna go through those benefits, I think is commensurate with their ask. And, I've got a slide and we'll show you what is being proposed. And without going into a ton of detail, I've got a bunch of extra slides. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk you through the renderings. I think the renderings speak very loudly as to what is being proposed. And the rest I can buzz right through and you can ask me some questions. So location, this is a before picture. This was before the storm. What's important to note on there is you can see there's different roof lines, different colors. The two buildings closest to Matanzas Bridge is where a new building is being proposed, building number 5. Also at the corner of 3rd and Crescent, this is the property that was brought into the CPD on the previous petition. There's a new building, also building 1, that is proposed for that. The rest is really a reconfiguration of what's existing there, unifying everything, having a common architectural theme, and to me, beautifying and improving the property.
Hey, Pat, do you know or have any idea how high the bridge is where it hits proposed building 5 is?
I don't know the exact height, but with our renderings, and I'll show the renderings, we can make a quick assumption or
'Cause you
kind of
have one good
try to
image of
gauge
that,
it, yeah. We, building number 5 is gonna go from zone height, and I'll give you both zoned and actual height. So a zone height of 37 feet. That's currently approved, it's part of the zoning approval. And they're asking for 3.5 extra feet. And I'll go through the reasons why they're doing that. And the actual height is, again, gonna go up slightly. They're gonna be at 52 feet 9 inches. And what you can see from the renderings is they're on the downslope of the
Right.
bridge. The bridge is a little lower in the buildings, but you guys also know that when you're currently driving down that slope, those existing buildings that are there are taller than that building. So there's a slight difference, the differential, if you guys had to guess, are we talking about 20 feet maybe?
25 feet.
25? That's just our estimate without measuring it, just gauging it from their experience and the exhibits, the renderings we have. So I'll skip through that, but again, like I said, mostly a reconfiguration. Buildings 1 and building 5 are identified with a red boundary because those are changing, those are new. Everything else with the orange boundaries on those buildings are remaining the same. Also want to point out that the cottage buildings along 3rd Street, while they're relatively new, they are a reconfiguration to what was on the existing master concept plan. Tommy decided to save those buildings, reinvent them, gut them, and start from scratch. They are family friendly. They've got porches overlooking the pool. Some of them have bunk rooms for the kids, and that pool deck is much bigger than what was envisioned when this was, I believe in 2018, was that last master concept plan amendment. So while we're not asking to reconfigure that, it's important to note that that was done after the storm. So I'll jump right into the renderings. We are looking at the new building number 1 here. It's a view from the corner of Crescent and 5th. What you see in the foreground is the new monument sign So we're asking for a deviation for the structure itself, not the sign face. And again, we think it's beautiful, it's in keeping with the architecture. It really kind of provides a nice welcoming entrance to the project. Also want to point out that the building is 3 stories, 2 stories above parking. The idea, and we'll go into the other slides here that show the building a little more. Again, angle from the corner, but a wider view. And this is looking from 3rd Street towards Crescent. So what I want to point out is, again, they spent a lot of time, a lot of effort on the design. They hired a really good architectural firm, MHK, that specializes in coastal and cottage design. They've got a contemporary coastal look. It's sophisticated, streamlined, nice uniform color palette, and they bring in splashes of color with the railings, and as you'll see, with louvers, with some murals that they want to put on there. But the idea was to keep that building a little lower, only 2 stories above parking. Again, they understand that 3rd Street is a heavy pedestrian cyclist corridor, so is Crescent. So keeping the building human scale and not make it over imposing along the sidewalk. The intent also is to landscape that corridor and to find some pockets in there where they can have some shade trees and this a bench there where people can take a little break and sit down during the hot summer days. So the next one is just a slightly different angle, but we see on the left side that new building number 1. We see the entrance to the building with the parking underneath. Just be aware that that entrance is one of the deviations also. It's a deviation for the separation requirements to the corner of the street. We think it makes a lot of sense, and there was an existing deviation very similar to that previously. This is a view from that new pool deck. A few things I want to point out is dead center is that new building number 1. To the left, we have those refurbished cottages with those balconies, those colorful railings. Right in kind of the corner a little bit, we see the little tiki bar serving that deck area and that new pool. And to the right is the existing building that's right there, and want to show how all this is being tied in to really create a nice resort feel, nice tropical feel. One of the things that right away when we started looking at this project and looking at making improvements, we were looking at what can we do on the site, or in this case, slightly off the site, to provide a public benefit. So this is the space between the existing resort and the bridge. So what the wall you see on the right side is the existing bridge. And right now, that's kind of a dead space. If you guys have been there, a lot of people cut through and walk through there to get to downtown. It's not very inviting. It's not very safe. So the idea was, how can we create a great place and something that not only is attractive, convenient, but it's practical. If you look at the comp plan, there's this concept of creating hidden paths. And this idea of enhancing walkability, connectivity in the downtown. So what this does is it creates a pathway from the base of Matanzas Bridge and brings you all the way to 3rd Street. So what this would essentially do is anybody that wants to go on and off the bridge doesn't have to go to that major intersection at the bottom and deal with that new pickle roundabout that we have. And they can just go on and off the bridge, walk through that pathway, connect to 3rd Street, connect to downtown. So I'm not gonna belabor this, but the idea was create something beautiful, create something that's family friendly also. Just wanna point out the wayfinding signs right there, that's a deviation also. The idea with those wayfinding signs is if someone walks up that pathway, it'll point out some other venues downtown, the bayfront, all that type of thing, so it'll be fun, it'll be interesting, but it'll also be practical.
Patrick, one thing
Yeah.
I'm just noticing now is I don't really see any lighting for that pathway. Is there a plan to do any lighting?
Yes, these are just, conceptual renderings, the architects don't always think of every single detail,
Yeah.
but the idea is to make it safe.
Yeah.
So lighting, most likely more the Bullard kind of
Yep.
lighting,
Yep.
low level.
It's a little
So-
sketchy through there
yeah,
right now.
Something
so
that
if you
makes it safe, and also makes it inviting. One of the things that we need to point out is, this space is public right of way, belongs to FDOT. So the understanding is that, of course, we'd have to work with the town. We believe the town would support this. Again, it's in the comp plan, it's these hidden pathways we wanna create. But the Kohlers are committing to, if we get approval from FDOT, to build this and to maintain this in perpetuity and to create a very inviting, family-friendly place. And, Tommy sees it not only as something that makes sense, he wants to do, but he also sees it as, this is a great benefit. It ties in to what he's trying to build at the resort, make his resort family-friendly, but extend that off-site a little bit and create a little respite for families that wanna just let off some steams and bring their kids there for maybe, a quick walk and maybe spending half an hour and having a little fun with the family.
Well, while you're waiting the
Yeah.
10 years for FDOT to get back to you, you can go ahead with the project and all other components should be approved. Is that right?
No, yes, we can move
Okay.
forward with everything else. This is, from the middle of the project, that driveway that comes right into the project and separates kind of the new pool with the existing part. This is new building, 5 that you are seeing there. What I wanna point out is this building is 4 stories, 3 stories above parking. But what that extra 3 foot 5 inches allows us to do is, it allows us to fit an extra story in there and to actually have, 10-foot ceiling heights in there. To provide something attractive, something that is consistent with today's norms, what visitors expect. And what it also does is that extra height allows us to provide slanted architectural roofs. And we think that's important. It's a way to make it an attractive building as people enter onto Fort Myers Beach and see it right from the bridge. This rendering is really to show kind of the facade and to show how they've brought in that splash of color through some of those elements, the railings, the louvers, and they want to provide some murals. Again, they want this to be elegant, nice, kind of comprehensive color palette that will apply to every single building, but they want it to be colorful and have those splash of colors. This is the very point as you're coming down the bridge. It's building 5 that you see in the background, and at that point is an elevated pool. It'll be on the 200 level, and if you look just behind the pool, you see some sliders over there. That would be their proposed sit-down restaurant and wine bar. It would be configured in such a way where it could be opened up and they could have wedding receptions there, different types of receptions. And people could lease out the pool deck also and make it a great venue for some events. But again, the theme, I think Tommy was thinking of 3 design themes and for his resort. Again, family friendly towards 3rd Street. The middle is what we all have been accustomed and we know and we love, is the fun, lively tiki bar. And then you're gonna have building 5 that's gonna be a little more sophisticated, nice sit-down restaurant. and again, a nice offering for both residents and guests of the resort. This is a view from the bridge. Again, in the foreground, what you see is that new building number 5. I want to point out that that sign that you see on the wall, that's the deviation we were asking for that wall sign. And what you see in the background is you see Margaritaville, and to the right side, views of the Gulf. Slightly more elevated, again, from the bridge, but looking down on the property. Things I want to point out is want to show that this architectural theme has been carried through the entire project. So even the existing buildings are going to have a facelift. It's going to be common metal roofs throughout, same color palette, also new landscaping tying everything together, so landscaping along the bridge, but also landscaping around that new pool and that new pool deck. This is a similar aerial view, but from kind of the Margaritaville area perspective. And what you see in the foreground is that existing building, really showing how what is being proposed is in scale and really ties into what's existing and really looks like a nice cohesive resort. I just want to point out that the sign along that wall where the pool is, the architects took a little liberty. They made the sign way bigger than it's actually going to be. That sign is going to be like the other one I showed you, no more than 100 square feet.
Yeah, that's that picture, Jim, of the base of the bridge. You'd see that whole pool
Yeah.
down at the base of the bridge. It's interesting.
And again, Tommy touched upon when people come down that bridge and they drive into Fort Myers Beach, they're going to see that pool deck. That pool deck is going to look like a nice resort lounging area with colorful umbrellas, and he wants people to feel like they're on vacation. And I think he's really captured that. This again, aerial view from above, but this is at the corner of Crescent and Fifth. And again, it's a good view to see what they've refurbished, those cottage buildings along 3rd Street, and how everything really ties in cohesively together. And this view is from the base of the bridge. And what you can see is on the left, you've got the bridge. On the right, you've got Margaritaville. Like Tommy explained, they've embraced kind of that wedge they're in, and they've made it really work. And they've designed something that is custom to that property and really fits in within the context of a bridge to one side and a resort on the other side. So this is the final rendering. It's the same image that we had at the beginning, but this shows you the new building number 5, new building number 1, and really shows you the overall aesthetics, concept, and how everything ties in together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly touch upon the major issues that we have for every single project on Fort Myers Beach. The first one is height. So what I want to show you there is what we have in orange is our zone height. So it's from base flood elevation plus the allowed freeboard, and we are going from 37 feet to 40 feet 5 inches. And then our actual height, which is measured from average grade to the very top of the roofs, and that's 52 feet 9 inches. We believe that those 3 feet 5 inches extra creates great benefits from being able to put in the additional units, that additional floor, and really create an attractive building with nice architectural roof lines.
So Margaritaville is 54 and you are 52?
52, Jane, I know you had asked us the question. We did our very best to find out the actual height from Margaritaville. We even reached out to staff. I don't think.
It was 54, right?
Yeah.
I asked.
Okay, 54? So I guess I'm comfortable with that. We saw different plans from zoning to as-built two architectural plans that had different numbers, so we weren't sure how those were measured or exactly, so, but we are consistent with what they have, and I think it's very complementary to each other. This is building number 2. We don't really need to go into too much detail on that, but building number 2 is not asking for additional height. This is consistent with not only the existing zoning, but base downtown heights that are allowed throughout the downtown. The other big issue that always comes up is density. And I do want to touch upon how we measured our density and what Judith brought up. So what you have in your packet, I think we have a page and a half talking about density. And we wanted to be very transparent. We provided comparisons to other projects that have been approved recently. Again, we know that this project stands alone, and we have to justify what we're asking for on our own merits, but it's to give you some context and kind of give you a gauge for comparison purposes. So what we did is we started with a base density of 20 platted lots. And the reason we use platted lots is because we have got a weird arrangement in our land development code where we start with residential density, and then we convert that residential density into allowed hotel units. Not many places do that. So if you're gonna be fair, we think that we have to look at what is vested from a residential density standpoint. And our code allows people to go back and look at what was platted and ask for a minimum use determination, which would allow them to put 1 unit on each of those platted lots. So we view that as vested units, and that's our base. We start with 20 platted lots. As mentioned, they used to have 32 platted lots, but the government came knocking on their door and asked for their property. And I think we all benefit from that. We got this bridge, and we've got views from that bridge that weren't there before. So we start off with 20 platted lots, and then we multiply that by 6.5, and that gives us 130 hotel units. So that's an equivalency ratio of 6.5. I just want to point out that that has also been done for Myerside, and it also has been done for Neptune. And we think it's appropriate, again, because we have a system where we look at converting density. But also, in contrast, Margaritaville and the Arches that came before you just a few weeks ago, those properties were mostly commercial and didn't have those platted lots. So the base density was generated with what's allowed in the comp plan of 6 units per acre. So whatever, and both of those projects have multiple acres. So what you had as a base was 6 units per acre, multiply that by the acreage, you get your base, and then we generated what that equivalency ratio was. So we think it's very clearly explained in your packet. I'm not gonna belabor it, but you have multiple comparisons, and I think you guys can kind of figure it out and see what you find appropriate. When it comes to transportation, I'm not gonna belabor that one either, but I was a little surprised by this, and I'm very happy it came out this way. We did a TIS when our transportation expert ran the numbers and the trip generation. What they found out is that by eliminating that 5,000 square feet of retail, which generates a lot of traffic, we actually have an overall decrease in trips for the project. And all I'm showing here is that, peak hour total trips, a decrease of 26 trips per hour. And then the TIS conclusion is that the project will not place an undue burden on our roadway system. The TIS does acknowledge that we have a congested roadway system, but what it's basically saying is this project is already approved for a certain number of trips. We're actually reducing it, therefore no net increase. This brings us to parking. So as I mentioned, the reason that the parking was slightly higher in the previous iteration and approval was that all the buildings along Third Street would have been demolished, rebuilt with new units with parking underneath. That brought the resort to 100 parking spaces. When we initially submitted, we were asking for a 50% reduction. Staff asked us to correct that and asked for a 58% reduction. We agree with them, we concur with that, that assessment. The difference is between the 58 and the 50% reduction. With the 50% reduction, we're adding in 8 golf cart parking spaces. We're adding the credit for 7 parking spaces that we talked previously about. And we were adding credit for bike parking, 2 spaces there. That was bringing us to 99 spots, and that would have been effectively a 50% reduction. Either way, we've looked at this with Tommy. What Tommy has explained to me, and they've been operating that hotel for a very long time, is back in the 80s and 90s. Typically, our visitors, the typical visitor was someone from the Midwest driving down with their family and staying here for maybe a week or 2 or 3 weeks. And that's changed significantly. And what they're seeing now is people come in for a much shorter stay, and a lot of them Uber or Lyft to the resort. And what he told me from their experience is maybe 9 out of 10 visitors had a car previously, and that number's dropped to probably 4 or 5 out of 10 that now have vehicles. So they feel comfortable that they have sufficient parking to address their needs. But we do acknowledge that should there be an issue in the future as they build this out, there's a bunch of solutions that can be applied. They can do valet parking and stack vehicles and get more parking. They can use those car lifts, again, in under the buildings to get more parking spaces. And they can do shared parking agreements with off-site parking. We've also talked about that when you look at the need for parking for a hotel, a big portion of that parking need is for your own employees. So what Tommy explained to me is for their salaried employees, they currently have incentives to entice them to not bring their car onto to the island and to use Lyft or Ubers. And I think the idea is, should that ever be needed in the future, I think there was mention of a shuttle. This is a smaller resort. It's family run. They have a lot to look at. They have to be the HR person. They have to be the maintenance person, the booking agents. And for them to maintain transportation and ensure that proper shuttles are happening, it's just not feasible for them. If there's a broader program, they'd be happy to join in. But I think what Tommy was suggesting is I'd rather help my own employees out with Uber and Lyfts rather than have to maintain vehicles. So I think we feel comfortable that we have sufficient parking on site to meet the demand. But should we get to the point where they need extra parking, I think we've got ample solutions. And that's where I'm gonna speed things up for you guys, okay? When it comes to consistency with the comp plan, I am not going through those slides. Staff has said that we are consistent with the comp plan. We concur with them. We're gonna breeze right through, but we do want this to be part of the record. And then, when we jump to.
Those slides right there.
When we jump to the compliance with the LDC and the CPD evaluation criteria, same thing. We concur with staff's assessment. We agree that we meet those requirements. And I will skip right through that. We've already talked about location, site design, compatibility. Again, I could spend hours on this, but I'll spare you those details. Go right through. And I just want to touch upon the public benefits a little bit. So while the big public benefit is going to be for developing, paying, and maintaining that pathway, there are other things they're trying to provide on their property. Again, it's a limited property, but think they've done a good job as, in providing something commensurate to the ask. So they're gonna provide some shade trees and landscaping along Third Street. They're gonna provide bicycles for their guests, again, to promote biking and walking. They're gonna provide bike parking. They're gonna participate in the DRAC program. They're gonna provide golf cart parking. They're gonna promote and support the elementary school. And if their employees need flexible work hours to bring their children to the school, they will participate in that effort. And also, I think just from a design standpoint, and don't take this as me saying that it doesn't benefit them, but Tommy's got this vision of being more family friendly. And I kind of see that as a benefit, because they could develop anything they wanted there. But they're choosing to develop something that will be enticing to families. And we call ourselves a family-friendly island, but when you really think about that, we've lost a lot of those family-friendly places. And I think that contributes to it, and I think hopefully it kind of sets a standard for other resorts to want to do the same and to really attract those families. So I see, you don't have to put a lot of weight into it, but I really wanted to throw that in there.
Just
Yep.
ask a quick question. On the FDOT easement
Yep.
that's back there, does it come all the way up to the building? that's
So,
proposed?
yeah, so that building is a zero lot line, essentially zero
Right,
setback.
okay.
Current conditions, actually, their parking lot extends a little bit into the right of way, so they'd be
Right.
cleaning that up and getting rid of that.
Yeah, so just on that, maybe something to think about. Since it might take Jim's 10 years to get approval, you could still light it up. You could still provide a public benefit for safety, right? I mean, by attaching
Oh, yeah.
lighting to the building.
Yeah.
So that might be something to,
Yeah, for sure, as they're rebuilding Building 5, they would
Yes.
definitely make that a safe, attractive space for everybody.
Yep.
Even if FDOT hasn't given the okay yet.
even if it's not a developed path, it'll still be a path.
Yes, for
so.
sure. I think Tommy's telling me yes, and we feel comfortable bringing that forward to council. When it comes to the commitments, you've got that in your packet. A lot of it has been reiterated in the conditions in the staff report. We concur with all those conditions and agree with those. No need to discuss them. And deviations, same thing. I'm not gonna go through every single deviation. The only thing I wanna point out is the approved CPD has, and Rachel, correct me if I'm wrong, 17 deviations. We've actually reduced the deviations. A lot of it was associated with signage. Some of those signs no longer exist, and a lot of those conditions also are existing deviations that have been modified. As I went through the renderings, I think I hit upon all the more significant ones, which signage, height, and parking. So unless you want me to touch upon any other deviation more detailed, I will just breeze right through this. And then I do want to bring up this slide again. You guys are getting used to seeing this. This is the very latest update from the Visitor Bureau, April 7th. And we are at 49.4% capacity when it comes to the number of rooms that we had pre-in and what has been put back. This does include anything that was built after the storm. It does not include other projects that have been approved. With the previous hearing, I heard some of the computations of where we might be. We're still significantly short of that total number that we used to have, and we think that the additional units that we are asking for is not a big addition to this. I think it makes sense, but I think it will contribute to creating that critical mass we need downtown to really re-energize and reinvigorate that downtown and make it that one-stop destination that we really want in that Park Once downtown that we've envisioned for a very long time. So with that said, you guys have seen the staff report. We concur with their findings and conclusion. More specifically, that we are consistent with the comp plan, with the LDC, and the evaluation criteria. We concur with their recommendation of approval with conditions. My professional planning opinion is that we are indeed consistent with the comp plan and with the land development code. And with that said, I respectfully request a recommendation of approval from this body. And if I've missed anything, Megan will chime in, and we are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Patrick.
I just have two very quick points, requests that I want to make sure that I get onto the record. First, that for this second agenda item, Mr. Venice is our expert witness, so I would proffer him to be our expert witness. And also the PowerPoint presentation that has been presented is one PowerPoint presentation with both presentations included. So for the record, slides 1 through 17 pertain to our first agenda item, and 18 to 42 go to this agenda item. So it has to
Thank you very much.
included. But
Yes,
that's
indeed.
all.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. Public comment. Is anybody here to make public comment on this case? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. LPA members, questions for staff or the applicant? None? None?
I still have a bit of an issue with parking. I mean, I worry that, 53%, 58% reduction in parking is a lot. When I met with Tom Torgerson, he told me he had 200 spaces on 2 different locations for his employees parking and stuff like that. I think we are in a big deficit on parking, and we keep cramming more into Times Square and that area, and I think that we're gonna have to start, really trying to figure out how, these places are operating, because we really can't just leave it up to.
May I make a comment on that?
Yes, go ahead.
So-
About Jane's
Yes.
after midnight guess or?
But that's intriguing.
Yes.
Very intriguing. So I really don't share your concern about the parking, especially in this location, because I do believe that many people will Uber in. Who wants to pay for a car? Who wants to pay to park a car when you can, for $40, take a shuttle?
Can't drive it anywhere, anyway.
Exactly. And in that specific location, you really are walking everywhere.
That's right.
And I actually, I have such an incredibly fond memory of New Year's Eve after the storm. My family was all here for Christmas, and Tommy's Tiki Bar was like the cantina from Star Wars. It was the only lit up thing in that whole area, and we wandered onto it, and there certainly looked like a bunch of freaks that were hanging out there. But we had a wonderful time.
Generators everywhere.
That's how it goes, yep.
Yeah, no, that's my comment.
Other questions or
Uh,
comments?
Just a comment. I share some parking concern, but I also think that the applicant will take care of it for their business if they need to. They'll either put lifts in, they'll offer a airport shuttle, they'll offer incentives to get people to Uber. So yeah, I share the concern because I do think we're kind of building up to something here on this island, and certainly whether it's for employees or whether it's for guests, but I do feel like we have an applicant that'll will remedy the situation if it presents itself.
Judith, can we just say, as a matter of record, include all of your recommendations in the, what you were going to get up and talk about, the deviations, can we just say they're part of the record? Nancy?
Yes, I'll go along with it for now, that you all have read them and,
Yes.
and you don't have any questions, so, yeah.
That's why I'm asking if there are questions, so Judith could answer them, but otherwise I don't think we need them recited.
Okay. I would like to add 2 things.
Sure, please. That wasn't to cut you off, that was just.
Sure, well, I'm happy to be cut off. I did want to add what I heard in the conversation about lighting of the path.
Yes.
We can add that as a condition at the time of development order, that they include lighting of the FDOT,
Yes.
pathway, as part of their photometric plan at time of development order.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So
That'd
I
be
will
great.
add that to the conditions. I would also suggest Pat mentioned the possibility of, valet and doing, stacking and also of lifts. I would suggest potentially, looking into whether the proposed height of that garage would allow for lifts, because then there would be enough space to add them at some future point. But if it's, conceived of now as being too low, then that prevents that. So that would be a useful piece of information. And also because that would essentially double, and then we would know what that number would be, if need be. And then for valet, what number they thought that they could get to if those were,
So that would
stacked
be
for valet.
useful information for them to take on to the town council, because they've got
I
time.
would suggest
Yes.
that, yeah.
Okay.
But it would
Okay.
also require raising the height of the building.
Well, I
No.
don't,
Maybe not.
what I'm saying, I don't know.
Maybe not.
Raising the garage?
Just no SUVs, I mean, if they were just sedans.
They'll
then
just
that
stack
would-
cars.
I don't know what the height
Right.
to do the,
Right.
yes, to do
Okay.
the parking lifts, that's what we saw with
Right.
the previous
Oh, okay.
development. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the height requirements are for those lifts, but maybe
No
what they're
SUVs then,
proposing
huh?
is accommodated there.
Ask
But
Tom.
they could perhaps do those calculations
Yeah,
and
Yeah,
Tom's got
so
it.
they'll have that info.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much,
How
Judith.
well they work after storms.
Okay, any other questions or comments for the
I
staff? and the
have,
applicant?
I have
Jim.
a couple of comments.
Go.
Okay. First, I want to distinguish this application from the previous one.
Here, here.
And this is already a residential property. It's not a commercial property. It already has hotel units in it. By demolishing some of the buildings and rebuilding them to new standards is a benefit to everyone, not only the owner, but to the town as well. The additional height is built in next to an elevated bridge already, so that that diminishes the heights. It's a unique property, and only one of the buildings is seeking any deviation in height. And from the public benefit standpoint, installing 446 feet of lighted sidewalk as an alternative to getting to the bridge for pedestrian and bikers, I think is a large public benefit. And as far as the parking goes, they'll have to figure it out,
There you
you know? If it doesn't work,
They'll know it first.
they'll do something to make it work, so.
Bingo.
You
Those
might
are-
want
Those are
to
my
add,
comments.
you might want to add the equivalency factor is less than half in
Yeah.
the FAR. And regarding parking, I'm not concerned about parking.
There you go.
Would I do it?
Unplug them.
Yes, I certainly will. You're jumping the gun, but
I know.
okay.
I'm not-
Okay, anything else?
Just want to add one more comment about the lighted pathway. Assuming the resort will have security, cameras, may be good for that as well, because that's a deterrent for safety. If just as a thought. Again, I'm still thinking this is going to end up being a sand path for many years.
I am
So,
too.
to the extent we could light it and make it a deterrent to an unsafe path, it would be great. We would actually get a public benefit out of it, possibly without ever putting the sidewalk in.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve DCI 2025-0035.2 Lighthouse Island Resort, finding the request consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the public benefits commensurate with the request, including the staff conditions, or the conditions in the staff report, and adding an additional condition of lighting the hidden path.
And based on competence
And
and
based,
substantial-
absolutely based upon competence and substantial and wonderful commentary and testimony in this case.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, my vote is yes. Jim?
I'm a yes.
Don?
Yes.
Yes.
Doug, yes. Jane? Did you say no?
Yes.
Okay. Yes? Jim?
Yes.
And John?
Yes.
So it passes unanimously. Congratulations, you guys.
Good job.
Bravo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really good work.
Okay, Tina, I'm just gonna ask you, I see you guys back here, is there a reason? Oh, okay, all right, I just thought maybe you were gonna surprise me with something. No. Okay, so, next item on the agenda is, the administrative agenda. Administration, anything from you?
Nothing from me.
Okay, LPA members, items and reports. Mr. Dunlap?
I have one. I know we talked about including the conclusions of the unanimous votes for variances, et cetera, in the agenda, so we could see what you signed and what didn't have to go to council and all that, so we have final. I didn't see it in here, and I know we've done some of those.
I've signed several of them recently. Yeah.
They are on the website. Right?
Yeah,
but I
he
guess
has
it's
to
still
be
He's
in the-
asking more for like a project status update.
Exactly.
Yeah, so if we could start that,
Yep,
then I can close my books at
That's
home
all I
and
mean.
tell the people in the neighborhood that are asking.
okay. Don, anything?
No, thank
How
you.
about you, Doug?
Two things. One is there a way you can put tabs on the agenda package so we can tab right to the
I wouldn't have
various
thought.
items, like electronically or in
Numbers.
They're already
Adobe?
there, you're probably looking in the wrong place, but we can also put you all in the board portal and you can click on any item you want at any time.
Put us in
With
the
just a
portal.
little bit of training,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I like that.
okay?
My second item is just a sort of a public announcement. I'm on the church council and I'm treasurer of St. Peter Church on St. Peter Drive in Estero. And after 2.5 years, we were able to rebuild the church with the insurance proceeds. And Palm Sunday was our first service inside the
Congratulations.
Congratulations. That was
So,
that was
all
a
are
wonderful
welcome.
moment. That was a wonderful moment. Janie, anything? Nothing. How about you, Jim?
No, nothing.
How
I'm
about-
good, thank you.
Okay. Not today, but at some future point, I really would like to talk about development agreements and whether or not there's some way that maybe we could just talk about them again.
I think,
Jim had some good
Anyhow.
comments.
yeah, I
Yes.
can be glad to add some of that in there, and I think we also have an ordinance floating somewhere around restricting access to this process for those that owe us money, et cetera.
Agreed.
Yes.
So where does that sit?
I was wondering
Yeah,
where that was.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. Nancy, attorney items?
No items.
Okay. How about what do we know from community development about items for our next agenda? Or do we know anything?
So there's
Pull the
No,
mic
it-
closer.
oh, sorry. I think we're gonna see a Staro Island Beach Club.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And
And
maybe
then-
Salty Crab, is Salty Crab coming forward? That's the
Yes.
other one, okay.
As a CPD, and the Fishtail Marina, I think is also
And
coming.
Fishtail Marina,
Yeah.
well darned. Do we foresee having 2 meetings in May or no?
No.
Only one?
What date is the
Excellent.
next one, please?
It's May 13th.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Confirm that I'm gonna be here, yep.
Okay, anything else?
Motion to adjourn?
No, Sarah has something she'd like to say.
Hi, Sarah Probst with Community Development. I wanted to let you know that this will be my last LPA hearing with the town.
This will be?
I'm sorry, but we haven't
I
to
thought
take
it
a
was
vote
the
on
May
this.
meeting.
I don't know.
We're not letting you go.
We reject your rate.
If you do that, we're gonna quit paying you.
And I will miss you all. You've been fantastic to work with. I have enjoyed all of you, and I will be around until June 6th. So if anything else comes up
We
in the
still have your phone
meantime,
number.
please feel free to call,
Yeah.
keeping the same phone number. Also, we're doing a outreach meeting, a public outreach meeting at the library on May 10th from 10 to 1. It's gonna be an open house, so you can come in. There are gonna be a few different tables set up where we're gonna do some massing and height discussions with Legos and in addition to some survey questions that we've included previously. So I hope all of you can come out and give your input for the comprehensive plan and the land development code.
Sarah, you have been a blessing to this town. It's been wonderful to work with you. I have enjoyed and will hopefully continue to enjoy your friendship. And it's gonna, I mean, I feel sorry for you, Judith. It's really going to be, it's gonna be sad not to see you. And and uneasy not knowing that you're here looking after these things. But I hope that you'll be happy. I sure do.
Thank you so much. I very much appreciate it.
Congratulations on the job well done.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
No clapping.
Okay.
No clapping.
Same
No
motion.
clapping. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. It is 4:30 p.m.